All right. Welcome in, YouTube audience. Hello. Good morning. I admittedly have been live for about 5 minutes, and I forgot to hit the go live button on YouTube, which is a rookie mistake. Let's blame it on being rusty for not streaming for a long time. So yes, 7 minutes late. It was just talking with my friend Urgel here about the game. I'm excited to be back. Excited to be back from Japan. Excited to be playing some PoE. Today we're going to be doing some league start testing. I have a few different builds that I want to test before the league starts. So today we're going to be doing Essence Drain, Contagion with Bone Storm and just seeing how it goes. I don't know if I should do a timer today. Like I was thinking about doing a timer for like the speed at which I do the campaign. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to see a timer of how long it takes me to get to certain places, or do you guys just want to just vibe and not time anything? I'm down with whatever. I can easily download Live Split right now. Fuck it, we'll just download it right now anyway. You got stage fright from the Stock family watching you, making you forget to go live. I don't know what is this? Oh, the Stock family. No, that's my real family, dude. That's my real family. This is my living room, dude. What do you mean? Oh, that's funny. What up, Subway? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Okay, timer. All right, let's do it. I'll just do like a quick live split timer. Let me set this up really quick, guys. Give me one moment. And then, yeah, as I mentioned to Urgel, today we have a special guest on the Passive Tree podcast. We have the homie Dreamcore, who will be here at 10 a.m. So in about 2 hours, guys, we'll be having that. Okay, let me set up some hotkeys to make sure this works properly. Okay, hold on. Let me add in this. Oops. Reset is 3. Why is it not working when I have the game open? Ah, there we go. Okay, so we'll put that there. Oh, I guess I'm streaming my whole screen, so I don't need to have this twice. Hi, Blaze. I like your content and your interviews, especially. Thanks. Dude, I'm so glad you enjoy them. Thank you so much for watching. My pleasure. So we did have this character, but I will just delete it right now and make something fresh. I don't really feel like migrating all of my HCSSF characters. I do like selfishly having this character. I like having this character on the ladder still. He's still top 100. And so, guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but just just as a way to practice, if you want to practice doing fresh starts, all you have to do is migrate your characters from one league to another. So if you want to do a fresh start on HC Rise of the Abyssals, you just, move all your characters to softcore Rise of the Abyssal, and then when you go into hardcore or hardcore SSF, it'll basically just be fresh start again. However, I think that because I actually have a good character right now, I will leave that one and we'll just do and see how right here I don't have any SSF characters, so we'll do SSF for now. But if we die, we'll just restart. So we'll play it like it's SSF or hardcore SSF. Okay, and let me pull up this guide that I've been working on. Oh man, it feels good to be back, guys. Thank you so much for coming through the stream today. Thank you so much for hanging out. I know it's a bit of an earlier stream, but I appreciate you guys stopping in, saying hi, all that fun stuff. It's going to be a great day today. And then tomorrow, holy shit, we have DM, the man with the glorious orange hair, coming on the podcast tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. It's going to be a fucking banger. I don't know how long the podcast is going to be, but I'm hoping that we can do a full 2 hours. I know we're doing it sort of at the end of his stream, so yeah. All right, let's do this. Thoughts on the Druid? I actually think the Druid looks really, really good. There haven't been too many ARPGs that I've played that have done the Druid right. My favorite one is Diablo 2, as a lot of you guys know. I love Diablo 2, but I really think that the Druid is going to be cool. I do have some hot takes about this league, but I think I'll save that for the podcast when we talk to Dreamcore about it. I have some thoughts about this league, guys, and they're not all good. Give me 1 sec. Before we start this run, I'm going to grab a cup of coffee or fill out my... I also have a bunch of fun pictures from Japan that I haven't shared with anybody yet. So if you guys want to see some Japan pictures, I'd be happy to go through those in a little bit. Okay, let's get this going here. Wait, should this start? I guess this should start when you actually move your character, right? This is just showing how not a speedrunner I am.
I will not join the dead today.
I actually haven't played this build at all in 0.3, even though it was really friggin' good. So I'm excited to kind of jump in and see. Through my very limited testing, it's actually insane, but yeah, I don't know exactly how fucking crazy it is for hardcore. I mean, I have seen people who have excelled in hardcore with this build specifically, but
This oozes darkness. I welcome it. I just found my path to power. Vanilla, I presume.
what build am I going for? ED Contagion? I've been following a build from this Chinese dude. who did the campaign in like an hour, or sorry, he did the campaign in like 3 hours or something. Well, why are my little dudes trying to go towards the bridge? Hell yeah, I had a blast with HCSSF on HCSSF with ED Contagion. Nice, dude. Which what level did you get to, Veranora? Also, good to see you. Welcome in. Yo, CXTX YouTube. What up, man? Welcome in, dude. Havoc. Hello. Also, hi. Hi. What Havoc are we talking about here? Oh my god, 10% MS boots off the rip, boys. That is crazy.
Well, I fear this land's sickness.
That is crazy. I can't wait to hear your base takes later, as I am also a bit disappointed about the 0.4 patch overall. I can tell you my takes right now if you want to, but I will get into them again later. So what I feel currently at this very moment in time, especially after kind of feeling like we've had the rug pulled underneath our feet. Oh, sorry, hold on. Let me adjust the volume here in my headphones a little bit so I can hear myself talk. But yeah, I feel like I feel like this has been sort of a sentiment throughout the community over the course of early access, but it's really, really evident in 0.4 that they are treating the game. Oh, we should absolutely shag now. What up? What up? They're absolutely treating the game like a finished game. Like they're adding league content instead of fixing the core experience and gameplay loop. And it makes me feel a little bit like their priorities just aren't in the right spot. Like, this might be a hot take, and this is sort of the take that I have about the patch. I would have rather not seen the Val League mechanic at all, and I would have rather just had a massive endgame rework. Like, new Atlas passive tree, QOL to the Atlas, like everything endgame. That should be the league content. The league content shouldn't be something that adds on to a game that is currently very much in need of endgame specific stuff. Like, the fact that we didn't get like harder pinnacle bosses or a new trial of the ancestors or whatever, it's just, oh shit. Like, that's just how I feel. Sorry, boys. I'm trying to lock in here and not die. I'll re-chat after I kill this boss. Hey, assassin! I'm notoriously I always die to this boss, guys, so don't judge me. Oh, we're frozen. Oh, we're good. What up, Dead Rabbit? How you doing, man? I think they have to add lead-specific content, though. It's basically to lure in players and build hype around the game. A revamped endgame isn't for casuals. I know. You're absolutely right. They have to add this stuff to lure in new players. I'm speaking specifically from my experiences. Like, I'm not a new player. I'm somebody who spends hundreds of hours in a league, and the majority of that time is in the endgame. And so for me, like, that was what was promised, was the end game reworks in 0.4, and we barely got any of that. And like, you know, guys, I'll be honest. Like, the Druid looks incredible. The Fate of the Val looks incredible. It looks super fun. But in my opinion, I personally feel like I'm just a little bit worried about where their priorities are, because at this rate, like, if they keep developing the game the way that they're doing it right now, it's not going to be done until 2028. Like, it's going to take forever. for the game to get done. And if they want to delay finishing the game so that they continually treat it like a full release game and add content to it, then that's their choice. But personally, like, I would just rather them work on the core fundamentals of the game first before adding league content. As somebody who loves the idea of playing a druid this league at some point, like, there are still so many builds that I didn't get to try in 0.3 that weren't a new class. Like, they could have easily just added in some new ascendancies for the existing classes, and I would have been just as stoked about it. Again, this is all just my take and my personal opinion about it all. Druid looks cool. Fate of the Val looks cool. But yeah. You actually wanted the third ascension for Monk more than Druid? Dude, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I know the Druid has like this weird, not weird, it's very well deserved. The Druid like class fantasy and all that is really cool. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying here. Do you guys know what I'm saying? If you guys know what I'm saying, then I feel like I'm getting the point across. And then the first thing that we grab is Unleash. Yo, what up? Kadachi, how you doing, man? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you stopping in, man. Jonathan also confirmed full game won't release with all 12 classes, rather focus on the actual game itself. Also, good morning, dude. Yes, I'm fine with the game not releasing with all the classes. I just want the game to release with a really, really solid end game loop, because the campaign is just so damn good. And so that's like the expectation that I have for the entire game. So Repo, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Good morning. How's it going? What's popping? What's good? We're just running some campaign tests right now. I feel like I shouldn't have turned on this timer because it's making me sweaty. If they can nail the end game, oh baby, dude, I know they can. There's so many things that, for me, felt like they're. Yo, Giga Chad with the follow. Thanks, dude. There's so many things that I felt like they could have chucked into the game. Like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a game designer. I don't know anything about anything. But, man, like a search functionality for the Atlas system. Like, I feel like they've been talking about that for months and months. Like, they're aware that that's an issue. They've been saying that it's being developed on. Like the fact that it didn't make it into 0.4 when that's supposed to be like the end game rework. We didn't even get like search functionality in the Atlas. I have to play. I'm saying have to, like someone's forcing me to play. I want to play the end game, and I will be playing the end game for 4 more months. But it slightly pains me to have to do that, knowing that I'm going to be trying to push level 100 this league and dealing with the convoluted, messy, oftentimes overwhelming Infinite Atlas with no search functionality at all. It just like kind of hurts my soul a little bit. You guys know what I'm saying? I do agree that not getting any of the promised major changes or upgrades is disappointing, for sure. I think it's just because that was what was communicated, right? Like if they had not said anything about like the, you know, the end game changes and then we didn't get anything, it'd be fine, because we wouldn't know that that's what they were planning on doing. But when your friend tells you they're showing up to your house at 7 o'clock for dinner and they don't show up until 10, you're gonna be a little disappointed. Like you got the dinner ready. You got the dinner ready. You fucking cooked your favorite dinner, and now it's cold. You know what I'm saying? Endgame is also what I feel should be a priority over a league mechanic. 100%. 100%. I'm excited to talk to Dreamcore about this because I feel like he's gonna have some potentially pretty good insight about everything. But yeah, that's kind of just where I'm at right now, guys, with the league in general. I'll say it again, like, you know, I'm super excited to hop into 0.4 and blast with you guys. I have a lot more free time now that I'm not working over the winter time. So mural season for me is over now. So I'm fully able to like stream more and like make content for you guys and like hang out and like play the game a lot. And like just get my life in order, balanced out a bit more. So I'm really excited that like 0.4 kind of falls within this time where I kind of reformat my life a bit, which is good. I was just really hoping that for the 100 push, there would be like some stuff to keep me happy with the end game. That's it. Especially now with longer leagues, the longevity of the game is important. Thing is, 0.2 was a season where they focused on Endgame and we didn't get much of a proper league mechanic. I'm speculating that maybe now how poorly that patch did, I don't want to repeat it, even though it kind of laid down the foundation of why 0.3 could be. That's a good point about 0.2. I mean, I don't really know exactly how endgame oriented like 0.2 was. Like they added in rogue exiles and spirits, so they did add in a couple more mechanics to the end game, but the end game has largely been unchanged until 0.3, like if I'm not mistaken. Like, can you guys remember what major changes have happened to the end game since the game has come out over the last year? Like, the one thing that really sticks out to me is the tower changes in 0.3.1. The ability to see monsters on your map in 0.2 was also big. Like when the rare monsters were the actual like completion part of mapping. That was also a massive endgame change. But like the splinter change was big in 0.3. Corrupted and cleansed nexus as well as multiple unique maps. Okay, yes. That was in 0.2 as well, right? Okay, good call on the corrupted and cleansed areas. I forgot about that. I'm not really super keen on those, like, to be honest. I think that the corrupted and the cleansed areas are actually, like, the only things worth exploring in the end game. So maybe by me not being keen on them, I'm kind of mean, like, I just wish that, like, there were more things that incentivize, like, exploration in the end game to draw you in similarly to how, like, those areas do. Like, what if a water biome had a similar, like, vibe where that gives you some sort of, like, implicit bonus? Or the desert gave you some sort of implicit bonus as well. Yeah, deaths articulated can only drop from the corrupted area. I really like that. I wish that we had more of that. I wish that we had certain drops, like, very much highly... I don't want them locked to certain areas, but I would prefer if they were... highly like the drop rates were highly increased for certain areas. Didn't they change the way you get Atlas points as well? Pretty sure in 0.1 all you had to do is run tiered maps. Yes, in 0.2 they introduced the corrupted zones and the cleansed areas, and they introduced the corrupted nexus for getting your points. You're absolutely right on. Yeah, you're not wrong, Urgel. Like 0.2 actually did have quite a bit of endgame changes, and you're not wrong about the fact that the reception of that league was not met really well. And I don't think that has anything to do with the endgame changes, because the endgame changes were really solid in 0.2. The problem with 0.1 was that, or 0.2 was that the campaign experience got nerfed really hard for players. It felt really bad. And that is why a lot of people didn't like the league. It wasn't because of the endgame changes. It took a while for people to get to experience the endgame changes. That's why. Yeah, the campaign fiasco is what really fucked over 0.2. I would argue that if 0.2 didn't have all of those really bad changes to like monster health and stuff like that that messed up a lot of people's experiences, it actually would have been a way more successful league. Hi Blaze, question: how are we going to craft our last 3 to 2 mods on an item without the homogenizing omen? We're going back to slamming and praying, baby. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to go back to slamming and praying, brother. I think that's the way. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get those insanely good items, right? Wait, am I not even level 6? Damn. Please no, it's a disaster. So we are still having, you know, desecration. We are still having a bunch of other omens. There's the omen, I forget what it's called, that that allows you to target mods with the same tag as the catalysts. So you can like add quality of a certain type to like rings and then target mods with that tag. So there are certain pieces of you know, determinism, I guess, but it's not gonna be. I said to you guys in 0.3, like enjoy crafting while you can, because it's not going to stay this good. Personally, I'm okay with it. Not being like having not having the homogenizing exaltations in. Oh my god, look at these boots.
It's beautiful. Except
But that's just me. Like, they were really, really, really good. So yeah.
stay safe.
Omen of catalyzing exaltation. That's it. Only rings and amulets. Yes. Actually, we don't know what's been taken out yet in patch notes. There wasn't any mention of homogenizing. They didn't mention it in the patch notes, but Mark said that in the presentation with Ziggy D that whole thing is out. So I would trust Mark when he says shit like that, but you know, we'll see.
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
Oh, look at this. +2 to skills and plus 45% increased spell damage. I think we'll just pick that up. That's pretty nice. Mostly we're going to run with 3 to 4 desired mods. There's still going to be some really great items that people make. It's just going to be a lot more difficult and like less deterministic. I don't think they ever wanted the crafting in this game to be like, you can always make what you want perfectly every single time if you farm enough or have enough currency. But yeah, I'm not super worried about it. I did enjoy crafting with like homogenizing exaltations, but it's not like a make it or break it for me. I'm a gambler. I'm going to be like double corrupting stuff this league for sure. Seeing how that goes. I don't know, man. Mark is complaining on the +3 spell skill amulet, but he designed a whole section of skills that only ramps to plus skills. I mean, that's the whole game, right? It's just plus to skills. So I think they're aware of that issue as well. And I do think that they will fix it or change it to some degree, because yeah, I think that it is a bit of a problem. There's so many unique weapons that just aren't usable right now because they don't have plus to skills. I just need to level up here a little bit. It's not such an issue with attacks. I mean, it still gives you an insane amount of damage with attack weapons as well. Well, like attack skills as well. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yodelange. You think 26 or 27 full release? Dude, it's going to be 2027, man. I think. And that is like saying that, not wanting that to be the case. It's just, I think that that's just going to be the case, man. Yeah. Mm. It's just because they're so focused on making new league content. I feel like if they just focus on completing the game, and what I mean by that is the classes, the weapons, the skill gems, and the ascendancies for the existing classes and the new classes, the game could get done in 2026. But I think that because they're so focused on treating the game like a full game, like league content every few months, blah 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 blah, like yeah, it's just gonna delay the actual like launch of the game by a significant degree. And then they have to like balance and change all the stuff every league to match the league content and shit like that. Like it's just I don't know. I don't know if it's the most sustainable thing. And then they also have PoE 1 as well to worry about too. So I feel like they're just like kind of drawing themselves a bit thin with everything. What do you guys think? Are we thinking 2027, 2026? At the end of the day, I just want the game to be awesome. Like I want the game to be great, and I know it will be. So I'm fine with waiting as long as it needs to be to get there. I'm just thinking about it in terms of like, is this really the best practice right now? The way that everything's going? Just asking that question. Just I'm curious about that generally.
Another corpse to serve me.
Excuse me. If they keep the release schedule now, I wouldn't be surprised if it pushes Christmas 27 or early 2028. Whoa, that is crazy, Subway. That's a long time. That's a long time. That is a long time. I'm just killing this guy so that I can finish the quest for Mortimer. Oh.
This druid has seen better days. At least he died in a place he loved, or some such nonsense.
Hmm. You think taking the homogenizing omen, they should have buffed the Recombinator? Oh, that is actually a good question. I would have liked to see Recombinator potentially give back an item at a 50% chance. Like if let's say if it fails, there's a 50% chance at least you get an item back. I think that would have been cool. I don't know if that's the way it works in PoE1. I can't remember. I mean, they have done 2 classes in 1 year, which is kind of crazy. That is true. 2 classes in 1 year is good. That is good, especially because the druid sounds like it was a pain in the ass to make. Either way, I don't care as I already own the game. I can play it whenever. True. I blame PoE1. We could get so much more stuff done without it. I know, but that's the thing, right? They can't stop working on it right now. As much as so many people want that to be the case, I don't think we see a world in which PoE1 stops getting content until, like, I don't even know. When do you guys think? Do you guys think that PoE1 should just have the plug pulled on it? Scrimps! What up, man? How you doing, brother? You walked in at the wrong time, dude. I'm sorry. As a PoE1 gamer, you walked in during some fucking heavy duty shit, bro. But now that you're here, yo, what do you think? I walked in on a murder. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't plan on this happening. Okay, we're in the trenches right now of discussion. We're in the trenches right now. Yo, but as somebody who's been enjoying 3.27 a lot, like, what do you think about the development of the two games? Like, do you think that they're impacting each other in a negative way? Like, what are your thoughts? I'm curious. As somebody who is more of more PoE1 forward than PoE2. For sure you do. Okay. In a negative way for sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. So here's what I think. PoE looks worse than it should for being a year in. Yeah. Yeah. Here's what I think. I think that, you know, I'm fine with them developing both games, of course. I think that PoE1 players love the game PoE1, and some of them don't like PoE2, and that's totally fine. But the thing is, like, we don't know how many resources at GGG are being allocated for each game. I personally just don't think that it should be 50-50, because PoE2, I think, just needs more love right now. Being a game that's unfinished, and PoE1 is a game that's totally done, and they're just like adding to it, right? And so, yeah, I don't know. I feel like right now my current take is maybe if it was like 75-25 and we got a bit more love on the PoE2 side to get the game done in a good state, and then they could kind of continue it once everything is kind of on an even playing field, go back to 50-50. I don't know. What do you guys think? And PoE1 got 2 lackluster leagues in a row while PoE2 isn't doing it. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, it's like, you know, I would rather PoE1 get like 1 league a year. This is going to sound terrible to the PoE1 players, but that league that they get every year is like a fucking masterpiece. And then PoE2 just gets like more development. I don't know. That might be just like a greedy, selfish take as a PoE2 main. But then they undercook PoE1 leagues and leave a lot of the player base annoyed. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. Not sure if they want to risk it. I feel like PoE1 is their main source of income. Do you think so? It'd be interesting to see, because I don't know about that. I feel like a lot of people pay a lot of money for PoE2. Oh, shit, you got an ad. Okay. I think the only fixes would be more hires and not treating PoE2 as a finished product. Yes. PoE2 makes more money right now. I'm just not sure. My immediate thought is that PoE2 makes more money, but I could be completely off base and incorrect with that. Sorry about the ad there, Scrimps. Yeah, so you said you need to do more than basic leagues and let the core of PoE1 being so good carry it. Yes, dude. But what would you be pissed as a PoE1 player if you only got 1 league a year, but that league that you got was like insanely good? Like in PoE1, you get 1 league a year, but the league is a fucking masterpiece, something that you want to play for a really, really long time. And that's only until PoE2 gets done. I would rather just get good but basic league. So I don't really know what that means because, like, in my mind, a good but basic league is like Keepers of the Flame, but a lot of people think that it's not a good league. I don't know. Not if it's one league, like one league with 3 resets. I'm okay with. I'm cool with that. Okay, I see. I mean, I think Keepers is good enough. I mean, you've been playing it for longer than a lot of people have been, which is cool. Sorry, give me 1 sec, guys. I just need to check something for this build. I'm not entirely sure what to get next year. Also, I'm completely ignoring this live split shit. Fuck this. I'm I'm yapping so hard. There's no way I'm gonna like actually have a good campaign time here. Absolutely no way. Okay, so we get rapid casting. Let's put that on as contagion as well. I don't know. People blew up over some weird stuff, and I think the Giga Juicers steer the conversation. They do, yeah. You're not wrong. And I'm not really too privy as to what really happened with it. I had a lot of fun playing at Scrims. I don't know if I told you, but like I was playing on Hardcore SSF, and it was like my first PoE 1 league that I've ever played where I followed a build guide. I was like learning the game. I did a lot of research before I even played it. And dude, I was having a fucking blast. I can't wait to come back to the game when the next league comes out. Because I think personally, like, I love PoE 2 so much, and I love GGG so much. Like, I think for me, if I can enjoy both of the games, which I'm trying to do, that is like the best. You get double the content, but at the same time, it's like you kind of know deep down that like you're also encouraging them to spread themselves too thin, but as a player you're getting the most enjoyment. It's like, damn. But yeah, I really had fun in the game. Keepers is mostly good because the core game is amazing. Yeah, like it actually like kind of consolidated a lot of things, but it also made the game a little bit easier too. Excuse me, guys. Keepers was good for us tourists, but it did shit for the overall player retention of the game. Yeah, that's true. It was good for us though. It's a fun league if you're newer to PoE 1, but compared to some of the amazing leagues, Keepers is mid. Okay, okay. One thing for sure is that PoE 1 will get a graphic update. No one will play any other games ever again. Do you think that PoE 1 will get a graphical update? Because I honestly think that the graphics in PoE 1 like are pretty solid. Like, you know, PoE 2s are better, of course, but like the graphics in PoE 1, as you like get out of the campaign and get into maps and stuff, like it's actually really good. Does anyone feel like characters play a lot nicer and smoother? Dude, I think the performance in PoE 1 is just really fucking good. Like let's be real here, guys. I'm excited to see the performance changes in 0.4, but playing PoE 1 and getting to the end game and stuff like that, like the performance is just smoother. It just feels money. It's terrible graphics compared to the Unreal Engine games, of course. I mean, the Unreal Engine games, especially Unreal Engine 5, have like the best graphics that you can pretty much get in video games at the moment. But I wouldn't say that the graphics in PoE 1 are bad. Like, I think that if you have a decent computer and you can like kind of run the graphics at a decent like, you know, quality, I think the game looks really good. I think it's definitely like solid. They've done a really good job for a like 13-year-old game. Like, let's be honest, it looks fine. Oops. So did D1 at the time. It was 30 years ago. Dude, I still think the Diablo 1 graphics look fucking badass and dope, but that's also just pure nostalgia talking, right? But I like the graphics from that game as well quite a bit. Diablo 1, what a banger. God damn.
Old man. You found.
So yeah, guys, you can skip this whole cutscene here where he gets revived if you just go back to character selection and then come back in, which saves you a decent few seconds there.
This hooded one, take a look. Deal. Go well.
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
Give me swords and axes in PoE 2, then we're talking. Dude, I'm so excited for swords and axes, man. Like, I can't wait for that shit. That shit's gonna be crazy, bro. In League launch, you'll be stuck in queue if you do that. Not if you go back to character selection. If you log out of the game, you'll be stuck in queue. But there's no queue if you just choose your character, because you're still logged in when you do that. It's only if you log out. That's when you're going to be stuck in queue. All right, guys, we got one more hour until the podcast with Dreamcore. Very, very excited.
You like. Soon you'll be dead.
Where you going, brother? I'm down here.
Yes. Show me what you've got. Getting started.
We're gonna get swords and axes with amazing, beautiful skills that take 5 endurance charges to use. Oh my god, bro! Do not will that into existence. Unless endurance charges, I'm fine with endurance charges being used if they also like that. If they also would give like bonuses, like I really like how in PoE1 endurance charges give like armor. They can give you like regen. They can give you like damage. There's just a lot of cool stuff going on with endurance charges in PoE1, and not a lot of cool stuff in this. Charge generation in this game is horrible. Yeah, it's not cooked. It's not fully cooked yet. Like in PoE1, it has so many more things that it's just like charge on kill, and it just feels so much better. Here, it's like you have to fucking do long division, solve an equation, and then like do a dance of some kind, and then you get an endurance charge. So we'll grab this. We'll put magnified area 1 in here as well. Grab the waypoint. I hate the builder spender thing they're pushing at the moment. I know it kind of feels a little bit like Diablo 4. That sounds terrible to say, but only in the sense of like building spending. But that's very much so like an ARPG, like a modern ARPG thing, I think, in general, those types of mechanics. So how does Jonathan generate charges when he fights bosses? It'd be funny to watch Jonathan play the game. Like, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that we see in 2026 a Jonathan Rogers live stream where he's playing the game, he's cooking a build, he's ripping a fucking build on hardcore solo self-found, just fucking vibing, or what? Do we see that in 2026?
Wither away.
I watch him play outside his window every. Yo, that's fucking crazy software. You guys like neighbors? Are you neighbors with Jonathan Rogers? That's pretty special, man. $20.75 maybe. I remember when Jonathan was talking to Ziz like he was a noob. That interview was painful, wasn't it? But it was also it was like a car wreck. Like you couldn't look away, but you're like, oh man, that must hurt a little bit. That's actually one of my favorite, low key. That's actually one of my favorite interviews that GGG's done though, because Ziz was like just on top of them about everything, dude. But yeah, tensions were high. Also, just like mad respect to GGG for doing that. I've said this before, but I'll say this again. Like, doing an interview like that in front of a community of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people after the worst league launch in GGG's history. Like, dude, the balls to do that are fucking massive. Like that is a tough thing to do. And there are very few developers out there, guys. Let's be real here. There are very few developers out here right now in this day and age in 2025 doing shit like that. Like, you think Blizzard would ever fucking do an interview with a huge creator in front of thousands of people about their worst Diablo 4 league? There's no way, bro. There's no way. Like, as much as GGG fucked up or whatever, like, they still got like my at utmost respect from that shit. Like that's crazy. Your thoughts on zombies revamp? Zombies from power charges look unpromising anyway. What up, Screenplay? How you doing, man? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really looked into the zombies revamp that much. But I don't really know how to talk about it. Yeah, I'm not super I'm not super clear on what's happening with zombies. Zombies is one of those skills that I just like no one ever talks about. I always forget about it. Just no one roasted them. Oh. Did they? Are you talking about Blizzard? That interview is what was needed at the moment because Ziz actually represents a large population of the player base. I mean, those interviews are super important. I'm definitely excited to see Try's interview. I don't know when that is. When is Try's interview, guys? Anybody know? Oh, okay. Blizzard does that. Blizzard did that. Oh, Try's interview's tomorrow. Shit, that's cool. Yeah, definitely gonna watch that.
So this is where the darkness is hiding. Putrefy.
Try's too nice? What do you mean? Does anybody have any thoughts on zombies for screenplayed? I just haven't looked at zombies at all. I'm excited for Try, but I'm sorry he doesn't represent a large population of the player base. That's where I think you're wrong. I think that Try represents the casual gamer. And you might be surprised to learn that like the casual gamer is actually the biggest percentage of the player base. And so by definition, I think he does represent like a massive portion of the player base. I don't fall under that player base. I'm a sweaty gamer, and I play a lot of this game. I also don't have children or a family, so I can do that. Zombies have 250% damage instead of 100%. That's fucking crazy. That is a massive damage boost. They're really trying to bring that one up. But yeah, I would say that like there are more casual players that play this game than there are sweaty hardcore SSF gamers, that's for sure. Oh, Artificer's Orb. We'd love to see that. Life, armor, energy shield. We'll probably pick up this helmet, actually. This helmet's pretty solid. Grab this. And then I'm not entirely sure. So what I'm debating here, guys, for this build is, do we go Withering Presence or do we go Convalescence for defenses? What do you guys think is better for hardcore? I feel like at this junction, like we're gonna get both of these eventually for this build. It's just the order at which we get them that is kind of what I'm what I'm trying to figure out right now. Yo, Fewy, welcome into the stream, man. One thing I strongly dislike in this patch is the spell totem costs 3 endurance charges. Mortar cannon is the same, but it costs mana. I hear you, man. I hear you. I totally agree. I wish that spell totems were like 1 endurance charge, not 3. Three seems pretty aggressive. I don't know how easy it is to be getting endurance charges with the new rage changes. Like I think that like there are ways to generate endurance charges now with bear form, rage, and some stuff like that, but I'm not sure if it like is enough to constantly be using spell totems. We'll have to wait and see. Wither's good. Okay, we'll grab Wither just as a test to see how it feels.
Never forget that.
But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, Fury, for sure. Try will not be able to put pressure on them to take care of the end game before 0.5. I hope he does, man. I hope he does. I hope that he puts that out there to them.
What do you think?
Also minions, spirit. We need a flask for sure.
That might save your life.
Grab this. Grab this.
Another for my collection.
Man, Jay Dilla was so fucking talented. Holy.
I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that
Spell damage, mana. Okay, we're gonna stick with this for now.
Oh, I like this one.
Haven't gotten lucky with any wands yet. Spell damage. What about our staffs here? Nothing good for that yet as well.
Those haunt us both.
Give me your charm, please. Thank you.
I like him.
Like, yours kind of looking sick, though. Watching all the streamers' faces when they said spell totems cost 3 charges was painful. They're all the same. Yeah, for sure. On the bear, you could generate 3 endurance charges by spending the whole rage bar during the showcase. 1/3 generated by 1 charge. Oh, okay. Interesting, Urgle. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to make a tactician. Mortar cannons were buffed, and they also bought multiple unique gloves. Dude, Fuey, I have been looking at the immobilization changes. And dude, you can do a lot of damage if you stack immobilization or damage to immobilized enemies. Those unique gloves, I forget what they're called, but they changed it so that you do 25% more damage to immobilized targets. Yeah, mortar cannons do like an extra 10% fire damage now, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. I'm definitely excited for that. Oh, I don't want that. Man, it's so nice to have so many people hanging out, chatting, and everything. Being my first stream back from Japan, just want to like say thanks, guys, for chilling. Awesome having you guys sharing your thoughts about 0.4 and everything.
The girls loot.
Yo, Marcus, what up, man? Welcome in, brother.
What a
Good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry, I missed a few messages here. I really hope Try can ask the tough questions tomorrow. Me too. We'll see what happens. The only way to do it now is by breaking armor with the support gem. Forgot the name. Yep. Also, as a tactician, you get 2 mortar cannons. Dude, I know. Grenade tactician looks insanely strong for a league start. Insanely strong. I think I'm going to try and make some sort of meteor bear build. Yo, that sounds sick. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a safe character. One of 3 things. I'm either going to play Essence Drain Contagion Lich, or Shield Wall Warrior, or Grenade Tactician or Deadeye. I'm gonna do some testing over the next few days to see which build I like the most, and then go from there. And then my second character, which will be my main character that I really push levels with, will be some sort of shape-shifting character. I really like the idea of Smith of Katava Fire Bear, or especially with the new defensive changes for Smith of Katava, it sounds really awesome. Or I will do a Ice Wolf Invoker. I think that sounds really, really cool as well. So those are the 2 shape-shifting forms that I'm kind of leaning towards. It's funny, none of them are on Druid, though. I feel like everything about the Druid for me is like up in the air right now, and so I'm not entirely sure. I miss your Shield Wall Gemling. Dude, that build was so sick. Holy fuck. That build was so fun. I mean, I could do that build again. Shield Wall is definitely on the menu for 0.4, boys. Like, that build is still cracked. Even the nerf to Constricting Command isn't, like, terrible. Like, it's still... They didn't gut Constricting Command like they did with Deepest Tower. Just took it out of the game.
Is my power to wield.
Blaze, you should try to ask Jonathan about your priority view. I'd like to hear how they're thinking about it. I could do that. I could message him and ask. I don't know if he will though. And also it might be too late, Subway, because I know that he sends his questions out to Jonathan before the interview, and they have to get like an A-OK on everything. I don't think that he's allowed to just open fire at Jonathan without having them kind of look at the questions first. But that is a good point. I will send him a message today because I am curious about that as well. And we'll just see if he says it. We'll see if he... I don't even know if it might already be on his questions list. It could be. Yo, Riff Raff, what up, man? Good to see you, bro. Ah, that's why this interview was so good. He just asked what he needed. Are we sure that he didn't send questions at all, or no? Also, why companion nodes are on the opposite side of the tree from Druid? Why Druid can't really get a companion? That's a good question. I feel like maybe because Druid and companion aren't... Like, companion's more of a dex thing, isn't it? I always thought like companion was like a dex skill. So Druid like being strength in, it's not really like their cup of tea. I could be wrong though.
I will feast on your soul. Take you.
Have I not got chain yet? I have chain, right? Yeah, I do. Yes, but Druid with Animal Companion is just classic fantasy. Yes. Like the wolf pack and stuff will be minions, I believe, which is cool. I don't know about companion stuff though, but I don't disagree that it doesn't fit within the lore. I think companions definitely fit within the lore. I just think that the way that they're embracing that lore is through minions, because that kind of fits within like their own like attributes gem setup. I want to do something with Ignite, but they said there will be big buffs on the tree for that. Dude, I think the Ignite Ignite proliferation, excuse me, actually will be really strong. They said it's getting buffed by like a significant amount. So we will see what that means. Nerf to focus or buff to staffs. Aren't staffs getting buffed as well? Excuse me, guys. All right. What will be your single target burst? Bone Storm? Yeah, I'll pick up Bone Storm at level 5. Oh, Exploding Piggy almost got me. Staffs are getting buffed. Mark said now that staff should give you more power than focus +1. Nice. That is so needed. That is so friggin' needed. I always forget where the fucking shack is for the smithing tools on this one. Both of these things are happening. They're getting rid of the +3 skills enchant. Oh, damn. Okay, that's pretty crazy. I didn't realize that. How you doing, Riff Raff? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, dude. Always a pleasure having you in the stream, bro. Which league are you starting, Riff Raff? Are you starting hardcore SSF or are you starting trade? Oh, I've fallen down. You're doing okay? Glad to see me streaming? Dude, I'm glad to be here, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you guys for chilling. Always a pleasure seeing y'all. Yeah, despite me, I don't know if I'm do I sound like I'm coming off super negative about the game? I really don't want to be sounding like that. I do love this game so much, and I'm excited to play the fuck out of zero point 0.4. I just can't help but express the little bit of disappointment that I have about the patch, just based on my expectations. And I think those are like fair expectations because they were communicated to me. They weren't just like blind expectations. You know what I mean? So as much as I can literally glaze GGG all fucking day long. I love this company so much. I do think that they should be held accountable for like kind of rug pulling the player base a little bit. I think you're sounding realistic. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't want to sound like too negative or complainy at all. Like I think that the game is amazing, and I know it's going to get better. Like I know they're going to cook. Okay, so the hut has to be down here, right? Yeah, the hut's right here. Okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me the loot. Not at all. You seem natural and level. Anyone that doesn't hear that just wants to hear their own viewpoint. Okay, true. Okay. I'm glad that I'm feeling reasonable. I feel like it's reasonable. I hit 40 and 40 in PoE1 League today. I think I will try PoE2 this time, and if it's boring, I go back to PoE1 SSF. That's fair. 40 out of 40. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Fewy, will it be your first time playing PoE2? Like ever? Is that what you mean by trying it this time?
I guess now she'll start playing songs. Let's get out of here soon.
Mm-hmm. Morning. We have one more weapon set skill point that we can use for something. Let me check my tree here, see where we're going next. Okay, yeah. Yes.
Finn makes fun of my... Hello. Oh, I like this one.
I was looking forward so much to the Endgame revamp. I don't care about the Druid or the new League mechanic, so I'm pretty down on the new League. Dude, I hear you, bro. I think that is exactly what a lot of people are feeling, brother. I feel like that's exactly what a lot of people are feeling. Very, very valid. No, I played PoE 2 and 0.1 and 0.2. I leveled 3 characters to maps, but I dropped off really fast. It was so boring. True. Okay, so you're a PoE 1 main, but you've tried PoE 2 a few times. Hi, Blaze. How are you doing? How was your trip to Japan? Yo, Raggy, what up, man? Good, dude. Welcome back. Well, I am back. Welcome back as well. Dude, Japan was amazing, bro. I loved it. I can't wait to go back. I love Japan so damn much.
Oh,
I encourage all of you guys to go check out Japan if you have the privilege, if you can have the privilege of doing it. It is an incredible place. Still no chaos wand, sadly. Yeah, I have 3.5k hours in PoE1. You can say I'm a noob. Dude, I have like 100 hours. I'm kind of a noob. I'm kind of a noob as well. Did you visit some cities there, or what have you been doing? Yes, I visited 5 different cities. So we started in Osaka. And then we went to Nara, and then we went to Kyoto, and then we went to Hakone and saw Mount Fuji. It was beautiful. And then we ended off in Tokyo for 6 nights where I got to meet Miso X Shiru. We did an IRL podcast together. It's on his channel if you guys haven't seen that, on the Path to Exile podcast. Super fun. And now we're back, dudes. Now we're back.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Oh shit, I still have gear? What the heck? Yeah, I'm 8K in PoE1. I'm still a noob. 8K and you're still a noob? How is that a thing?
Another for my collection. Thank you.
Glad to hear you had a great time. Thanks, man. Yeah, it was amazing. I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to be hanging out with you guys again. Read this message and we'll fight this boss. My wife and I plan to wait till our two boys are grown and enter the house and then sell our house and travel, stay in one place and work and explore and then move to the next place and just do that until we find somewhere that we don't want to leave. Dude, that sounds fucking amazing. Holy shit. How long of a time period, Saripo, are you waiting until that happens? How many more years you got left on the old clock?
Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
You should have been a mistake, witch.
Great will take you, bastard! My would-be executioner. Suffer and die.
Cowards! Fight or die! Time is up.
Ooh, currency. Depends on the boys, but 8 to 10 years, I would say. Okay, I got you. I got you. Oh, that's why I'm not having kids, bro. I love traveling too much. I think we've made, I don't want to get too deep, but I feel like I've made sort of that decision and I'm kind of have to live with it now. But I feel like if I had more money in a house, I feel like kids would be definitely on the menu. But you think this boss just wasted 5 endurance charges for his big skill? Oh no. Dude, the executioner catching strays after he's already dead. That's crazy, chat. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god, did I just get baited twice going this way? That's also crazy. I just lost another 5 endurance charges. Here, Blaze wants to add kids to the menu. Oh no, that's I don't want to do that, bro. I don't want to do that. You know what I mean. Holy shit, those guys are trying to fucking put me on the menu right now. What's going on here? Okay, we need half of a level. We can get Bone Storm, and then we can start Bone Storming shit. Essence Strain Contagion is so good for Abyss too. Like, look at this. Everything's dead just immediately. Oh shit, another level 5 skill gem? That's huge. Hell yeah. Do you train leveling right now? Yes, Raggy. I'm just practicing the campaign right now, bro. So I'm practicing a few different builds that I can potentially use as league starters. So the first one that I'm doing right now is Essence Drain Contagion with Bone Storm. Oh my god. That thing just died in one hit. Your wife and my wife and I run a small town pizza place. So I don't get to travel much. Figure we have saved up our share of travel time by the time they're ready to go out on their own. Yeah, you guys have earned that shit afterwards. That sounds awesome though. I love pizza. I love small towns. I actually grew up in a small town myself in Canada. So I can appreciate that. I went to a small town pizza place almost every day for lunch in high school because they had an amazing deal where it was like a pop, a dipping sauce, and a slice of pizza for like $3 or something. And let's just say I ate a lot of pizza in that time. I get baited there every fucking time. Wait, where did we get baited? I get baited all the time. I can't remember where the fuck I got baited. Oh, we should get another support gem going. What do we want here? I think rapid casting for Bone Storm as well, right? Would be pretty good. Yeah, by the time your kids move out, you guys have absolutely earned travel time for sure. Absolutely. Shadow, what up, dude? Yes, I'm back, bro. Back. How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome back. Welcome in, welcome back. Hello, how are you? Good morning. We are vibing today, practicing some campaign. Miso is also back, but bro got sick. Dude, I also got a little bit sick when I was in Japan. Oh, really? I didn't watch that podcast. Is he doing okay, bro? How's he feeling? Dude, I swear to God, like when you travel and you're in planes and it's like recycled air and shit like that, like the chances of getting sick just get like enhanced like significantly. People are coughing and sneezing all the time on the plane and you're just like absorbing that shit. Yeah, I haven't watched the Captain Lance podcast though. I'm excited to check that out. There's also another podcast that I haven't seen with DM, Gazzy, and another dude that I also want to watch. I mean, you guys like went from the morning to morning. Your body can just stay. Dude, I've stayed up all night last night. I haven't mentioned that on stream yet, but I have not slept since yesterday. So I got back. I slept for like 13 hours. I went to bed at like 2, woke up at 3 p.m. yesterday. And I've been up since 3:30 p.m. yesterday. I haven't slept yet. I've got like the craziest jet lag right now. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes after vacation, you have to take another rest because like my vacation was so busy. Like we were walking like 15,000, 20,000 steps a day. Like we were seeing all the touristy stuff and like it was awesome, but like it was kind of exhausting. And then like you're jet lagged on the way there. So you're getting adjusted to a 14-hour time difference. And then you're coming back and you're trying to get adjusted to that again as well. My boy, whatever media, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the resub for 4 months. My dude, thank you so much for the support, brother. How are you doing today? Oh yeah, PoE tourist, Blaze is back, dude. I'm the ultimate tourist, absolutely. I play PoE 1 for 100 hours, and I'm officially the biggest PoE 2 tourist known to man. Have you checked out the latest Twitch drop, Dodge Roll MTX? I actually haven't checked that out. What the fuck? That sounds sick. I did get the green leaf stuff, but anybody that knows me knows that I'm a big hater of of MTX. I just never use MTX ever. I'm a big fan of just looking like an absolute broke ass peasant. The only MTX that I have are stuff that I've gotten from Twitch drops. You're so pumped for these next 2 pods? Brother, me too, dude. I'm so happy to hear you're excited. Yeah, we got Dreamcore coming on in about 25 minutes, guys. Very excited for that. I'm living off of my free to pay MTX, dude. That's also what I got too. The Abyssal League MTX was also super dope. We're just gonna go back to town really quick, guys. I want to double check and see if we can get a new wand or a focus or both. Like, we're kind of down bad. Right now, we're using a staff with +2 skill and spell damage, which isn't terrible. We also have an alchemy orb, a chaos orb, a regal, and an exalt. So we can cook with this.
I've collected these over time.
All right, we got fire skills, shock, increased physical damage. I feel like we might have to gamble a little bit.
I will treasure it.
Let's try and gamble for a wand before we fight this dude. See if we can get a little lucky.
Owners feeling lucky. Definitely could have been worse. Well, you're welcome.
Old spells, damn.
Enjoy. Deal. You're welcome. Definitely could have been worse.
Dude, no plus to any skills. Okay, we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something a little crazy here. We're gonna regal this. That sucks. We're gonna exalt this. Oh my god, terrible. Okay, whatever. Bro, I remember getting jet lag as a child coming back from England to Australia. First time ever having an existential crisis. It was wild. Dude, I did not sleep for 2 days one time because I went from Singapore to London, England, and my jet lag was so fucking bad, bro. I just stayed up for like 2 days. I couldn't sleep. It was crazy. Anyway, what's the plan for 0.4? I have 3 plans. Normal Shield Wall Titan, banger. Bear slams Titan, that sounds sick. Which is concept, the demon form bear unique. So I'm expecting wolf and wyvern uniques too. Imagine lightning breath purple dragon. Dude, all of those sound super cool. My plan is to either do Essence Drain Contagion Lich as my first character, Shield Wall, either Titan or Smith of Katava, or do crossbows either on Deadeye, Witch Hunter, or Tactician. I'm trying out those 3 builds over the next few days in the campaign, seeing how all of those feel, and then I'll make my decision afterwards.
Please.
And then my second character will be my shape-shifting character. Oh, we should have bought this. Damn. I got baited into gambling. Watch this. I'm going to put this rune in here, and as soon as I put this in, I'm going to get a better wand or a better or a better fucking something from this guy.
Gruesome.
All right, let's try this out.
Putrefy. This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything
Look at those bones jiggle.
Not if I take yours first.
Oh.
Open the cage. Release the beast.
I think not. Since you are too weak to do the job,
Oops.
I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
Manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me after all I've given you? Freezing gale.
What up, protagonist? Good to see you, man. They respond in Japan. It's hard to say. I feel like this might be a cop out, but I have like favorite things about all the spots we went to, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I could pick like a favorite one. They were all cool for their own reasons. Katava is fucking back in the plate. I was looking at Karn. You can essentially get 7.7.5k with Giga Armor. Dude, Katava is looking fucking nice, bro. Especially with the 100% reduced crit damage and the no damaging ailments thing. That thing is so good for hardcore too, bro. I will say this, protagonist. I really did like Hakone. Hakone was beautiful. The scenery was incredible. Mount Fuji was amazing. Like, that was a pretty big vibe for sure.
As you wish.
As you wish. Wait, where's the check? Oh, here it is.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfeld.
First ones.
What a delightfully sacrilegious creature.
Guys, Bone Storm is kind of fucking cracked.
One of those someday.
Bone Storm is kind of fucking cracked. Oh, I think my game crashed. Hold on, boys. Did you see any monkeys on Arashimaya? No, I didn't see any monkeys up there, dude. It's so cracked that you cracked the game. Yeah, literally. Katava was meant to have that in 0.3. Nerf was unwanted, but 0.4 fucking back. I'm so happy right now. Titan Warbringer got tanky. Katava is back to its old glory. Dude, Katava's looking like a login, bro. What the fuck? Been sleeping on Bone Storm? Yeah, let me show you some Bone Storm, dude. Bone Storm's crazy. Bone Storm is fucking nasty. Oh no, did I not get did I not get the drops? Oh yeah, I got the drops. Okay, we're good. But what about the waypoint for the boss? All right, guys, we got the interview in about 15 minutes or so. Oh, I'm glad we came back here. We got a Regal Orb. That's good. No, we didn't see any monkeys, dude. We didn't see any monkeys. We saw lots of deer in Nara, though, which was super cute. You did Bone Storm and Bone Cage leveling for Reap Blood Mage. It was Giga. Yo, that's sick. You can say it was endearing. Yes, 100%. So what exactly is so amazing about 0.4 Katava? So Katava actually got a bunch of really good buffs. So the small nodes give 200 armor. The Smith's Masterworking got reworked. So there are a bunch of new nodes now for the Smith's Masterworking. One of them is that you reduce critical damage by 100%. The other one is that you can no longer be affected by damaging ailments, which is crazy. So those are really strong. And then there's some changes to fire spell on hit, which costs no mana anymore. They just reworked Katava in a bunch of different ways, and it needed it because Katava got super duper nerfed in 0.3. And you still have all the resistance stuff as well. I've never played Warrior, so I might roll Katava with some form of shapeshifting. I just don't want to do Bear. You could do Katava Wolf, but I feel like Bear would be ideal because of slams, and Warrior and Slam just go like hand in hand. How come you don't want to do Bear, Subway? What's wrong with Bear? I feel like Katava Bear would be awesome. Oh yeah, that's true, dude. You can. You really need way less modifiers on your gear to cap too for resistances, so you can just flex rarity if you want to. The problem with Warrior is just speed. I feel like in the end game, I don't know if you feel the same way, Shadow, but like I did Katava in 0.2, and like yes, you get leap slam, and yes, you get like some stuff like that, but like the movement speed just is not comparable to like any Dex int class. I don't know. It never appealed to me even in D2. True. That's fair. That's definitely fair. I would take a look at what they did for Druid in PoE2. It looks pretty slick. Like the Druid was like, you know, D2 is like the classic ARPG Druid sort of like it pioneered that class fantasy. But I think that PoE2 is really trying to elevate it to new heights. We'll see if they're successful with it, but I think it looks really, really promising. Oh, is there really an abyss hole right here in this pathway? Oh. Oh, tier 2 wand. Titan Bear will be strong. Dude, I feel like most things are really strong on Titan, right? Like Titan is just one of those ascendancies that just enhances any sort of build that you want to do on it. So if you want to do Bear, it's going to be great. If you want to do Shield Wall, it's going to be great. You know, if you want to just do slams, it's going to be great. I know it's silly, but I don't like that I can't see my gear when I'm transformed. Dude, you're just going to have to get some Bear MTX. Yeah, that missed. You might say it's unbearable. Ayo, where did this guy come from? Yo, what up, Dekara? How you doing, man? Welcome in, bro. Appreciate you dropping the one-liners, your first message, dude. I was doing leveling practice on Titan a few days ago. I went from level 1 to 15 maps with only 8 deaths. I know it's something crazy, but for a softcore pleb like me who had 100 deaths, that's kind of huge. Hey, man, 8 deaths up to T15 maps is solid, bro. I've done it without dying before, though. Says the hardcore gamer. Blaze died to the Texas server. Okay, that was one time, bro. Jesus. The Texas the Texas server got me one time, all right? Jesus. Let everyone forget about that, okay, dude? Let everyone forget about the Texas death, okay? No one knows about that. We call that Southern hospitality. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Oh my goodness gracious. Man, I'm getting super unlucky with like vendor weapons and drops. I'm running this staff here +2 with some spell damage. It's okay for now, but only has to be one time in hardcore. Yup, that's it. Were you there to witness Rabbit getting rickrolled twice in 5 minutes? Yo, Rabbit got rickrolled twice in 5 minutes? What do you mean, Shadow? On stream? No, I didn't see that. Let me guess, 7 of those deaths were to the big monkey? Dude, I've died to the monkey way more than 7 times. That monkey gives me some Southern hospitality, bro, every time. Any idea what you might be starting? I have 3 ideas, Kadachi. So I'm either gonna be starting Essence Drain, Essence, ED Contagion, Lich, Shield Wall of some kind on some sort of warrior build, or grenades on Mercenary or Deadeye. I haven't tried out all of them yet. So I'm trying out ED Contagion Bone Storm right now to see how it feels for hardcore SSF start. And then I'm going to try the other ones over the next couple days. GGG will give this monkey a shotgun and 0.5 so we can get even more monkey check. Please, no. Give him 1 second. What about you, Kadachi? What are you thinking, bud? Before you go to the podcast? All right, what is this? What is this? He doesn't even let the music play, bro. Come on, man. How can you not appreciate that classic, Rabbit? Come on, bro. Just imagine instead of making 3 spins and slamming, he just pulls out a shotgun. I mean, that totem he has is basically a shotgun. The barrel will be epic. Yes, sir. Quad shotgun monkey is nightmare fuel. Agreed 100%. Absolute nightmare fuel. HCSSF seems fun. I played softcore SSF. Do you have any tips? I have a lot of tips, actually, Nick. On my YouTube channel, there's a video. It's actually my first video I ever made. I do have a lot of my like early tips. I think that are still very much applicable right now. So I will share that video with you in the chat if you want to check that out. There you go. Oh, sorry, I didn't drop that in the YouTube chat. Here is it. Here you go for the YouTube chat. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up on chat here real quick. That happened like 3 times. Damn. Have you checked the new dragon skills on PoEDB? You mean the wyvern skills? No, I haven't checked that out yet. I have quite a few ideas, but I'm really leaning towards wolf or wyvern Amazon or shaman spell totems. Ooh, that sounds cool. I'm excited to see what you cook up, Kadachi, man. I'm really excited. For anybody who doesn't know, Kadachi is another YouTube creator. He does builds. He's played the game a lot. I will leave a link to his YouTube channel in the chat if you guys want to go check him out. Send a lot of cool build guides and build videos and stuff like that. There you go. Go show the homie some love. Give him a follow. Number 1, don't get hit. SSF tip from me. Don't. I mean, those are the main tips in the video. Don't get hit and don't die. That's it. Other than that, I'm getting Giga lucky as fuck in SSF. I'm playing minions and I got a cluster jewels for minions I need in the first 20 maps. That's crazy. Yo, hell yeah. Log in. What if you're a Thorns build? If you're a Thorns build, you kind of have to get hit, which is unfortunate. But I mean, I don't recommend playing Thorns in hardcore. That's just me though. Keen to see how Y-Doc does with 0.4. I'm also keen. He messaged me the other day and he said the only way he's going to enjoy 0.4 is playing Druid, no build, HCSSF. And I said, fuck yeah, brother. Okay, guys, we got Dream Core ready to go. I'm going to get the podcast going. I heard Thorns. Yo, what up, Cal? How you doing, bro? Welcome in, dude. Can YouTube get a link to Kadachi's YouTube channel? I actually did. Oh, yes. Here, let me drop that into the YouTube chat as well for you guys. Sorry about that. Riff Raff. There you go. Check him out. Show some love to the homie. All right. Let me use the washroom and grab a drink quickly. And then we will get started, guys. Give me 60 seconds. Gonna grab a soda water. Gonna grab a bathroom break. And then we're gonna get started. All right, be right back. All right. All right, we're back. Guys, I hope you had fun with the Stock family, my family. You know, I hope they took care of you guys. They're good people. They're good people. the Stock family. I actually went to high school with a family. Their last name was Stock, and they were the Stock family. Oh my God, Shadow counting the seconds out here, just so excited. All right, let me call Dreamcore. Were they stalking you? No, they weren't stalking me. They're actually very nice. It was actually a very nice family. Good morning, Mr. Dreamcore. How are you doing, bud? I'm doing good, man. I haven't slept all night, but we're locked in. We're dialed in, bro. I was in Japan for like 2.5 weeks, and so my body's very much so still adjusting to coming back to this time zone. So I'm doing the old reset today, the ladder reset on my sleep schedule, where I'm just gonna stay up all day, try my best not to nap, and just vibe out, man. Just do it. Yeah, we have a few more days to get the sleep schedule locked in, and yeah, yeah. How are you doing, man? What's going on with you? Nice, dude. Yeah, your videos are incredible. I've commented on your videos many times, but I will just tell you now. Yeah, love the content, and so many people have in my community have been very excited for this interview because I think that just generally speaking, a lot of people just enjoy your videos. So thank you for doing all this great content, man. It's good shit. Absolutely. There's no audio on Twitch chat. Okay, here, hold on. Let me double check. Can't hear Dreamcore. Well, that is strange. Oh, okay. How about now? Give us some dialogue, my friend. See? That is so weird. I hear him. Huh. Okay. Uh, Give me 1 sec, bro. We're troubleshooting here, guys. Give me 1 sec. This actually hasn't happened. Couple technical difficulties, guys. Let's try this. All right. Give me a couple more lines of dialogue here.
Testing.
Oh, I think we might have got him, guys.
Testing.
Do we hear
There we
the
go, yeah.
beautiful
Yeah, they got it.
British accent? Okay. Okay, we got it.
They got it.
Nice. Sorry about that, guys. Luckily we didn't get too much into the thing. Still no audio on YouTube. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hey, okay, we're back now. Somebody in YouTube give me an updated answer here before we start.
Audio check. 1, 2, 3.
We hear him now. Okay, good. I think we're all good.
Good.
All right. All right, man. I will do the cheesy YouTube intro and countdown, and we will get started if you're all ready to go.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, sweet. Let me just exit out of the game here. Got my questions ready. All right. Hitting record in 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Passive Tree Podcast, a podcast dedicated to talking about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. And today on episode 27, I'm joined by a fellow PoE 2 and 1 creator. You know him, you love him. It's Dreamcore. Welcome on, and how the heck are you doing, man?
I'm good, yep. I'm good. Excited to dive back into PoE 2.
Absolutely. Hell yeah, man. Yeah.
I want more videos.
I wanted to just jump into an initial first impressions from you for the 0.4 patch. There kind of seems like there's a bit of a divisive sort of feel within the community right now. Some people are disappointed. Some people are excited. Some people are kind of both. Give me your sort of take on how you're sort of feeling right now about 0.4.
I would say I'm cautiously optimistic would be my take on it. Look, there's some things missing that I was really looking forward to. The Endgame changes was the biggest one, but also Tried of the Ancestors. That's something that I've been waiting for ever since that league disappeared from PoE 1. And I was really excited the moment they said it was going to be in PoE 2. So for it to, for them to release Act 4 and then for Trial of the Ancestors to be missing on that launch, and then the next patch is still missing, that's kind of unfortunate, but the stuff that we're getting in 0.4 does look like it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm just excited to try out the new stuff, try out the new skills for the Druid. And yeah, I mean, the league mechanic looks pretty cool as well. Like, Incursion's one of those leagues in PoE 1 where it's kind of like, it's a fun league, and it's got a lot of really good, unique rewards that you can't get elsewhere, like the double corruption chamber and things like that. And that's going to be coming to PoE 2 now. So that's going to be a mechanic that's always going to be valuable. So it's like, it's something that you can kind of specialize into and farm. And that should be quite good.
Yeah, I love the way you phrase it where you're saying cautiously optimistic. That's kind of how I feel, but I can't deny, and I've kind of been talking about this amongst my peers and stuff like that, where there is this sort of disappointment. It's kind of like a rug pull sort of feel. And it really is just based on the expectations that we had as the player base through their communication, right? And so We're missing those like crucial endgame reworks. That's something that for me as a player who likes to play for dozens, if not hundreds of hours per league, like I'm spending the majority of my time in the endgame. And so that is the stuff that I was really, really looking forward to. As exciting as the new league mechanic is, as exciting as the druid is, it still sort of pains me a little bit to be like, damn, I'm still going to be spending hundreds of hours in the exact same end game. No search functionality in the atlas, no more difficult content. Like it's a little bit crushing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's pretty much that is my take,
Mhm.
almost entirely, like to the point. It's just for me the end game is the most lacking part of the game right now, and it's like you know, in 0.1 especially, because the game was like fresh. I just played through the campaign so many times on so many different characters, right? And then in 0.2, like I played a lot more of the end game, and then in 0.3 I also played a lot more of the end game, and it's just not like you get there on the one character, you play a lot, and you kind of get this feeling where when you want to reroll and make a new build, you reach the end game and just the life is sucked out of the game. You like lose all of your interest in like continuing that character because like the fun is just removed. At least it is for me when I reach the end game, you know. So that's definitely a pain point for this patch, is that not being there, right? Those end game changes that they wanted to make, but according to what Mark was saying, like there's a lot going on there, which is why it wasn't finished. So I think that if they can get it finished and assuming they'll be able to get it for 0.5, which they've said, but then again they did say 0.4, right? So who knows? But yeah, I'm hopeful that it's going to be a really impactful change for the end game when it does come around.
I hope so too. And I know that they're going to cook something really special, and they're obviously aware of the issues that are at hand. I have this particular opinion right now, and I don't know if how you're going to feel about this, but I'd love to share this with you. Where I am of the opinion that I would have much rather not seen a league mechanic. I would have much rather just seen a substantial endgame rework and have just had like Abyss League just continue.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that like, as a game that's very much incomplete, it kind of seems a bit weird to have the priorities focused on creating all these new league mechanics and content on a game that's fundamentally incomplete and in a bad state in certain areas. And so it makes me question, like, are the priorities like right now in the appropriate spot for GGG, where they're adding on to this game that's not complete, that's very much so in a rough spot end game wise. How do you feel about this kind of priority list that they have going on right now?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said in my video when I discussed the patch notes, that like the biggest loser for me this patch is the end game, and I just question their priorities. Like I don't know why they're putting so much focus on a league mechanic. I think I do know why they're doing that. The reason, so in my mind, the reason why they put so much emphasis on a league mechanic for this release is because it's a Christmas release, so it's their biggest financial opportunity of the year in terms of a release. And they're releasing to a market of Path of Exile 2 players and some Path of Exile 1 players. And I think that generally the player base is a bit more casual than it is for PoE 1. And so their take is probably that the end game is not as important for the majority of those players in terms of the longevity of it. And it's more so that experience of like playing Path of Exile 2, as like a new experience every time. So they have the new class there, they've got like all of the new league mechanics that's going to be in every area, right? So I think for them, the importance of having a league mechanic in this release is very important for like that particular audience that they're trying to market towards, right? And if they had just come out and gone with like a 0.2 thing where there's like barely a league mechanic, right? We had the Wisps in 0.2 and that wasn't really a league mechanic at all. I think they're kind of worried that it's going to be a flop like that again. So they kind of want that league mechanic. Personally, for me, from a selfish point of view, I would rather they didn't have a league mechanic and they focus fully on the end game, because at the end of the day, like the league mechanic isn't going to make up for the lack of the end game for me, right? So that's my perspective, but I think that's why they did do a league mechanic and why they prioritized it over those end game changes.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, like 100%. It's just like, again, the priorities. I feel like with them kind of treating the game like a fully finished game, it's inevitably going to make the development of PoE 2 just so much longer as well. Like we won't see the game actually complete if it's staying at this pace until I don't even know what your thoughts are on like actual 1.0 release, but like I'm thinking like 2027 now, man. Like it might be a long time, right?
Feels like it will be 2027. I mean, even by then, I don't know, because the amount that they're releasing now, I know that they said that they don't want to have, like, they're not bothered about having all of the classes and ascendancies in the game, right? But they need all of the acts in the game, and they also want, like, the end game to be, I can't remember what the exact terminology was, but they want the game to be a banger or something like that, right? By the time they actually fully release the game and actually go free to play, because they're only going to get that opportunity once to put the game free to play, and they get that massive influx, right? That's only going to happen once. So that they want it to stick. Yeah, probably 2027. But I mean, I guess we'll see what happens next year. I don't really see it releasing next year, not at the pace that it's going at.
For sure. And at the end of the day, like I love the company, I love the game, and I know that like when the game is ready, it'll be ready and it's going to be awesome. I think it's just kind of like a, you know, do they want to get it done sooner, or do they want to just kind of drag it along to make sure that it's just in the perfect spot when they get there? And yeah, we're just gonna have to kind of wait and see how it all progresses. But I'm excited to be along on the journey with you and with everybody else, and just kind of experiencing this special game. It's funny that you brought up 0.2 though, because you know, 0.2, I think was, as they mentioned, like one of the, if not the worst, like leaks they've ever had, like in GGG's history. But when it came to the end game, they actually added like quite a bit of stuff to the game. Like they added the corrupted zones. They kind of reworked how you got your Atlas points. They added the like the sanctified or the cleansed zones as well. They added rogue exiles. They added just like a bunch of different things to the end game, along with like wisps and stuff like that. And so that was like probably the league where we've seen the most end game changes yet. Basically, like we saw like the tower changes in 0.3.1, but other than that, it's kind of been like the same old for basically the entire game so far, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that part of that and why that was kind of a flop in the end for 0.2 is I think it's like it's not like one particular thing. It's more like a combination of stuff. It's like, yes, there wasn't a good lead mechanic, but you could also look at those end game changes and say that they weren't really drastic enough to change up the end game. In a way, like they were changes in the right direction, but they didn't actually kind of change the core problems with the end game. Like they didn't make the traversing the Atlas that much more interesting, at least not from my perspective, right? Which is why I kind of felt like even after that patch, the end game still kind of feels the same. Not exactly the same, but it feels very similar, right? It's not like it was completely reworked and changed. So I feel like that's probably why 0.2 was a big flop, is because even though there was a lot of changes, that they weren't really impactful enough to like completely change the whole feel of the end game, and that's what people want. I think that people are not convinced about this Atlas yet. Like they haven't been convinced enough to the point where they believe in the infinite scrolling Atlas. I can see the potential there. I think that if they can make it really interesting to actually explore the Atlas, right, and fun to explore the Atlas, then it's actually going to work, right? Right now, people are kind of, especially PoE1 players, are comparing it to the PoE1 Atlas because they prefer the whole like agency of being able to run the same maps and the same layouts and the same strategies and stuff. But because they haven't really been able to fully show off the potential of that like infinite Atlas yet, people just don't have any faith in it. So they need to show that to the players. They need to prove that they can do that.
Definitely. It also feels like with 0.2, because the campaign experience was just so much rockier for so many players, like despite there being like cool, unique maps and all of these different things that they added to the end game, like a lot of people probably even bounced before they even got to experience any of the end game stuff. I would imagine that like a significant portion of the player base like didn't even like get to experience all of the cool stuff because like it was like an amalgamation, like you said, of a bunch of things. Like the campaign experience was not good, and therefore translated to like massive falling off of player base before people could even enjoy or experience like the new things they added. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, man, for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
I would love to rewind a little bit. I know we kind of jumped into 0.4 just because I'm so excited to talk to you about all this, and there's a lot to talk about with regards to 0.4. But I do want to get a little bit of Dreamcore lore for not only myself but for the viewers as well. Something I love to do. So I'd love to rewind and just ask you kind of some basic questions about your early gaming history. The first one being just when did you start gaming, man, and what were you playing on when you were playing as a kid?
I guess my earliest memory of gaming would have been on a Sega Mega Drive.
Nice.
I know my brother and my sister used to play a lot. I used to watch them like when I was too young to even play, right? And I guess the first games were like Sonic the Hedgehog, Street Fighter, like those kind of games on the Sega Mega Drive. And yeah, I mean that was kind of my first experience of playing, and I remember like getting a Game Boy, right, with Pokemon. That was also like a big one, right? I mean, Pokemon was just incredible. Like when it first came out, Pokemon Red and Blue, I remember.
Yes, dude.
Me and my brother both got a Game Boy each, and we had Pokemon Red and Blue. And then I think so that was like my first experience with gaming, but I didn't really play that much of the Sega Mega Drive because I was like very young at that time. We also had a PlayStation. But for me, I think the most, like when I really got into gaming was so my dad had a colleague that he worked with that would get like cracked games, right? Like pirated games, basically. And he would get just completely random games, right? The type of games that you would never go in and buy yourself. They're just like not. So we'd have a bunch of random games, but one of the games that he got was Warcraft 2 on the PC, which was my first game playing on the PC.
Nice.
I remember I just loved that game, right? Absolutely loved it, Warcraft 2. And I think it was probably about a year before Warcraft 3 came out, because when Warcraft 3 came out, I knew about it already because of playing Warcraft 2. And that was like the game, right? Warcraft 3 was just insane to me, like absolutely insane. And I played that so much. And obviously part of that is the custom games that kind of came after that, the custom games that people built in the world edit. Things like Dota and Footman Frenzy and Hero Line Wars and all of that stuff. Yeah, I played that a lot, right? That's definitely one of the most influential games in terms of like, the games that I've played in the past is Warcraft 3. I probably played that the most, I would say. I went on to play Dota 2 for a long time, right? I had a beta key when there was only like 2,000 people playing Dota 2, and I played it for like 10 years or something. I don't play it anymore. But yeah, that was as a result of playing Warcraft 3, because obviously Warcraft 3 was where Dota started as a custom map, and I played it a lot there, and then I kind of found out about Dota 2 being a thing. But yeah, that was a impactful game on me. And one other game for me that was really impactful, and this is kind of like recent memory now for me because I've been playing it just the last few days, is Guild Wars, the original Guild Wars, because Guild Wars has just had like not a reboot, but it's had like an update for the first time in many years called Guild Wars Reforged. So I've been playing it again the last few days. But that game had a big impact on me as well. That's like the only MMO I've really ever played. In it wasn't really an MMO. It was kind of more of a co-op RPG, because even though you had like all of the people interacting in towns, right? Like you'd be able to see loads of people. When you actually went out into the areas to fight monsters, you would be in like a isolated group, right? And everybody would have like their own copy of those areas. So that game was really something. I think those two games had the biggest impact on me. Is Warcraft 3 and Guild Wars.
I love that, dude. We actually have such a similar gaming history. It's actually kind of crazy. Like my first system that I ever played was Sega Genesis, basically what they called the Sega Mega Drive in North America. I also had Pokemon on my Game Boy. My brother had Blue, I had Red. We would trade, and like I remember like the link cable and like evolving our Pokemon and like all that shit. It was like the game design from the Pokemon company back then was like on another level, man, where like you had to actually interact with other people and play on two different games in order to complete the Pokédex and like everything like that. Like, it was just genius. genius the way they pulled that off. And then yeah, like when I was a kid, I ended up getting into computer games too. I never played Warcraft 2 when I was younger, but Warcraft 3 was a huge thing for me, and the Frozen Throne as well. And I ended up playing Dota 1 as a custom game, and then I moved into Dota 2 as well when Dota 2 came out and played it for a very long time. MOBAs, though, you've been there, you understand the pain of MOBAs, and like it just wears and tears on you. It's a beautiful game, but it also is very toxic sometimes, very stressful.
Yeah.
It's funny that you're playing Guild Wars Reforged though, because Guild Wars was one of those games that I actually picked up when I was younger as well, and it was like kind of one of the early MMOs for me. Like I played RuneScape when I was a kid quite a bit, and then I played like this game called MapleStory, another like MMO, and then Guild Wars, which was interesting because as you mentioned, it's not like fully open world. It's like instanced areas, but then the town zone is where you like meet up with people, get into parties, go on adventures, and then you have your own instance. And that's super cool to hear that you've been playing Reforged, man, because I was actually thinking about picking that up for the nostalgia trip as well. Have you been enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. I mean, I've kind of stayed in tune with Guild Wars in a way because I played Guild Wars 2 as well, but that game never really gripped me in the same way. It's just not. It never really captured the magic of Guild Wars 1 for me because, like, I think part of it was the fact that it wasn't actually an MMO. It had this kind of like almost like a bit of mystique compared to other games, right? Like this whole like instance thing going on, and it meant that they could create some really interesting content. You know, like dungeons and stuff like that were quite interesting in that game. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been so much fun to just like dive back into that and kind of relive some of those memories. It's kind of interesting, you know. I didn't really with Path of Exile, right? Where I've never played an ARPG before Path of Exile, and I haven't played any other RPGs. Literally, only played Path of Exile 1 and 2. That's the only ARPGs I've ever played. For me, like it's very odd that I'm even playing an ARPG, but I didn't connect the dots until I watched a Chris Wilson interview. This was probably like 4 years ago now. At some point, there was like a Path of Exile 1 patch that went wrong, and it was like he was on like damage, going around to all of the content creators and doing interviews and stuff on like damage control, right? But in one of those interviews, he was talking about his like favorite games, and obviously we all know that Chris Wilson's favorite game is Diablo 2, but his second favorite game is Guild Wars 1. And I didn't really connect the dots until he started talking about Guild Wars 1 and why it was one of his favorite games. And you know that Chris Wilson is very much into Magic the Gathering as well, and that kind of shows through on some of the like skill design in Path of Exile. That's where a lot of those elements kind of link up for me. You know, like it's the build craft of Guild Wars is the thing that I've always loved, right? The idea that you can have all of these skills like combining together. You also have the inherent like profession mechanics and like the dual profession mechanics, and all of that stuff kind of it's sort of linking in a way to the way Path of Exile buildcraft works. That was like the realization of, oh, this is why I like this game, right? Like this, like it's kind of was strange to me for a while as to why I actually liked Path of Exile, because ARPGs for me had never really been that interesting, but Path of Exile just did it, and that's when I watched that interview, I realized why. Like that's why I like Guild Wars, and that's kind of a lot of the inspiration there has come from that, like in terms of the skill design.
That's super interesting. It's been so long since I've played Guild Wars that I can't remember how the character progression skill tree or anything like that actually works, because I was in like elementary school or something when I played that game.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I definitely played a lot of Diablo 2, and I think it's super interesting as well that you never really got into that game. Was that like kind of just like a conscious decision? Like you must have seen like the Diablo franchise as a young person, a young adult and stuff like that. Did you kind of look at it and say, "Nah, that's not my jam," or were you just kind of really into other games?
Well, I had a friend at school who played Diablo, and I used to go around his house and we'd play Diablo together. But at the time, I was already playing Warcraft, right? Warcraft 3. And I remember that, like, I just didn't... I just want... Whenever I would play Diablo, it just made me want to play Warcraft 3 instead. Right? That was kind of my reaction to it.
Yeah.
So for me, I guess it was just a case of, like, I preferred Warcraft 3. I think part of that was definitely the custom games, as I said, because if it wasn't for custom games in Warcraft 3, I probably would have bounced off of that game after a while, because like I did like the core of the game, but the custom games were what really kept me playing it. But yeah, I guess it was just a case of like other games hooked me more than that would have, so I just never ended up like playing it properly, right?
That's totally fair. It's also interesting that you totally missed World of Warcraft too, because I felt like that was such a natural progression, being for myself in my experiences anyway, someone who really enjoyed just the world of of Warcraft 3 and of like the Thrones and Throne, like that whole, storyline and like the the different, kind of battles and characters that exist in those games, and you kind of get to live in that world in that MMO. So it's also interesting that you kind of skipped over that one too. How did that happen?
That was so. I think I seem to remember that. So the reason why I got into Guild Wars in the first place was because a friend started playing it, and then like a couple of months later, I was around his house, and he was like, "Look at this game that I've been playing," or whatever. And then I started playing that like a month after. And I think that World of Warcraft released about a year before that. I think it was about a year between, Guild Wars 1 and Warcraft. And I seem to remember that the monthly fee was part of that, right? It's like Guild Wars 1 was this free to play game, like, or buy to play, and then there's no monthly fee. That was definitely part of it, because that was a big bonus of that type of game at the time, because it was all new, right? Like those sort of things didn't really exist at the time. Like World of Warcraft was one of the first games to actually have this kind of pay monthly system, and that kind of sounded very odd to a lot of people, especially like parents of kids that wanted to play it, right? And then you had Guild Wars that was like a very similar, like from the outside it looked very similar looking in, so like there's but that one was you pay for the game, and then you get to play it for free after that. You don't have to pay a monthly fee. So I think that was definitely part of it. And then once I actually started playing Guild Wars, I didn't want to stop playing it, right? I didn't want to go and play something else. I just liked Guild Wars, so that was just that was just how it went, right? That was just the game that I ended up really liking.
That's totally fair. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like the buy once and play for free until you had to buy, the next expansion pack was just like a nice thing. And you're absolutely right. The monthly subscription to World of Warcraft, especially for like us in our younger days, it was like a very much a privilege to have a parent that was like getting the credit card out for you, paying, I don't know what it was in the UK, but for us it was like $15 a month, which was like quite a bit of money for like a 14-year-old to be asking to play a video game on top of buying the video game as well. So yeah, I think that was definitely like a pretty huge deterrent for a lot of young people to get into WoW. Before we move on, I wanted to just ask you, were there any other like really big standout games aside from like Warcraft 3, Dota, and Guild Wars that like left a lasting impression on you as a gamer before we get to more Path of Exile stuff?
I mean, I've played a lot of single player games. Like, I really like Skyrim. Like, I just like Elder Scrolls in general. Elder Scrolls is just one of those games where I've spent so many hours like rolling new characters and just doing whatever. Like that's a very fun game. Loved Oblivion before it as well. Didn't really get into any of the earlier games, right? I know a lot of people prefer Morrowind to any of the games that came afterwards. I kind of played Morrowind after already playing Oblivion and Skyrim, and couldn't really get into it because a lot of the gameplay is quite clunky. But yeah, so yeah, definitely Oblivion and Skyrim are a big one, and also the Fallout games, especially New Vegas. I mean, New Vegas, I actually played New Vegas like a year ago when the Fallout show was on, right? The Fallout show from Prime. I was like, I've got to play this game again, right? It's just so good. So I just had a playthrough of New Vegas. Fallout's great as well, and I've played other single player games. I played Death Stranding when it came out in 2019, I want to say, which was great. I haven't played the new one yet because I just haven't had time. But yeah, so yeah, single player games are definitely something that I've enjoyed over the years, but I would say nothing has been quite as influential as Guild Wars and Warcraft 3.
That's cool. I remember when midnight launches were still a thing. I went to the midnight launch of Skyrim. I was like in university. I was there at the door at like 12 o'clock midnight. And let's just say none of my schoolwork got done for the next week because I was just playing the fuck out of Skyrim. It's such a banger. What do you think about
Yeah, yeah.
Bethesda nowadays? Like, did you end up touching Starfield at all? It kind of feels like they're sort of on a downward trajectory, minus the show. The show is a fucking banger. Like the Fallout
Yeah.
show, me and the lady, we watched it together, and I had no expectations for this thing. I was like, okay, this is a show based on a video game. It's probably going to be crap, but
That's also what I thought. Yeah, that's
yeah,
exactly what I expected it to be. But it's amazing. They've
it's
done
so good.
it's the best like video game adaptation that I've watched. I haven't watched many of them, but from a lot of the ones that I've heard about that I haven't watched, I've heard that they're just terrible, right? So this one immediately had me thinking like this is going to be bad. But they done a really good job, and what I like about what they did with the show is that it is very faithful to the Fallout franchise, right, and to
Yes.
the lore of the world. They kind of tried to like stay true to it. There are a few like weird plot points, but of course, like around the time of where it's set, which is like a little bit past New Vegas, there are like a lot of question marks for exactly what's going on in the world because Fallout New Vegas has a bunch of different endings. So realistically, like which one is actually true? Like, I guess they're going to get to that, you know, in terms of the show. But yeah, really, really great show. I can't wait for the second season. It's coming up, I think, in just a couple of weeks. So.
Yeah, it was a banger. It's funny because like the next season, for those of y'all who are listening or watching right now, is actually going to be in New Vegas. Just to elaborate on what Dreamcore's talking about, and it's also funny because like New Vegas, like Fallout 3 New Vegas, wasn't even made by Bethesda. It was made by like
Yep.
Obsidian, and it's
Obsidian.
it's
Yep.
kind of regarded as like the best Fallout game, which which
That
like
is like you can tell when in interviews and stuff because like whenever that gets brought up with Todd, you can just tell he's absolutely seething. Like
Yeah.
he just hates it, right?
yeah, for sure.
Because it's literally the truth. It's like if you look at all of those games, like New Vegas is just is the best game. Like especially Fallout 4, which was like a big, in my opinion, a pretty big downgrade compared to like Fallout 3 is better than Fallout 4 in my opinion. So it's yeah.
Yeah, it seems like with the Fallout games, I've watched. I'm a big fan of like retrospectives on YouTube. There's another guy who does a great job with retrospectives called Never Knows Best, I believe, on YouTube. If you guys are interested, I'll leave a link in the description where he kind of breaks down the series as it's unfolded, and he actually says that. Fallout 1, even though it's like the first game in the genre, is actually the least Fallout of all of the games because after Fallout 1, Fallout 2 actually developed its sort of like iconic humor style where like now it's translated to the show and every game since, where
Yeah.
in the original game, it was just super bleak, super depressing. Like
Yeah.
it was very much like you're in an apocalyptic world and it is a fucking bad time. Where now like
Yeah.
you know the show and the games kind of have this sort of like they're making fun of everything in like a dark way, which
Yeah.
is it's interesting that like they've kind of pivoted. But I do enjoy that attitude and that tone with the games.
Yeah, I mean the lore of Fallout is just absolutely awful. Like once you start to delve into like the stuff with the vaults and stuff, you know, it is actually horrific, right? So I think the idea of them like putting a sort of comical spin on it is probably a good idea because a lot of it is like just nasty, right?
It's bad. It's bad. Vault-Tec, they're not doing good stuff for the human race. Not to spoil anything, but yeah, man, I have high hopes, and also I'm also cautiously optimistic for the next whatever project that Bethesda does, because I know that they have such a loyal fan base for all of the incredible games that they've done, such impactful games. But yeah, it just seems like they've kind of had a few L's. Like Fallout 76 was a pretty big
Yeah.
disappointment. Starfield was a pretty big disappointment. And it seems like
I haven't
over
played
the
either of those.
neither have I. I stayed
Yeah,
away
I didn't
from
play
them. Like the idea of a Fallout MMO was really, really cool, like in itself. But yeah, it just seems like they're kind of detached from what they are known for, which is super big immersive worlds that you can just explore and get lost in with infinite stuff to do. Like, you know, when you played Skyrim for the first time, you have a main quest, but then you see a path and you go up that path and there's a cave and there's a dungeon and then there's like a quest in there and then you leave the cave and you're like, what the fuck was I doing? And there's a town there and then the whole day goes by and you didn't do any main story quest, but you had an amazing time. And I feel like as long as the next Elder Scrolls kind of brings that back, I think we'll be in good shape for Bethesda for sure.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of ask you before we get into more PoE2 stuff, just a bit about your content creation journey. So I do a deep dive on every person's YouTube channel when I have interviews with them. So you were no exception. I hopped on the Dreamcore YouTube channel, checked it out, clicked on that oldest button, and saw that the oldest videos that you have on your channel are from 2 years ago, and it's all PoE content. So I wanted to ask you, is PoE the game that you started making content for?
Yeah, it's so I actually made content earlier than that, and the videos don't exist anymore because they were absolutely terrible.
Okay.
So I think I want to say that when I first started making videos, it was around patch 321 in PoE 1, Crucible League, I think. And I made some videos like in 315, so that would have been about a year and a half before that. Or maybe a little bit longer than that, 2 years, something like that. And those videos were literally just me with like Path of Building open. I'm just rambling, right? I'm actually just no scripts, no nothing. I'm just rambling like about, and I also had like a really bad microphone and stuff at the time. So that was like my first attempt at content creation. It was basically me just discussing like my ideas for like random skills and builds and stuff like that. It was completely like there was no real focus, and that's why those videos don't exist on the channel anymore. But yeah, it's always been Path of Exile. Like my content has changed a bit over time. It's gone from doing like more kind of basic. I still do that a little bit. I've done one for PoE2 where I discussed like how ailments work, but I mostly talk about like tech these days, right? Like I'll bring up like a unique item and talk about how it interacts with something else or whatever. That's like my main focus of the channel these days. Early on, it was more like beginner stuff, like how this works, how that works. But yeah, it's always been PoE2.
Got it.
PoE 1 and PoE 2, yeah.
So you listed like 3.15. Just for the people who aren't like familiar with the timeline of PoE 1 leagues, how long ago would you say that that was, just for context?
3.15 was about 12 leagues ago, but we had a 1 year gap. So that would have been, I want to say like 4 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
Because I started playing in patch 3.10 Delirium League, and that was right when the COVID pandemic started. Like, part of the reason why I even started playing PoE in the first place was because of COVID.
Oh, I see. It was your like COVID addiction. I see. Yeah, I see.
COVID happened, right?
Yeah.
And then everyone was locked in their houses, and what I did for work was kind of like a bit up in the air, so I just was playing a lot of games, right? So that was kind of my friend had started playing PoE couple of weeks before in the previous league, so he was playing like 3.09, and he was like, this game's great, but he hadn't like done a league start, and he was like, I'm going to play in a couple of days because a new league is launching. So I had no prep. I didn't even know what the hell the game was, right? I'd heard about Path of Exile, but I had no idea. And I just jumped in, and yeah, that's history, basically. I loved it, and that was it.
I feel like it's a really good game to get into, especially during COVID, because like the amount of the wealth of knowledge is just infinite with Path of Exile. And if you really just dive into it, there's just such a rewarding feeling of like constantly learning, building up that knowledge base, and it just feels good to like slowly feel like you're becoming more competent at the game, understanding things as they happen. And yeah, I've had a very similar feeling with going into 3.27, which is kind of my first real league where I've like, you know, followed build guides, looked at resources and stuff like that. I had a video where I played blind and 3.26 that got some traction and got a lot of
I saw that video. It was a great video.
Oh, thanks, man.
It was a really good video, yeah.
A lot of people, you know, commented on that video. It's got like, I don't even know, almost 2,000 comments or something now, and you know, told me I played the game wrong and I don't, and all this type of stuff. And they don't understand that the hook of the video was trying to do it blind. Like that was the whole reason why I made it.
Yeah.
But I can definitely understand why people thought that way. I had so much more fun playing the game, doing my homework before, which is an interesting thing about Path of Exile, where like you kind of have to do your homework with the game, especially if you're getting into it in 2025 when there's so much stuff that's, you know, happened in the course of its whatever 13 years of development, right?
Yeah, I don't think the game's a very good blind game to play. Like, I'll just say it how it is. Like, the Path of Exile 1 doesn't have very good onboarding at all. New player experience is pretty terrible. If you're coming from Path of Exile 2, you'll probably have some things like already like you're just going to kind of some things are going to snap into place for you. You're going to be like, oh, that's this, in this game, and like
Yeah.
that's very familiar. But if you're completely new to the game,
Oh, I can't imagine.
it is not a good new player experience at all. Like, from my perspective, I'm the type of person that if I like something, I'm gonna like really go all in on it. So like when I started playing Path of Exile 1, I remember having like 50 tabs open on the second monitor, right? Just like all these wiki pages and like PoE database, like trying to find out what everything meant, And like you'd research something, and then on that page you'd also see something else, and it'd be something else and something else. You're kind of going down this like rabbit hole of like, finding out different things. But it's because I just was really enjoying the game, right?
Absolutely.
Now other people will have that exact experience, and the moment they come up with those things like, what is this? They'll just switch off, and that'll be it. They won't come back.
100%.
I think that's what happens a lot with PoE 1, and that's probably why the game overall, is kind of like it's just not a very new player friendly game. But if you can get into it, it's a lot of fun.
And that's why I think people are so on point with saying that PoE 2 is the new tutorial for PoE 1, especially in the current state of this game, right? It's like, for me anyway, that's how I got into PoE 1, right? Is like I am one of those players now who are like, PoE 2 was my first, introduction into raid class, into GGG, into the Path of Exile universe. And that actually brought me into PoE 1. And now I can say officially that I enjoy both games, that I look forward to playing, both games as, content, as the cadence of content comes out, which is, I think a goal that, obviously GGG has with Path of Exile 2 is like, at the end of the day, it's going to help people get introduced to not only PoE 2, but bring them into PoE 1 if they really, really enjoy what they're experiencing.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were going for. Like I think them trying to keep both games like separate in terms of like, how they feel to play is definitely what they want. Whether the games will actually end up being that different in the end, I don't really know. But if they're able to keep them like separate enough that they feel different to play, but similar enough that the same people play them, right? That's kind of what they're going for. And you definitely still have that quite drastic distinction between the two. And there's like a PoE 1 faithful of players, and there's a PoE 2 faithful, and then there's like a crossover there in the middle. I'm part of that crossover, you're part of that crossover, and there's, I don't know how many people there are actually, whether one's bigger than the other, one group's bigger than the other, but like that's what they're going for. I don't know how long they'll be able to do this development cycle. I'm not convinced it's good for either game the way they're doing it right now, but it is what it is. That's what they're doing right now, so.
Yeah, I hear you. And we will definitely talk about that. Absolutely. I wanted to ask you one final thing about your content creation journey. You said that you started basically making content, and PoE was the game that sort of got you out there, putting yourself on the internet about 4 years ago or so. I just wanted to ask, what about Path of Exile really like inspired you to want to make videos, initially rambling over POB and now elevating up to, these high quality videos that you make? What about it really got you inspired, man?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's specifically like about PoE or whether it's just like me as a person, right? Because I think had I been like old enough when I was playing like Guild Wars, I probably and all that stuff would have been there, right? Like YouTube would have been a thing, and I'd have like all the creation tools and stuff. I probably would have made videos about that as well. Like there are people who make videos even today about Guild Wars 1, right? There is a very small like content creation group that make videos about that. So I'm not convinced that it's PoE 1. It was just more a case of like the timing just all worked, right? Like I said, for playing Path of Exile, it just happened naturally. It was part of like, my friend asked me to play, and then COVID was the thing, and it all kind of fell into place. And I think the content creation thing was also just kind of a natural thing. It's like, well, like I know a lot about the game, so me just like talking about what I know about it is just kind of something that I could do. And then that just kind of caught on, I guess. So it it wasn't really an intentional like, oh, I'm gonna make it as a content creator or something like that. That's just it just is what that's what happened basically.
Okay. I see what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mean. So it's kind of like just a timing thing where like I was playing this game at this time and then I started making
Yeah,
videos at
and
this time.
obviously, like Path of Exile definitely grabbed me as a player, right?
Mhm.
Like I've not been so. It's no coincidence that I basically quit playing Dota 2 the moment I started playing Path of Exile. Like those two games cannot coexist for me, because like I said to you before, like I when I play a game like and I'm into it, I'm all in. I can't focus on two games at once, right? So basically, like all of the time I spent playing Dota translated over to Path of Exile.
I hear you.
So then I was like, then
I'm
I
not a
was a Path of
casual either,
Exile player,
so
right?
yeah,
At
it's
that point,
yeah. I think especially with games like Path of Exile or Dota or like things that have sort of either a deep knowledge or a mechanical skill requirement, it's kind of hard to play those games casually if you're really into them and you have the time that like you're able to spend the time like learning and developing. Like when I was playing Dota, I was like grinding that shit constantly. And there's as is with Path of Exile with Dota, there's updates, there's new heroes that get added, there's new tech, there's new items. It's like you're constantly kind of learning and reconfiguring what's the best like team comp against this particular team and what items am I going to build in order to counter these specific heroes and their items and stuff like that. And it just felt never ending. And I feel like there's definitely like a crossover I can definitely see with like my interest, your interest, and how PoE kind of is like the perfect sort of fit for that, but less toxic, dude, which is like a perfect thing that I want to bring up because I wanted to ask you. So, as you and I both know, the community in Path of Exile and in Path of Exile 2, for the large majority, is incredible. I think for me personally, I've had such a wonderful experience meeting so many cool people just from playing this game. And I'm honestly like super grateful because, yeah, I just feel like this is a special place within video games, a special place within video game communities. It's awesome. And I just wanted to ask like how you feel about it all and maybe why do you think that this like community has like a special sauce to it?
I think so. When it comes to the Path of Exile community, I think one thing you'll notice is like there's the type of creators. There's just so many different like what people like about the game is kind of very different. You've got people who like do mega juicing, right? And they're like all of their content revolves around these crazy strategies. Like they're constantly evolving the meta of like what's the best farming strategy. Then you could look at me, like me personally, I couldn't care less about farming strategies, right? Like I actually don't care at all. I prefer like all of the the mechanical interactions and like crazy unique items and stuff like that. That's like what I like. And then some other people will be all about speed running the campaign, right? Like how fast can you run the campaign, and like every single click matters, and like shaving seconds off of your time and doing it again and again and again. Like there's just so many different kind of ways to enjoy the game. I think that contributes massively to like how great the community is like as a whole, because no matter what type of player you are, you can find a home like with a particular creator or a particular set of creators that kind of appeal to why you like the game, right? There's many creators for all of these different things, and you can just watch any of them because like that's the thing that like appeals to you as a player. So that's kind of how I see with the how good the community is. Now when it comes to like toxicity, I mean it's definitely there, and it's been more of a thing, I would say, after PoE 2 got split off into its own game. That was kind of when the toxicity kind of ramped up a little bit, unfortunately, because once PoE 2 was like considered a separate game to PoE 1, you then had like a sort of small minority of like the PoE 1 audience that were very angry, and you had also the same thing coming from like a PoE 2 only audience. I just tried to ignore it, to be honest with you. Like any other creator, I get like a bunch of weird comments, and you just ignore it. Like I don't have any care for like any drama, right? Like drama just doesn't appeal to me at all. Like like if any other creator like starts saying stuff about my content or whatever, I just really couldn't care less, right? It is what it is. Like, there is going to be toxicity. I expect that we'll be having more of that as like the whole sort of PoE1, PoE2 releases happen, and that's just what it's going to be like that for a while, I think, until both games are in a better place, like especially with PoE2 in terms of it being like more complete. But yeah, overall, like if you're able to ignore that part of it, Path of Exile community is really great. Like it covers a lot of bases, and it's yeah, like I said, you can find a home no matter what player you are.
Yeah, I love that answer. It's something that I truly do love about these games as well, is that like you're absolutely right. There's so many ways to just enjoy them. You could be a challenge run enjoyer, basically beating the game like it's Dark Souls using a basic attack and playing all the way until Arbiter, and that could be the way that you enjoy the game. Or you could sit in your hideout and just flip items all day and just like min max your like divines, and like that's a way you could play in craft and stuff like that. Like you could play hardcore, you could play softcore. I think the more ways that we can enjoy the game, the better. And there really is this special thing, and I think my friend Timmy, who I had on the podcast, he said a special thing about this game as well. You're not ever taking anything from a player. The only thing you're doing in Path of Exile is giving to people. You're trading with people, you're giving information, you're giving knowledge, you're sharing something. And that's just like intrinsically positive, where I feel like when we're playing games like Counter-Strike, Dota, we're taking your elo, we're taking your characters, like your shit. You know what I mean? Like those games, any competitive game is basically based around the act of taking shit from other people. And that just is intrinsically toxic in some way, shape, or form. And I come from an era, especially like back in the day, where like I played StarCraft when I was a kid, Warcraft 3. When you lost in those games or when you won, you still said GG, well played. Like that was just like common like etiquette back in the day for like real-time strategy games. I don't know if you remember like that era of like GG, well played. Yep. But that was the thing, man, and that's definitely been lost to the ages now. That's like that's like a boomer take now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I remember that. Even like just playing like early Dota was like that, right? Everyone would be like GG, well played. Like in Dota custom games, even like early Dota 2 was like that. But I think part of that is like the scene growing. That the community, like especially for Dota, was like very very tightly knit, right? There wasn't a giant community. Obviously, like Valve saw opportunity to make Dota 2, and then they made it this huge thing. But part of that is definitely the community just like ballooning to unmanageable size almost, right? And then you kind of have yeah, I don't want to say bad actors, but yeah, generally it's just like you have some people that are maybe not quite as nice, I guess, and then like that kind of translates into like other people see that and they're like, oh, okay, I guess that's just normal, or that's like commonplace.
Yeah.
So that's what happens with that.
It went from like GG, well played, to like really dark, terrible things that if you like underperform or something like that. And it's funny because with PoE, it's like there is no PvP, right? Would you ever think that GGG would add in PvP to PoE2 at any point? What is your like stance on PvP?
Do I think they will, or do I think they should?
Well, I think let's go with, do you think they will first?
No. I don't think they will, and I don't think they should. That's okay. The reason why I don't think they will is because they already did PvP in PoE1, and it wasn't ever very popular, and it also like they had the like PvP arena type thing, which was never very popular, and then they also had the like deathmatch type thing, right? Which that one was more popular, but it kind of like they started to do it on like a schedule where they would bring it back, and then like what happened was the player numbers just dwindled over time, and then eventually they decided that it wasn't worth it and they just took it away permanently, right? I think that PvP in this type of game it basically cannot work. That's just my opinion of it. Like all of the items and stuff like that are all designed to be used against monsters that have very specific, amount of life and damage numbers and all these things. When it comes to player versus player, it's just not it's just not going to work with these items. It would take so much balance on their end to do that sort of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, it seems like in a world in a world of balancing nightmares, we would add another balancing nightmare to it. But you know what's funny, Dreamcore, is like Diablo 2 did it and it was fun and it added another way to enjoy the game, which is kind of circling back to what we were talking about, where like there was a whole group, there still is a very niche community of people. All they do is PvP in Diablo 2. They're in the rogue encampment and they're just beating the shit out of each other, taking each other's ears. And like, that's cool. Like, if you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
as long as that, in my opinion, as long as that's not like mandatory for like player progression, like if that's a way that people can enjoy this game, I don't think it should be high on the priority list, but I think that it'd be cool if like they added PvP in. How they would balance it, I have no idea. They're having what seemingly a tough time balancing the game against PvE right now, so I don't know how it would work, but I do think that like, you know, in a perfect world, if there was some sort of arena-based system and they could balance it, I think it would be fun, man. Like they have a good thing going on, especially with like the more combo-based stuff, the meaningful combat stuff. If that can be preserved in like a PvP format, I think it could be interesting.
If they can make the PvP game mode without wasting too much of the resources that would be going on developing the main game that like 99.99% of players play, then sure. But
sure.
if it's gonna take away from the main development of the game, there's no way.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah, so I got a big question for you, and we sort of have been alluring to this throughout this podcast, but I wanted to get your opinion. So with GGG working on both games simultaneously, do you think that this is impacting Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 in a negative way?
Yes. I think that's actually kind of obvious from the most recent releases like 3.27 and 3.26, and also PoE 2 just missing like deadlines. So it's not really deadlines, right? But missing the things that they said were going to be in the patch, or the things that were obviously meant to be in the patch. Like, for example, in patch 0.3, it was kind of obvious that Trial of the Ancestors was meant to be there. And they even said that in the Q&A, like afterwards. We didn't know that it was meant to be there because we didn't know what was coming before. But it was missing, right? And then for 0.4, they had meant to have the Endgame stuff. They were meant to have Trial of the Ancestors. None of that stuff is there. And I think for PoE 1, on that side of things, you can kind of see that, like, for me, it's like the quality bar is just not there anymore. Like, the quality of releases used to be a lot higher than it is now for PoE 1. And I think it's kind of obvious what's going on there, right? They just don't have as much time or resources to spend developing PoE 1 because the large majority of their development, process is being spent on PoE 2. Like, that's just what's happening. I'm of the opinion, and I say this as a player with no understanding of how GGG's internal workings. I don't know what's going on there, right? I have no idea. But in my opinion, the moment PoE 2 split to be its own game, they should have made a separate studio to develop PoE 1, like in the long term. Because it was clear that as soon as PoE 2 is its own game, the majority of the effort is going to be PoE 2, and that makes sense, right? It's a game that they've been working on for all of these years in the background, right? This is obviously the next generation of ARPG. Like they've been working on it for a long time. They've been putting so much effort into it, so much money. Of course, like the majority of the workforce is going to be working on PoE 2. That just makes sense. The fact that they are having the same like team or like part of the same team. I don't know how many people are actually permanently working on PoE 2 and how many people change between the two. But the fact that must be really jarring. It's jarring for me as a player, right? I'm sure it is for several players. Switching between PoE 1 and PoE 2 is very jarring because even though the mechanics have like similar or the same names, in the games they work differently. Like ailments work differently in both games, right? Lots of these things like work differently. So you have to kind of remember like, oh, I'm playing this game. That's how it works. So like, in my opinion, they should have had a smaller studio, right, that they created to work solely on PoE 1 and continue developing that game. It's obvious that the game is still going to make them a lot of money in the long term. There's a lot of dedicated PoE 1 players, right, that buy supporter packs and buy MTX and buy, stash and stuff like that, stash tabs. So yeah, that's, in my opinion, that's how they should have done it. I don't even know if that's feasible, by the way. I'm just suggesting something that might not even be a thing, right? Might not even be a thing, because we already know that there's like a lot of old school devs that work on both games, and that they're basically irreplaceable from what we've heard from Jonathan, right? They're like, I remember him saying there's like a handful of people in the company that can make on-site balance decisions. So like, you know, if you don't have one of those in the team for PoE1, like, imagine you threw a bunch of developers into PoE1 that had no idea what this game was. Like, that'd be an absolute nightmare, right? You need some of those like old guard developers to be there working on it. But yeah, that's what I would have hoped they would have done. I think the whole like switching between the two, I just don't see it working in the long term. Like, I feel like it's already been, the cracks are already showing. And whether they kind of slow down a bit, let's say they do, instead of doing a release for each game every 4 months, which is currently, for the players who play both games, it's a release every 2 months, right? Let's say they slow from 2 months to 3 months, which would mean it was 2 6-monthly release for each game, right? Whether that's how they would get like better results, you know, whether the quality bar would then be, you know, whether you get there, I don't know. But right now, to me, I think it's not working, and I think we're beginning to see that. Like, we're beginning to see what's happening with that, and I don't know how they're going to make it work in the long term.
Yeah, it's a very unique situation with GGG where they've already created basically a masterpiece in terms of an ARPG, and now they're competing against themselves to make another masterpiece. And it's like they've already solidified themselves as like the industry leader in action RPG games, and they have done this for quite some time now. And there's not really like another company out there that has like two products made by the same company competing against one another. Almost, it feels like there's sort of like this like push and pull. So yeah, it is an odd and particular situation that they've kind of found themselves in. Just sort of as a follow-up to sort of this topic, we don't know, as you mentioned, the resource allocation and how they're sort of doing it with the staff members there. We don't know how many people are working on one game, how many people are working on both games. In your sort of opinion, what do you think, maybe in terms of percentage-wise, how should they be doing it? Like, do you think that it should be like a 50-50 on either game? Do you think that PoE1 deserves like less, or and PoE2 deserves more? Like, where do you feel like they should be kind of allocating their resources and their talent?
If they continue the one studio working on both games, you mean? Like,
yes,
in the current situation. Obviously more needs to be spent on PoE2. Like, it would make no sense if it's not like that, right? Because at the end of the day, like, even if you're just a PoE1 player, right, and you maybe you don't like PoE2 at the moment, or like maybe you're sort of staying in touch with it, you're just like following its development, but you're not convinced that it's the game for you. You got to be realistic. Like, this is the new game that they're working on. It's obvious that this is like way higher budget than Path of Exile 1 ever was. Obviously they need to dedicate more resources to PoE2. Like, that's just, and by the way, they already are. Like, it's pretty obvious that they already are. Like, I would say in terms of the amount of time and resources, I would say it's probably already like 80-20.
Oh, really? Right? Okay, wow. Yeah.
It's got to be like already 80-20, because what's happening is like every PoE1 league is just a bunch of PoE2 assets, right, that they're using. And they've been doing that for a long time, by the way. Like, as far back as like 3.15 or something, they've been like taking assets from PoE2, but that was before it was even a separate game, right? Like, I'm pretty sure all of that stuff, like Expedition and things like that, was all designed with PoE2 in mind when that like release was going to come out. And then obviously at some point, PoE2 became its own game, which made it kind of blurred the lines of that a little bit. But I'm pretty sure that's all of those things have been designed with that in mind from the beginning. I think it's already like 80-20, because what's going on with PoE1 is like they're kind of, as I said, the quality bar just isn't really there anymore for the releases. It feels like they're probably like scrambling to put that stuff together. And we also, one of the other things we don't get anymore for PoE1 is the post-patch like patches or updates, right? They would usually be very kind of dedicated on those, and they would be really impactful in the past. For example, I mean, the most recent example I can give is the 327, like the whole breach encounter with the walls, right? That would have just been the week 1 patch, walls gone, right? That's how it would have been like a couple of years ago. Week 1 patch, the walls would have been gone. They would have buffed Graph Blood. They would have done a lot more, right, with that patch in terms of like the player complaints. It's obvious that there already isn't, anywhere near as much resources being dedicated to PoE 1, which I think is fine. But I do think that if they want to continue this like whole developing both games at the same time, they either need more people working on each game, i.e. like hiring more people, which I know is very difficult for them, or they need more time. They need to allocate more time to it, which means that the releases are going to have to be a bit more delayed, right? Then, like I said, they're going to have to be, rather than every 2 months, it's every 3 months, which would be 2 releases a year for each game. That's kind of how I see it. I think there already is a very big majority of development resources being spent on PoE 2. And that's kind of how I kind of feel like they're already doing all of the things that you would expect is the correct thing to do in terms of like resource allocation, but it's just not really a thing that can work long term in the way that they're doing it right now. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's interesting because it seems like when you get a job at Grinding Your Games, you are in there for the long haul. Like you're just there for years and years and years. You love the project so much. You're like playing the game, and there's only so many people out there I could imagine who live in New Zealand who are talented game developers for the specific, like a job that they need at that time, who play PoE, who know the game, who love the game. And they probably have like accumulated as many people as they can from within this region that fit that requirement, that are also just down to be there for the long haul. Like they're down to just be there because I would imagine to get a job with GGG, like it is you're investing in these employees because to familiarize yourself with the development of this game, with all of the aspects of this game, it probably requires a lot of time with the company just to like get a grasp on, especially if you're doing like balance and stuff like that. Like it must just be like an immense like task. And so, yeah, I don't know how they're going to figure it all out, man, but it's interesting. And it would be a cool case study actually to compare sort of, how other companies have developed multiple projects. Like, but the first one that comes to mind is Blizzard, for example. Like when Blizzard went from Diablo 3 to Diablo 4, did they have just full 2 different teams? Did they have one team working on it simultaneously? I'm pretty sure it's 2 different teams because, Diablo 3 is still being developed actively. They're in season 37 right now, which just launched. There are people blasting it still, which is cool because people still love that game. And I really hope that is the same fate that Path of Exile encounters as well, is that even though there's a bigger, brighter, shinier, more lucrative new game, that GGG continues to still show love and show support for a game that, people still enjoy to play. Do you think that PoE 1 will encounter that fate, or do you think that it may enter some sort of like maintenance mode down the road where it's just like bare minimum, like not really any new content? What do you think about all that?
That's really hard to say because I think like when we had like the 1 year break after 3.25, a lot of players had already like resigned that was it, right? That was like, this was the end of PoE 1. Like there's going to be maybe a couple more like maintenance style patches, or maybe we're going to get like 1 league a year or something like that, right? I think people had already resigned that, and now they're kind of back to doing the regular releases, right? 327 was the actual return to that, because technically 326 was the first patch we had in a year. So them kind of releasing 327 on time was definitely like an indication that this is going to be a thing. Whether it goes into like more of a maintenance mode, I mean, I feel like that's kind of inevitable at some point. Because the thing is, as PoE 2 gets developed more, the game is just going to get better and better. And as it gets better, the more of the players that only played PoE 1 and could never even think about, like, could never even imagine the idea of playing PoE 2 are going to come round to the idea of playing PoE 2. That's kind of how I see things going. So, and when that happens, the question then is whether the turnout rate for PoE 1 leagues is going to be there anymore. Because I got to say, like, from my perspective personally, the current release schedule of every 2 months, it's pretty tiring, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know that I make content for both games, right? So like, I'm spending more time making videos and stuff as well. I mean, especially this one going from 3.27 to 0.4, there was like no break at all, like no gap, right? And for me, I wanted to play more builds in PoE 1 because this league we had the Foulborn Uniques, which was just absolutely crazy to me. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, I had some other ideas for builds, but I knew, like, I was thinking, I'm going to roll a new build. And then the PoE 2 announcement came out of like, here's 0.4, we're going to announce it in the next couple of weeks. And I'm like, okay, well, guess I'm not going to roll a new character because when I get to PoE 2, I don't want to be burned out. Like, for me, the old schedule of a league every 3 months was pretty much perfect in terms of release cadence because I enjoy that like 1 month gap, right? I enjoy being able to unwind from the game and just not think about the game at all for a month. And then when it actually comes up again, when the new league comes around, you can be really excited for it, right? Like the new league comes around, all of this new hype stuff, like you start to theory craft what you're going to play and stuff like that. So, yeah, like that's pretty much how I feel about it. I think that it's kind of inevitable that happens with PoE 1 because over time PoE 2 is going to get a lot better. Therefore, more people are going to play PoE 2. And if the release cycle is kind of burning people out, then which game are people not going to play, right? If you think about it, if you play both games and PoE 2 is the better game now because it's higher quality, it has all of these new crazy things going on, which game are you not going to play? It's going to be PoE 1. So if less players are turning out for PoE 1, then for them internally, it's going to be less, you know, they're going to have less incentive to work on the game. So it's kind of a self-defeating thing, right? Like eventually it just happens on its own, right? Less players playing PoE 1, less development resources allocated, and then which results in less players, which results in less development. So that's just what happens.
Yeah, I hear you. The people who say I will play PoE 2 once there's something to do in the end game are going to come around, and then once they keep developing it more and more and more and polishing it and adding everything, it's like there's going to be less and less reasons for people to not want to play the game, especially when it has a rivaling amount of complexity, depth, and crafting and understanding and stuff like that. All the draws that keep people playing PoE 1 for so long. Like once that's translated into PoE 2 more, there's really going to be not too many reasons to just only play the one game, right? And you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to like, the game will be supported as long as there's people playing. And I think there always will be people that play PoE 1. It's like Diablo 2, man. Like I feel like Diablo 2, 25 years later, still has a really dedicated fan base of people that just love the game so fucking much. And despite them maybe playing other ARPGs, that's the one they always go back to. And I think PoE will always be that for players as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. There will definitely always be players. I'll carry on playing the game for a long time. I know that, for sure. I know that a lot of like the hardcore PoE 1 audience will carry on playing the game for a long time because the core of the game is great. And even in these leagues where like you're a bit, what's going on? Like this isn't great. Like 3.27 was that. Like I could still play the game for like 2 or 3 characters and enjoy myself because the core of the game is just so good. So yeah, there will definitely be players for a long time, and I think that like realistically, in terms of them developing content for PoE 1, it will probably be feasible for them to do that for a very long time because even if the sort of total player base dwindles a bit, I still think they're going to make a lot of money, like in terms of profit, compared to how much they actually invest into developing the game. So yeah, I think PoE1 will still get updates for a while, yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so I have some more questions about just like the general like 0.4 stuff. But before we get into more of this, I just wanted to check in with you. We're at about an hour and 10 minutes. How are you doing and how are you feeling?
Yeah, we can go for a bit longer. It's all good.
All right, cool, man. Well, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming on. This is by no means the end, but I'm having a wonderful time chatting with you, and I appreciate you taking the time, man.
Yep.
So with 0.4, you did a video, a kind of a, I feel like you've coined sort of this classic biggest winners or losers. In this video, you talked about the Pathfinder, right, as one of the big winners of 0.4. Is this something that you're interested in league starting, or what are sort of like the things that you're interested in league starting at this time?
So I league started Pathfinder in 0.3. I played a poison gas grenade setup, which was a lot of fun. Played that character all the way through the end game, done all of the bosses, did all the content on it. I don't think I'll start Pathfinder in this patch, but maybe I'll start Pathfinder. Who knows? I actually don't really know what I'm going to play yet. I've thought about it a little bit. Like I would like to try some of the new skills out, but I'm not sure if it's going to be on a druid or whether it'll be on something else. I do really like the idea of sorceress at the moment on the Stormweaver and I made a video about that yesterday.
Yep, I watched that one.
Limit skills are looking really good. Like they're just that sort of stuff is starting to. For a while, it's kind of been approaching like critical mass. Is how I would describe it. Right?
Yeah.
Is where you just have you have all of these effects that just persist. Right. I mean, this was so going back. This is going way back, right? We're going back into like 5 years ago, right, or something. Because I started playing PoE1 after first ExileCon, and then I kind of watched ExileCon, like the VODs of it, right? And one of the things was the new gem system they talked about for PoE2, right? The whole you can have all of these like 6 links, right? And to a PoE1 player, this was like, how is this going to actually work, right? Because in the context of PoE1, like if you have a bunch of 6 links, duration-based skills are just king, right? Like things like Cold Dot, for example, right? How a Cold Dot build works in PoE1 is you usually use your 6 link for 2 5 links. You have 4 support gems that then affect both of the active skills, right? Then you also have another like pseudo 5 link in your helmet or whatever. So you have like all of these duration skills that overlap on top of each other and deal their damage at the same time. Back then, I was like, how are they going to balance duration skills? Like any of these like duration things, like fire dot, cold dot, like anything like that. Now that we have PoE2, limit skills have been on my radar for a while, and in this patch, limit skills are actually just going crazy. Like I'm pretty sure it is reaching that critical mass. You already had like Solar Orb, Orb of Storms, Firestorm, right? All of these skills have like limit of 1 baseline. So you use the skill, it's there, okay, it's great, it's lasting like 6 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, some of them. Then you use it again, the old one gets deleted. But you could use all 3 of them at the same time if you want. You can drop an Orb of Storms, Solar Flare, and Firestorm on top of one guy, which is pretty good. Like that's you're dealing consistent damage. Those things are consistently dealing damage over time, and then you can still do something else while they're happening. But in 0.4, the Stormweaver's notable is going from +1 limit to +2. So all of those skills will have 3 baseline limit, and then there's also another 2 skills being added in this patch: Volcano and Thunderstorm. Right, 2 more limit skills. So you've got 5 limit elemental skills that are all going to have a limit of 3. Okay, so you can literally just drop all of these effects on and also there's the advancing storm support, which you can put on your thunderstorm and on your firestorm, so they move like along with you. I just think that just looks like a really cool archetype, and it's so like it's very straightforward. Like there's nothing really that interesting going on. You just have so many effects like overlapping on top of each other. So yeah, that's something that I think could be really strong in 0.4.
Yeah, I love that. I thought that video was really fun, and it's just something that I haven't really seen in terms of tech wise, like taking advantage of having multiple, I guess, versions of the same skill. You know, you could even put a overabundance in there as well for like an extra
Yep.
one as well. And then I think you mentioned in your video, there's a notable on the passive tree that also gives you an additional cast of certain orb skills. So you
Yeah.
could have like 5 potentially orbs on the battle. I don't know if like that's actually worth doing, as you mentioned in your video, but it is pretty
Yeah.
crazy to be able to do that.
It
So
is.
yeah,
Yeah.
I love where your head's at with this, and I'm excited to see if you end up cooking with this particular idea, because it does sound like it's going to get out of hand, which is cool.
Yeah, for sure. That looks a lot of fun. But I mean, other than that, I do like the look of the other druid stuff, like the transform skills, and you know the like the watering the plants thing. That made me laugh, like it did many creators. But that looks really good, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Those skills actually look really good. They look very, very strong. So that is, yeah, that looks like that would be a good league starter. I think, like the whole plant based setup with like the watering the plants to make them stronger.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I you know, the synergy between skills is something that that actually really stood out to me from like the very moment that I played PoE 2. Like I remember the first time I like played a sorceress, I had spark, put down a firewall, and saw those sparks go through the firewall and they lit up, and I was like, that's crazy. And then I was playing with a friend who's a mercenary, and he shot his armor piercing rounds through the firewall and they caught on fire. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. And like, you know, you know, like shit like that is like very unique to Path of Exile 2. These like synergies that happen between spells, and you know, that can influence multiplayer play as well. And so I love kind of all these things that are happening, and I like how they're adding sort of more stuff with like the watering of the plants and how that enhances lightning damage and like all this type of shit as well. Kind of, you know, just adding more to that. I think for me, in terms of league start, from a hardcore context, I'm kind of looking at 3 different builds right now. I'm making a video on this, kind of outlining my 3 like best league starters. None of them have to do with shapeshifting right now, because I feel like that's very much something that is going to have to be tested in order to like claim it's a good league starter and that it's not bait. I feel like if you claim that shapeshifting right now is the best league starter, you're just trying to bait people pretty hard. It looks really cool though. Like I like the idea of playing like an ice wolf invoker, like something that like, you know, takes advantage, especially in hardcore, like taking advantage of the invoker ascendancy, but also playing, you know, maybe a mixture of quarterstaff and like transformation with wolf looks pretty interesting. And then Smith of Gatava looks really, really cool now. I think they've kind of brought that class back. They definitely nerfed it a bit too hard in 0.3. So it's cool to see that we're getting, you know, these changes to Smith's Masterworking with the 100% reduction to crit damage and the like, you know, no damaging ailments addition as well. Like those things are massive.
That's a really good one.
Those things are huge for hardcore players. Like, and then you're getting the resistance capped with fire res super easily, so you can actually like, you know, add additional spirit rolls if you want to. If you want to roll rarity on your gear, you can do that, because it kind of just opens up more flexibility with your gear modifiers. So those are 2 things that I want to cook in this 0.4, but they're definitely going to be, I think, like secondary characters. Right now, for me, I think the best hardcore league starters are Essence Drain, Contagion, Lich with Bone Storm. I'm actually testing that right now. It's insanely strong. Somehow it dodged any nerf at all in the patch. Basically, the only nerfs, I was talking with Dead Rabbit earlier, are just like pack size and mob density are kind of just like an inherent nerf to the build. And then maybe if there's any like additional nerfs to Energy Shield, which they talked about. But other than that, like the skills themselves are the exact same. And like by the end of 0.3, Essence Drain, Contagion, and Lich are like the most played ascendancy in hardcore on SSF and in normal hardcore. And then I don't know if you ever looked at like Shield Wall, but Shield Wall is so fucking good. And it didn't get touched at all on any, like, so it would work on any warrior build. It also could work on druid too, based on the starting point on the tree. And then the final one is just grenades. Like grenades somehow.
Grenades are so strong.
Yes.
They're just so good.
They're so good. And I feel like right now, and I would implore you to take a look at this. I would love to see a Dreamcore video looking at immobilization tech. If you have time to look at this, you definitely should. There's a lot of stuff in the patch notes right now talking about increases to not only like immobilization chance, but also damage and stacking damage on immobilized enemies. There's Siege Cascade, like one of the spells that basically just never got used with crossbow, that now does like 100% more damage to immobilized enemies, like as just a like a base buff on the in the patch notes, and like there's a lot of stuff like that. So it is cool, and I think that all can be applied to grenades as well. So those are my 3 like potential starting builds, but I'm not entirely sure which one I want to go with yet.
Yeah. Speaking of hard, it's funny you say about hardcore. I mean, I think I'll probably play hardcore in because I play hardcore in PoE 1. I've played hardcore since like 3.13, I think. Right? I can't play softcore in PoE 1. It's just not interesting to me. But for PoE 2, the balance of the game has constantly like made me not play hardcore because I'm just like so it's funny when I went back to like going back to PoE 1 for a moment. The sort of reason why I started playing hardcore was I started playing slightly before that. It was like 2 weeks before that, but they like changed up the way defenses worked in patch 3.16, and then they started to like from that point onwards they started to add more and more interesting defensive options, which is why I really like hardcore, because you get rewarded for investing defensively. Right?
Yes, dude. Absolutely.
Prior to that didn't really exist. There was only like chance-based defenses like block and dodge. And every single character in hardcore was one of those two, or maybe even sometimes combining the two. And obviously it didn't feel great when you died because your chance-based defenses didn't work, right?
Yeah.
So in PoE 1, like there's really interesting defenses. I think once PoE 2 has got to that state where there isn't like these weirdly overtuned monsters, and by the way, that is kind of always a thing. Like in the one of the like funniest things is League Start. You watch like Zizaran, right? Zizaran always just does the League mechanic regardless. He just is playing hardcore. He just does the League mechanic, and a lot of the times he just dies to the League mechanic, right? And then you got like some other streamers who like have people in their chat like, "Oh, Zizaran just died to the League mechanic," and then they're like, "Okay, I'm not going to do the League mechanic. I'm just going to ignore it." So yeah, that is kind of always the thing with hardcore. But for me, I think once the balance of PoE 2 is in a better state, not just in terms of monsters and like outliers, but also player agency over defenses. I don't really think it's quite there yet, in my opinion. It's just not that interesting. That is when I'll start playing hardcore in PoE 2, and once that happens, I won't go back to softcore. Right? That's kind of the same thing for PoE 1. Like I literally can't play softcore in PoE 1. Just don't enjoy it.
I feel the exact same way about PoE 2. And it's funny that you mentioned like because I didn't know that you're a hardcore player. So fuck yeah, that's awesome. Basically, when I went back to play PoE 1 for 3.27, I made a Earthshatter Berserker, and I played hardcore. And this is like my first league.
Yeah.
So like my first real league. But I followed an I'm Exile build, who I'm sure you know of, obviously. And this build was so fun. And what I learned is that defenses are so much more interesting in PoE 1 because there's so many more layers and things to do. You know, you have like spell suppression, you have endurance charges that actually do something, you have fortify, you have life scaling, you have armor scaling, you have block, you have all these different things. Like the list goes on, right? And it's cool as you kind of progress through your character. You kind of go through stages of, okay, my resistances are capped. I have good armor. Now I can start working in fortify. Now I can start building up endurance charges. And now I can start getting spell suppression at kind of as the cherry on top. And it makes PoE 2's defenses just feel so boring by comparison. And I understand that like for new players, it's so much easier to just be like, oh, how do I make my character more tanky? I need to get my resistances max, and I need to improve the 2 defensive layers that I'm using. Or in some cases, some people just go all in on one defensive layer like energy shield, and they're fine. You know what I mean? Whereas with PoE 1, it's very much like this interesting puzzle to solve defenses. And that's why I love hardcore. It's because you have to really figure that out before you even worry about your damage. Like it's, you know, it's a balancing act, right? And yeah, it's cool to hear that you kind of going through that. And I really do think that if you try hardcore in PoE 2, you'll enjoy it because the gameplay is really conducive to the hardcore experience when everything is working properly. Which it feels really good to play on hardcore as well, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know why in PoE 2 it feels to me like from a balance perspective, it feels like they're less inclined to add like interesting, strong defensive mechanics to the game compared to offensive things, right? I'm not sure what exactly is going on there. Like Zizaran brought this up in an interview with them at some point, and they didn't really like. I remember I can't remember the exact discussion point, but I think it was like if I'm in a boss fight, right? What's worse, the fact that I one-shot the boss and the boss does no mechanics, or the fact that I can tank the boss without the boss killing me?
Yeah, I
right?
remember that. With a significant investment, you should be able to do either one, right?
And the thing is, in Path of Exile 2, right, you can you actually can do that now. To be fair, I've seen several people like tanking arbiter corridors and stuff like that. So you can actually do that. But the methods to getting there are very, very slim, right? There's not many ways to tank the arbiter corridor or like the other things, right? Whereas there are many ways to one shot the boss.
Yeah.
Okay. You can basically one shot the boss with any archetype, because like that damage scaling is absurd in the game right now. And you could just do absolute giga damage with like anything, right? I wish there was more options defensively. Like that's what I want. I want more interesting options. I want those trade-offs, right? Like when I'm investing into defenses in PoE 1, I really feel that trade-off. I'm tankier, but I don't deal as much damage. That is what I want for PoE 2. Like I want those interesting options in the game. And once it's there, I know for sure I'm going to play hardcore, right? That's just a given. It's going to happen because I'm that type of player. And I did wonder for a while with PoE 2, like especially when it was first announced as a separate game, and they kind of had this idea of like one portal, right, for maps and things like that.
Yeah.
I wondered whether that like medium core experience would like translate into me as a player as like, is this like enough, right? But now they've kind of taken away a lot of those things, like the original medium core things. Some of them are still there. But for example, like in the bosses, like in the first tier of a boss, you can just die, right, without losing experience and things like that. I'm not really a big fan of that. So, and that's kind of goes in the way of me enjoying hardcore, right? So yeah. Once they have those defensive things in there, and look, I think they're going to come. Like Mark has said several times in those Q&As, whenever like those points have been brought up, he has always acknowledged it a bit more than Jonathan, I think. I'm not sure. That interview, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the like notorious interview where like everything was a bit heated at the start, right? Like between Zizaran and the developers. Like I think it was that one interview.
Yeah.
So that was, hopefully they can get that kind of topic again in another interview where things aren't so like confrontational, because I remember like some of the replies that Jonathan was giving, and obviously some of the questions from Zizaran, they were a bit like hostile in a way, right? And it's like I think there needs to be a bit more like level-headedness when they talk about this kind of stuff, because like it is kind of important in an RPG when like someone's trying to create their own character and they have a specific idea in mind. Like, why shouldn't someone be able to make like an immortal character if they hit like a wet noodle, right?
For sure. Dude, we
like,
should we should have that. It's like you can have the character that does like 30 million tooltip damage in Path of Exile 2, but you're still going to get one shot, even if you spend all of your passive points and all of your gear is just only defensively focused. Like, you know, it feels like the scales just need to be adjusted so that we can kind of do both if we want to. And that's the beauty of Sandbox.
More options.
Yeah.
Right. I just want more options in that way. Like there are some ways right now that you can become really tanky, but I want more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. No, we talked about that interview like today, honestly. And like, I will hold strong on my respect for GGG for that interview, because not many game developers would do a massive interview like that in front of thousands of players after such a rocky launch. Like the balls, and that's just mad respect, man. Like, I feel like that
they've always been good for that sort of stuff. Like,
I
talked about it earlier. The Chris Wilson, he done like, I want to say it was like 6 or 7 podcasts after this like disaster league, right? From the community perspective, it was like a disaster league. It had like a pretty negative response generally, and he just went around to a bunch of different podcasts, different content creators, and he just done like hours of discussion, right? So they have done this for a long time. This is not like something new, and it's great. Like it's great to have that open discourse as well with the community and like have those questions asked. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I think it really helped kind of solidify why I love this game so much. It was sort of when I started playing Path of Exile, which was December 4th or whatever the day that PoE 2 came out. I grew to love the game from the experience of playing the game, and then through the experience of how GGG has interacted with the player base and like communicated and was just very transparent with like what they were doing and stuff like that. Like that kind of like solidified the love for the company and for the game in a time where like the games industry has sort of got to this point where there's a lot of these like giga corporations who like all they care about is like making cash and then not caring about the players. And then we've kind of gone full circle and now we have these indie devs who are like making games that they want to make and they're like outselling and having more players than like these AAA titles. So in a very convoluted game development and video game kind of an ecosystem, I feel like GGG kind of is that like, you know, that one of the outliers, which is they're not a tiny company anymore, but they're still sort of, they hold that respect and that like kind of that player focused attitude, which is cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man. Okay, so we have a few more questions here. I don't want to take up too much of your time today. But yeah, there were some things that I wanted to bring up with you. So let's just go with something like out of the blue here. Give me your hottest take about PoE1, PoE2. Do you have anything that like you're like, damn, I get flack for this in my own community? Like, what are some of the hot takes you got for the game?
I don't think it's a hot take. Like, I just think Path of Exile 2 Endgame is kind of trash. Like, that's just my it's just my take.
Yeah.
Path of Exile 2 Endgame is just not good. Like, but with that said, like I said earlier, I do see that they can actually make that Atlas work. I think they can make it work. Whereas I think a lot of people just have no faith in it at all. At the end of the day, like they added that Atlas for a reason, right? Like I know that it was pretty hastily put together, but they obviously think they can make it work. So let's see what the next patch brings, right? 0.5. Hopefully the end game rework is happening in that patch. I really hope it's happening in that patch. Like please just get it in that, you know, that should be has to be the focus of that patch. Like,
yes, 100%.
If the league mechanic is like half baked, right? If there's no new class, the end game has to be the focus of 0.5. Like they missed it on 0.4. It's got to be there in 0.5. It's like unmissable. Let's see what happens with that, right? Who knows? Maybe they actually do scrap the Atlas thing. I don't know. Who knows what they're cooking, right? They said that they didn't have it finished in time, so maybe it's just this huge thing. Personally, I don't think they will scrap the Atlas because I think that they believe in it. And I think that other people should let them get there, right? With their vision. Because ultimately, like I said, they added it for a reason. They think that it can work. And a lot of the time in the past, GGG have done things where like they've made changes to things that you thought couldn't get better, or you thought in your own mind that you didn't want them to change, right? A good example of that is in 3.13 for Path of Exile 1, they added Atlas trees to the game, right? Where you could specialize, and at the time the Atlas was split into 4 like a quadrant. You know, you'd have like one area and then another area, and in those particular areas you would have you could farm like specific Atlas drops, like items like Vermilion rings and things like that. And each quadrant of the Atlas had its own passive tree. So you could specialize into a particular type of content on each quadrant. So like, yeah, that was a cool idea. And that was at the time it was like, holy shit, this is insane, right? And for a year, that's how the game was in the end game. And people loved it, right? People... There was problems with that, the way that Atlas worked in terms of getting there. You had to like defeat the conquerors, like Cirrus conquerors in each quadrant, but it was a little bit weird. But the actual end game, like doing content, was great. But then in 3.17, here comes another Atlas expansion, and the Atlas trees in each quadrant are gone. In fact, all of the quadrants are gone because now it's just one big Atlas and there's one big Atlas tree, and everyone was like mind blown, right? That's an example of something where like you didn't actually know you wanted any changes there, or you thought it couldn't get better, but they just come along and make it better. So give it time. Like I do believe that they can get there with it, right? With this current Atlas. And Mark kind of like hinted at that they're doing, like, you know, when he was talking about the Atlas trees being like, he in his own words, he said they were trash, right? He said the
Yes.
Atlas tree is trash,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He knows, that guy knows, right?
Yeah.
But he also like alluded to they were working on something that was very like grand in terms of design. That was kind of, I don't know, I can't remember the exact words they used, but that's partly why it wasn't ready, because it's like I don't want to say it's so huge, but it's something that's like kind of quite drastically different, right? So yeah, let them cook. Is it like, okay, if the end game changes are not in 0.5, I'm not going to be happy, right? But let's just get like 0.5. Surely end game changes are going to be there.
Surely.
Surely.
It has to be. I mean,
Yeah.
look, they're very aware that this is a very like contentious issue, a very important thing that they have to get right, especially with the fact that we know it was something that they kind of undercooked just to give us something to do, which I'm happy with. At the end of the day, I mean, I would have been cool, like, or okay, I guess, to just keep playing the campaign over and over again, like what we did in Diablo 2 days. But like, you know, the fact that we had an endgame even at 0.1 was like a pretty big W, especially as it was like a pivot for them, like, you know, pretty late into the development of like Path of Exile 2. That being said, man, like I do think that the Infinite Atlas is fixable. Like I said this on the Path to Exile podcast with the, you know, the homies Dead Rabbit, Kaltarak, and Miso Xuru. Like there's two things that we need right now that would just like, I was really hoping for as sort of like a band-aid fix until we actually get a substantial rework, like the, as he mentioned, the grandeur Atlas tree and stuff like that. I don't know what that means. I don't want to get my expectations up too much, but the two things we need are quality of life and agency right now. We need agency over how we navigate. So we need to be able to choose which maps we're doing more easily, whether that is through some sort of rework to towers again for the third time or fourth time or whatever. Orbs of Horizon are a thing. I love the idea in theory of exploring this like Atlas though. Like I like how, you know, if you go to the corrupted zone, there's a plus to like the monster level, so you're getting higher like base item levels, or if you're going to the cleansed areas, you're getting more, you know, rarity. And I think that those two things are interesting, and I wish that like every biome had interesting things like that, so that like you could target, oh, I need to go to the desert because the desert has an increased to unique item chance to drop, or I need these unique items that drop from these particular maps or bosses in these maps, or I need to go to the water biome because it drops more like raw currency or something. I don't know, something to incentivize players to explore. And I think that that would be complemented so much with map completion, like in PoE 1 being the source of points for the new revised Atlas. I think that that would go so well with just like exploring. It would actually give you a reason to do these like unfavorable map locations. Like, oh, I need to go find Meyer so I can bang that out and get my point for that. And that will be exacerbated once Act 5 comes out and Act 6 comes out. There's going to be a ton of maps, a ton of unique maps, a ton of new bosses to kill. And I think that like with the exploration of the Atlas and actually giving you the points to progress your character, it could be actually pretty fun. It could be actually really fun with those few changes.
Yeah, that's how I see the Atlas as well. I feel like they can get there with it, right? It's not great right now, but I think that it has potential.
Yeah.
They just need to make that exploration like really fun. Like that's kind of the whole idea of that, right? Is the exploration part needs to be fun.
Yeah, did you have any sort of like additions or things that you think would make the end game like more substantial and in your eyes not just more enjoyable in general?
So I think one thing is definitely like map size is a bit of an issue, and I think that might be something that's a really big problem this patch. I haven't heard many people talk about this, but there's 40% less monsters, right?
Yeah.
But the map sizes are still the same size. Is it going to feel like? I mean, obviously the 40% less is only for like end game maps, right? It's like, because how it was working is it was like monsters were increasing in pack size up until like from like tier 1 to, you know, tier 15, 16. So now like in the end game maps you have less monsters, or like comparatively the same as like tier 1 maps. Is it going to feel like those maps are a bit empty? Like, is there just going to have these like big areas? Because you got to kind of keep in mind that they designed the map size, then the monsters were there, and now the monsters there's like lower amount of monsters, but the map size is the same. So it's like I do kind of feel like that might feel a bit strange. But just without that point in mind, map size in general has to be a thing that needs to change. I think the maps are just, there was a video. Try made a video where he had a bunch of creators on. You were on there, I was on there, right? Talking about like what we want to see in 0.4. And one of the things on there was Paustron was talking about the rare map icons. And I hadn't really thought about it from what he was saying there. He was talking about how in PoE 1, we had the rare map icons. We did. Back in 3.23 in Affliction League, you could get an extra ascendancy. And that ascendancy had a point that allowed you to see rare map icons, right? And he made the point of how, like, in the next league, when that went away, people weren't mad about it, right? But in PoE 2, they were mad about it when they went away. And one of the things that he mentioned there about that, in terms of why people were annoyed, that I hadn't thought of, is that the rare map icons, in a way, were kind of telling you the map layout, right? This is something that I hadn't thought about, but it was kind of happening without you knowing about it, right? You would see the mini-map, and you would know where the rare monsters are in unexplored areas of the map, and therefore you would know kind of the map layout. Not entirely, but you would know where to go and how kind of best to traverse the map. That issue is only an issue because of the map layouts, right? This is basically a non-issue in PoE 1. Map layouts are just a non-issue. There are bad map layouts, and there are good map layouts. But, the way PoE 1 works is you only have to run the bad map layouts once, right? And then you can kind of run the map layouts that you want to. The idea that the map layouts are not just kind of bad in terms of how you move around and like things that you get stuck on, like different things like shield charging into things or leap slamming and getting stuck in terrain, things like that. Not just bad in terms of that, but also how big they are relative to like how many monster packs are in each region of the map and things like that, or like where the boss is located. This is something that needs to be addressed, I think. They added checkpoints as a band-aid, then they added more checkpoints, right? Like, surely this is not the end game of PoE 2 in terms of like, do they really want like checkpoints in maps? I mean, I know from my own personal perspective, I don't want checkpoints. Like, I'm not a big fan of checkpoints, right? I mean, even in this patch, they're doing the thing where if you reach every checkpoint on the map, you then reveal all of the content that you missed in the map, right? Which is kind of cool. Okay, that's kind of cool. But I don't want maps where I need to have checkpoints in them. Like, the very fact that there is checkpoints in the map would suggest that the map layout isn't good or is too big. It's literally just there by them existing, that's already an issue, right? So, yeah, that is something that I think really does need to be solved is map layouts.
Yeah, no, I remember when they actually introduced like the checkpoints, because correct me if I'm wrong, but in like 0.1, there wasn't any in maps, if I'm remembering correctly or not. And so it felt like it was a band-aid fix for the backtracking issue, which was an issue caused by the fact that we had no idea where the rear monsters were, and then you had to basically search the entire map, and there was a guy tucked in a little corner somewhere. And now it kind of feels like we're meeting in the middle here, where we have checkpoints because we inevitably will have to do backtracking to find the content that we want to do. But if we discover these checkpoints, at least we'll know where we need to backtrack, basically, to do the backtracking. My biggest issue was, so I played Falling Thunder in PoE 2 as my main character for 0.3, like power charge stacking invoker. And what I came to realize, and that kind of, adds on to your point about the maps and the layouts and stuff like that, is that like I got griefed by terrain so fucking hard, bro, because the projectiles would bounce off of like little rocks and little trees and little wheelbarrows and stuff like that, because they weren't true projectiles like lightning arrow or something like that where they would fly over that stuff. So like every time I would drop the Falling Thunder, it would like, just get eaten up by an
Get stuck.
abyssal,
Yeah, exactly.
and abyssal depths would do the same thing. And I
Yep.
just think personally, there's just too much junk everywhere in these maps. Like it would be cool
Yeah.
if they just reduced the amount of stuff like that's especially when like stuff is happening and there's explosions everywhere, there's monsters everywhere, there's particle effects everywhere. You can't really see the terrain that's like reefing you a little bit, and it can get you killed or it can mess up what your ability that you're using. And so that was one of my biggest issues with the maps right now, is that it just feels like they have so much junk in them. Like I don't know if that's kind of what you were getting at as well.
Yeah, and also they added sprint, right, which kind of amplifies that issue even more, because even on builds that don't have those like movement skills, right, and getting stuck on things like shield charge, leap slam, whatever, you immediately start noticing those things, because like your shield charge just runs into this like tiny pebble on the ground that you can't see, and you get like mini stunned, right, because you get like you kind of have to stop your sprint, move out of the way, start sprinting again. So yeah, that is another thing. Yeah, definitely those like, I don't know what that. Why is that a thing? Why is there so many like little rocks and stuff in these maps that you get stuck on? Very very weird. I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know, but it almost seems like they have like a like when they're randomly generating maps, there's like a percentage amount of like
Yeah.
clutter or like I don't know if clutter is the right word, but it feels very cluttered to me. It's like
Yeah.
just like these little patches of like water and stuff like that, and it just feels so unnecessary. It doesn't add
Yeah.
anything to the like immersion of being in that map. It actually like kind of, yeah, it just feels odd. So hopefully they can get that solved as well. I definitely think that that's a big issue.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so we got your sort of like biggest changes that you'd want to see. Obviously, the end game is something that's very important to you, as it is to me as well. I wanted to kind of segue into some closing questions right now. So I've noticed that you don't like stream at all, and I just wondered, like, what is the rationale behind that? Usually, in this day and age, there's very much of an emphasis on like content creation as a streaming and YouTube creation thing. I know there's a lot of people who don't stream. I just wanted to ask you yourself personally, have you ever thought about it, and why you've kind of chosen not to at this point?
I have thought about it. I probably will stream at some point. It's just a case of like when I have like the right, situation with like being able to stream at a certain time or whatever, and like being able to manage making videos at the same time. Because I do kind of enjoy making videos, and I also enjoy that aspect of like, I'm not streaming. I can just like chill out and whatever. It's kind of more relaxed in a way. Yeah, streaming it. I don't really have anything against streaming. Like, it's not like it's something that I'll say like 100% I won't do. I'm not streaming at the moment, but yeah, maybe in the future.
That's cool. Yeah, I just wanted to ask because, I think that a lot of people, you know, do I think too much streaming. I think where like, especially if you're trying to grow on Twitch, like myself, like, it's easier to stream, right? You're playing the game.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
it very much doesn't feel like work, especially to some people. And so I think like, for me personally, I've decided to try and do like a cutback on streaming, even though I really enjoy it, just to be able to focus more on YouTube, because I really enjoy like making videos too. Like it's so fun, and that's the type of stuff that can just exist and get you, grow your community, attract viewers to the stream and stuff like that. So, but I think your stream would be awesome. I think that you'd be like a super obviously knowledgeable and like fun streamer to watch. So, I'd be in there, man. If you ever pop up to Twitch or pop up to YouTube, I'll be in there, buddy.
yeah. It might happen. It could happen.
That's awesome. Another final closing question, and this is a hard question to ask, man, but I'm gonna ask it anyway because I'm gonna put you on the spot. I wanted to ask you, what do video games mean to you, and how have they impacted your life?
What do they mean to me? I think that the main thing is like, it's like escapism, right? That's basically what gaming is at the end of the day. Like you're able to just live in another reality, right? Like while you're playing the game. But that's basically what gaming is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it is. It's something that's, it's like, how can I even describe this? Yeah, when I was like, I just think generally, like when you're kind of able to immerse yourself in a game, like especially if you are really interested in it, right? I kind of get the same impression from like when I'm really into a book, right? Like I don't do much reading, but I have read books before and I've been really gripped by a book, right? You're like, there's just you can't put the book down. You just like next chapter, right? You just can't put it down. When gaming's like that, and it's kind of like that for me, like most League launches, right? Like there's something that is just so interesting about making a new character and having that progression period. For me, that's like everything in an ARPG. Like once the character is actually like, let's say I get to like level 100 and I have like my gear is fully fleshed out. I could probably get some really expensive upgrades, right? But I'm not really that bothered. I just don't play the character anymore. Like I'm done with it at that point. I know that for some people, like once they get there, that's when they're blasting, right? They're like, Khan is a good example of that. Khan gets to like a level 100 character in like 3 days. Then he's playing that same level 100 character for 3 weeks afterwards. For me, like the progression element is everything, and like when the game is like that and it's just so engaging, that's kind of what it means to me, right? It's like it's a way to like absorb yourself into something almost, right? You just take yourself out of the real world and you're just living in the game, right? For those moments.
I know exactly what you mean, man. And that's how you know you're playing a good game that you enjoy. When time melts away from you and when you're not playing the game, you're thinking like, what do I need to do next? Like, what am I working on? What are my goals and stuff like that?
Exactly,
like you enter this like flow state, right? And like the things that allow you to do that in life are super special. Cause let's be real, like life is shit a lot of the time. And so like having things that, you know, distract us from the bullshit and all the crap going on in life, like those things like need to be cherished. And I think like for me as well, like, you know, video games have provided that through the good times and the dark times. It's allowed me to kind of enter this beautiful flow state and like get distracted, but also I feel like it's in like a positive way. Like we could be getting distracted and in a flow state and a whole lot of other way more bad things for ourselves. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, and there's also a lot of cool, like, you know, positive things like, you know, the social aspect of video games, I think is super cool too. Like we wouldn't ever be chatting right now together on this podcast if it wasn't for being, you know, having Path of Exile sort of the glue for that. Right. And
exactly.
Yeah. So it's pretty special, man. And I love that answer. And yeah, I couldn't agree more for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so final question. I wanted to ask you if you had any advice for people looking to potentially start out in their content creation or YouTube journey. How would you guide the next generation of YouTubers or content creators?
I think I would say you kind of have to have like not a niche, but something that you like are really interested in or are very good at, right? Like you don't necessarily like you don't have to be the best player in Path of Exile. Like I'm not the best player in Path of Exile, right? I just know a lot about the game, and I think having that kind of edge in some particular aspect, like you could be that you're just speed like you could be like Angormus is a good example, right? That guy just speed runs Warrior, like he's just insanely good at speed running Warrior. Like that's just like the speed at which he does things is ridiculous to someone like me watching him, right? Like that is absurd. Kind of having some kind of edge on something, like I said, it doesn't need to be skill. It could be knowledge. It could be, you know, something else. Could be that you're just really entertaining, right? Could be anything like that. And then you kind of put that into your work, right? For me, it was just a case of like, I just, my impression of it was like, I know way too much about this game. Like, I know way more than I should know about the game, right?
You've been in that flow state a few too many times, and now you know
like,
a lot. Yeah.
Like, I know way too much about this game. Like, I'm just going to talk about it. That was basically my way I started making videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other people make videos like Havoc, right? Havoc 616, really nice guy, by the way. I met him in real life. He makes videos and it's just like speed running the campaign or whatever, right? like you can learn so much from that, because all of these little things he does, which to like a normal player or someone who doesn't really know about that stuff, they wouldn't even consider like how much time this is saving in every element, right? Or even like the simple decision making of like what skills he's using at what time in his playthrough, and why he's doing that, right? So yeah, just be enthusiastic about something, right? To a point of like obsessing over it, basically. Like you're like you're the ranger expert. You just know all about how these skills work, right? You know about how projectile mechanics work or something, or you're a speedrunning expert, or you play hardcore, but you just constantly die in Acts 2 over and over again, and everybody laughs at it, right? There's just
I hope that's not me, guys. I hope that's
there's
not
gotta
me.
be yeah, there's got to be something right there,
Yeah.
and then once you kind of think that that's you, just start making videos, right? No one learns how to make good videos overnight, and like my videos have so many ways that they could be improved upon, but yeah, just start making videos, and yeah, that's if you create content that's interesting to someone, then ultimately there are going to be more people like that someone, and then your content's going to grow.
I love that. Yeah, no, that's super interesting. I feel like even playing Path of Exile and making content around it is a niche in itself. But what you're saying is essentially find your niche within that niche. Like what makes you stand out as a Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2 creator? Like, you know, what do you, and I think it all comes down to like, what do you love to do? I think that is, something
Yeah,
that
that's it.
you got to look at yourself and be like, what am I doing in this game? It kind of circles back to how there's so many different ways to play the game. How are you playing the game? How do you love playing the game? And that kind of maybe is like your guiding star. That's at least how it was for me, where it's like my first video ever was hardcore solo self-found campaign tips and tricks guide. Like that was like I finally got through the campaign and got to maps at hardcore. I was like, I'm gonna make a YouTube video about what I learned about this journey,
Like how you did it. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. And I just, it's
But it's like
yeah.
I would not make a video about how to make like 20 divines an hour or something. That would you would never ever see that video on my channel ever. Right?
Yeah.
I'm just not interested in it.
Mhm.
And also, like, I don't really think about like strategies and stuff, so I'm also not going to give good advice on that, right? So that's like, just if you're enthusiastic and interested about something, you can definitely make content on that thing. Like, you just got to have that. You got to have that sort of knowing of what it is.
For sure. And it kind of almost makes it so that like you're making content that you would enjoy yourself, which is cool. Like you're watching, like you're making videos that you would want to watch, which is like,
yeah,
I think that is also like a really big like guiding star for me. Like I love podcasts. I love listening to people yap about video games and nostalgia and stuff like that. So like that's what inspired me to a part of my inspiration for this. And yeah. And same with like hardcore build guides and like stuff like that. Not a lot of people do that on YouTube. There's not too many people that are kind of like within that niche, and it's something that I searched for when I started playing hardcore, and I was like, oh, like no one's doing this. Like barely anyone has like an HCSSF build guide that I can follow. And so like I enjoy that stuff, and I feel like the stuff that you talk about, it's like you can see the passion there about like you sharing the tech and the knowledge and stuff like that. And it kind of seems like that's the type. If I had to guess, like, oh, what does Dreamcore watch on YouTube? I feel like maybe you're searching up like stuff like that, interesting things, and knowledge-based stuff, content-wise, that you would enjoy watching as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I started making videos. Is that I wanted to see more of that on YouTube, right? There was a few creators doing it for PoE1, like Wolfio made videos that are very similar to that, where he would like pick a random unique and just see like what is possible with this item, right? Especially in like a meta where it's always about like what's the best build, and like uniques just get completely skipped over because people would kind of look at them, and on the face of things they're not particularly great, right? That's partly why that was part of my inspiration for the Forgotten Unique series that I did about a year ago, where I basically just picked uniques that are like not used at all and just talked about them, right? Because like why not? There's a whole bunch, like Path of Exile 1 and even Path of Exile 2, like over time this is happening as well. Obviously we're getting the unique buffs in this upcoming patch, but like there's going to be like this backlog of just things that nobody ever looks at, right? They just don't look at it for several leagues in a row, and nobody is interested in it at all. And it's kind of fun to just like pull one of those things up and be like, hey, like this has this mod, that's pretty cool, like it can do this, and there's this new ascendancy that came in, and now this is possible, right? And like that, yeah, that's the type of content that I wanted to see, and that's kind of what I ended up making.
I love that. That's super cool. All right, man. We have reached the end of the show. At this point in time, I would just like to ask you to shout yourself out. Where can we find you? And if you wanted to share anything that you are working on, give us the scoop on what that is.
Yeah, Dreamcore GG on YouTube. I'll be making videos up until the launch and beyond launch for Path of Exile 2. I don't know what they're going to be about. I kind of like spontaneously just make videos, especially when there's like patch notes and there's like new information coming in sometimes from GDG, right? Like patch note changes and whatever. So yeah, it'll be the same sort of content that you can expect on my channel if you already watch it. It's like tech stuff, talking about uniques and things like that, ascendancies.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you cook up. Guys, if you're not living under a rock, or if you are living under a rock and you haven't seen this guy's stuff, there's obviously going to be a link in the description to Dreamcore's content. Very high quality stuff. I'm a massive fan. Make sure to give him a watch. Check him out. Thank you so much for today, man. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. And I hope to have you back on maybe at some other time in the future to keep chatting, because this is a really good time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's been a lot of fun.
Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching today. I really appreciate it. And we will catch you in the next one. Peace. All right. We did the damn thing, man. Thank you so much again for today, bro.
Yeah. Awesome chat.
Yeah, dude, it was good. I feel like we could have went on and talked about a lot more stuff. These 2 hours flew by. This is also my first podcast in like almost 3 weeks, so I felt a little bit rusty going in. So sorry if I like interrupted you or like messed up your train of thought at any point in time. I was kind of like,
oh, that's fine.
Yeah, getting back into the swing of things. But yeah, man, just very stoked to be on this PoE journey with like yourself and everybody else. And yeah, it's been cool.
Yeah, cool chat. That was great. Yeah, we'll definitely do it again sometime.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing you guys chat on the mob. Oh yeah, you never got to talk about the Mobalytics pod. When are you guys doing that for the folks who are still here?
I believe it's going to be on Wednesday. Is the Mobalytics pod Wednesday morning? Morning. It's going to be very early morning for Try, like 5 a.m. or something for him, or 4 a.m.
Oh shit, man, he's dedicated. He's dedicated for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's really awkward for him because the Mobalytics podcast is me. I'm in the UK.
Yep.
Local is in South Africa. Sir Gog is in Australia, and obviously Try. So
that is a logistical nightmare. It's like every corner of the world has to be like this. Yeah, that's tough.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. So but we make it work, and it's a pretty fun podcast because I feel like a lot of different kind of angles are covered on that podcast, right? We have kind of blasters, and we have like hardcore players, softcore players. Like trade and SSF is both represented. More casual, and yeah, it's a good representation.
Yeah, I call you guys the Fantastic Four, and I think that's particularly why. It's because like you guys have all of these bases covered. I feel like, which is like pretty strategically planned, and yeah, each of you guys kind of have your own niche, as we talked about too. So it's cool to kind of hear you guys all get together. I know it's tough. I feel like as a 4-man podcast to kind of get your say in sometimes. I even struggled with this on the Path to Exile podcast that I did a couple days ago, where it was like 4 of us, and then like you know, I feel like you don't know when to interject or like get your point. And so I definitely, I'm biased, but I prefer this format so much more. But yeah, it's cool.
I think the 1-to-1 format is probably the best format overall. It really depends on what you're talking about though, because like if it's like a new release like it is for the PoE, it is kind of nice to have like four people, especially if they all kind of like represent a different sphere of like a type of player, right? So that is pretty good. But yeah, I agree. Like most of the time we have like a list of things that are topics that we want to get through. We always only get through about a third of the list.
Yeah.
So, That's
uh,
like 2 hours, right? 2 hour podcast, and only a third of the topics are covered.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, hopefully you guys can get through some of the points. Yeah. So just to reiterate, Wednesday morning, I think if you're in like Eastern Standard Time, it's going to be at like 5 in the morning or something like that. So if you guys are on the DGen schedule, there will be a Mobalytics pod. What was the pod called again? I can't remember.
It's called I can't even remember myself. I think it's called Pod of Exile or something like that.
Pod of Exile. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should know this as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, man.
Well, I definitely should know that.
Yeah, you're on the
it.
podcast. Yeah, it's a great pod. I can't recommend it enough. I mean, I'm a fan of all of you guys. I would love to actually get Sir Gog on here at some point. He's been a well-requested guest. So maybe that'll
definitely
happen.
get Sir Gog on.
Yeah,
Sir Gog was great.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. He's super cool. Any plans for the rest of the day? Are you going to be going back to Guild Wars and playing a bit more through that? What's your plan?
I think I'll probably play. I've been playing quite a lot of Arc Raiders recently. I play basically the friends that got me into Path of Exile initially. Like I play with two friends for like a lot of different games whenever we're not playing Path of Exile. So like we all play Path of Exile at the same time, Path of Exile 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then we just all play like we usually play Apex, but Arc Raiders is like really fun at the moment, so we've just been playing that.
Dude, I love Arc Raiders. I will send you my Steam code if you want to run some Arc Raiders sometime. I'm super down, bro. It's been a blast.
Yeah. Arc Raiders is great. It's a lot of fun.
It's like the only game, not the only game, but it's one of the very few games I feel like. I'll say this before, and then you can leave. You have permission. You have permission to leave after this. But it's one of the games that I feel like was so fucking hyped. Like it's crazy. Their marketing and all that kind of stuff was like off the charts. But then the game actually like lived up to the hype. Like it's actually just a really fucking good game. Like really fun.
Yeah, I was actually a bit concerned with that because I sort of was aware of all the hype, but in a way I hadn't bothered watching anyone's streams about it. And then my friends were like, "Come on, like let's play this game." And I hadn't bought the game or anything, and I was like, no, like it's going to end up as another Helldivers 2, right? I sent them the screenshot of like Helldivers 2, which was 450,000 player peak, currently 15,000 players, and I was like, this is what's going to happen to Arc Raiders, right? But like they got me to get it in the end, and I've just really enjoyed it. It's been a great experience.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's not even like AAA price. I think I paid like 50 Canadian dollars for it.
Yeah, it was cheap.
Yeah, and I was like very, very impressed with just like it runs well. The gameplay loop is super fun. I think it is like the perfect like entry level like extraction game where like the stakes aren't super high. Like I played a lot of Tarkov in my day, like 2,000 plus hours, and like that game and PoE have a lot of crossover where like they're both very knowledge based, more so than like technically challenging. But yeah, it's cool, man. You can just go in there, and if you die, it's not a big deal. You got the free kits that you get on unlimited amounts of, so it's all good. It's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Good, it's a good game. I've never played an extraction shooter. This was like the first. Again, it's a bit like
it's perfect for first like time
Exile,
extraction
right?
players. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, we'll be in touch if we ever run some Arc Raiders. That'd be epic. And yeah, have a great day, buddy, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Take care. Peace out.
See you, dude.
All right, guys, we did the damn thing. If you are still here and you had watched the podcast all the way through, I just want to say thank you so much, guys. It was an absolute pleasure talking to Dreamcore. He's a absolutely lovely person. Composes himself really well. Has really great takes about the game. I feel like we didn't disagree about anything. Not that I was trying to disagree with him about anything, but yeah, it just felt like we were kind of like on the same sort of wavelength. And yeah, man, just really solid dude. I'll drop obviously some links to his stuff right now. I'm pretty sure every single one of you guys who are in the chat in YouTube and in Twitch are already following him. But if you're not, there it is, YouTube. There it is, Twitch in the chat. Yeah, guys, what did you think? Did you think it was a good podcast? Did you enjoy the conversation? We talked a lot about the development of both games. And yeah, we kind of got into the nitty gritty of it all. Absolute banger. Yo, thank you so much. Oh, we got Where's Brit in the chat, guys. We need to get some Where's Brit. If you're a subscriber, get some emotes in. I'm an avid follower of his videos for PoE 1 and PoE 2. Me too, man. It's honestly such a genuine, just like a genuine privilege to be able to talk to and interview people that you're just like a big fan of. Like, Dreamcore, like I've been a fan of his videos ever since I got into PoE, and so yeah, it is just a true, without like getting too mushy or whatever. Like it is a general pleasure to be able to do that with people in the community who you look up to for their content, and Dreamcore is no exception. I feel like, as he mentioned, like his content has gotten better and better over the years, and like hearing the story of how like that's all progressed, like it inspired me to just see where I end up, like, you know, 4 years down the road. And so yeah, super cool. All right, so great episode. Oh, thanks, baby. I'm glad you're here for it. I can't believe I haven't slept yet, but we're gonna play some more Path of Exile 2 for another couple hours. Full-time content plays lock in. No, we're doing content part-time, dude. We're doing content part-time. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. But I love making content. I love hanging out with you guys. And so what we're gonna do, and we're celebrating this week as this is the first week of like the part-time content schedule. But it's funny because this is the week of League launch. So like I can't do part-time during League launch. Love our Texas server. Oh my god. Guys, I'm not playing Texas, okay? I'm playing Washington. Guys, I'm playing Washington. Look, it's right here. Watch out, guys. It's Washington, okay? It's fine to bite off more than you can chew. Oh my god, I don't even know my own password, guys. I'm cooked. It's fine to bite off more than you can chew, to swallow it. Yeah, it's just a lot to chew, man. That's the thing. Just get us some art streams. Oh. Something just happened. Oh no. Are we still live? We still good? We here? Oh, the game. I think the game something happened. You guys don't want to watch art streams though. That's the thing. Art streams is me to my back turned, and like I'm just painting a canvas. Like I'm not talking to you guys. I'm like locked in. Yeah, still our Texas server, HCSSF streamer. Okay, so we're in Act 2. We're just, I want to play a little bit more on this build because I'm actually having quite a bit of fun playing it. And just see how it feels. Bone Storm is hitting hard. And yeah, so we're just gonna vibe out. If you guys want to hang out and vibe, we're just gonna be playing through the campaign with this build a bit more. Naked art streams, bro. That's a sub goal for sure. We could do like tasteful sexiness maybe one day, but there's gonna have to be a hefty sub goal for that. Hefty sub goal. I don't know how comfortable I am selling my body on the internet. You know what I mean? Bro, on some chill vibes on the occasional sound of an aerosol can. It won't be the occasional sound of an aerosol can. It'll be just constant spraying, and it'll be like, yeah, I guess like mural ASMR. I don't know. That would be pretty unique though. Like there's not many people that do that type of thing. I don't know. It sounds cool in theory, but it kind of feels like a pain in the ass in practice to actually set up and do. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out today, guys. That podcast was awesome. Love talking with Dreamcore, man. He's super cool. Yo, Skadutch, what up, brother? Welcome in. Good to see you as always. I'm the brush, you're my canvas type shit. Oh my god, bro. No, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Any idea what you're going to start in New League? I have 3 different builds that I'm potentially going to start. I'm testing them right now. This is the first one, Essence Drain Contagion. It'll be on the Lich Ascendancy. But I have some other ideas for builds. I'm actually going to be releasing a video probably tomorrow with my top 3 builds. It'll be my first non-podcast video in a while. So it'd mean a lot if you guys checked it out. Yeah, I'll probably record the voice and get started on it today after stream and stuff like that. Pod was great. He's dope. Yeah, he's solid, man. Super solid. I look forward to having him on again at some point. Definitely going to be a repeat guest for sure. But guys, we have DM coming tomorrow. Like, how crazy is that? We're talking with the red-haired the face of the face of PoE2. The man who visited Grinding Gear Games probably has more of an idea about what's happening in there than most people. Darth microtransaction himself. I did Dot Lich last league. Felt really good and safe. Yeah, dude, it's so strong. But yeah, grats on all the dope pods coming this week. How about DN? Who's DN? Am I missing on something? Mount. No, DM, not DM. Not DN. Sounds similar. That one is at 9 a.m. No, that one will be tomorrow night, actually. It'll be at about 8 o'clock p.m. Oh my god. Somebody fucking ban this guy, bro. This guy hit me with a DN, dude. I walked into that one, bro. Fuck. Walked into that one. Yeah, so that one will be tomorrow night at about 8 o'clock. So tomorrow's going to be an evening stream. I was about to say he's 4 hours behind us. So you're getting him at 5. I'm getting him at, I think he's 3 hours behind us. Bro, I didn't mean to actually time him out, dude. That's crazy that you timed that guy out. Oof. That's crazy that this guy got timed out. Sorry, Shadow. Oh my god, it was 600. It was a 1 second timeout. Okay, for on my screen, it said 600 seconds, dude. I was like, no way. That's like 10 minutes. I felt bad because Shadow's the homie, dude. I'm glad it was for 1 second. You got Wes Disu with the same yesterday? Damn, bro. Just making his rounds. I see how it is. You dirty dog. You dirty motherfucking dog. Yeah, I'm excited to get some DM lore tomorrow. He said I can only have an hour of his time. But I'm hoping that we can extend it and do more than an hour. Because an hour just isn't enough. I don't know how Try does these like hour-long podcasts. Like me and Dreamcore could have sat here for at least another hour and just started yapping about PoE, video games, and I feel that way about all of the guests that I have on here. Like, you know, we're just vibing, we're just chatting and shit. Okay, what's this? Let's look at this. Don't do this, Shadow. Don't. And then you come in here and you do this to me, your boy you haven't seen in like 3 weeks. DM will talk about OSRS for half the pod. Dude, I'm so down. I want to talk about OSRS, Maple Story. I want to talk about his like. I actually have to work on his questions. Actually, fuck me. I haven't actually sent them over to him. Talk about his gacha game history. Like, I want to get some lore. Like, I love the lore aspect of like my podcast. I hope that you guys do as well. Like, I think that that's something that kind of separates the pod, is that we actually get to talk about just like the origins of their gaming history and all that kind of stuff. And I really enjoy hearing that. Like, dude, listening to Dreamcore talk about his like gaming history, I was like, dude, we've literally lived like parallel lives to some degree. Like, we played similar game, basically the same games at the same time. It's kind of crazy. Oh, I thought that was gonna hit me. I love the podcast. Lay down and chill. Agree to some, disagree to some, laugh and have fun watching, then move on in life. That is exactly the type of reaction that I want. No perfect agreeing, disagreeing, laughing. Like if I'm covering all the bases like that, then that's a W in my book. Absolute W in my book. Oops, that's not the regex. Oh, +2 to physical spells. Yo, this is big. This is really big. We can use this on the... Oh, I'm not level... I don't have 35 int. That's embarrassing. We just need a decent focus now to use with this. Wait. The heck just happened? Oh no. Oh, I didn't get to say thank you to Roast Pork Belly for the raid too. Thank you so much, dude. You're probably long gone from this this stream, but appreciate you, my homie Roast Pork Belly, for that raid. Mm. Dude, the practice run's going good, man. Like Essence Train Contagion Bone Storm is so fucking good, bro. It's actually kind of crazy. I'm excited to try some other stuff though. Staves are getting buffed, which is exciting. I'm using a staff right now because that's the best thing that I found. But I'm excited to pick them up because I just never picked them up before. Like in 0. I just have them turned off on the loot filter and I just never picked them up. It's always been wands and focuses. So I don't really play casters that much, but it's kind of like why would you ever pick up a staff when they're just inherently worse? Yo, what up, Ergo? Welcome back, man. The interview with DM is tomorrow night at about 8 o'clock in the 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You're doing great, man. Keep up with the great content. Dude, thank you so much, man. Did you end up catching the interview with Dreamcore? If you were here, I appreciate you listening. If not, the video will be live on YouTube like tomorrow, I think. Yeah, thank you so much, Urkel. I appreciate that, bro. Excited to be blasting with you, seeing you online in the guild and everything. Man, an essence of sorcery would be huge right now for this wand that we just found. Mm. All right, so Balbala is going to die. We've got to change up the vibe though. Let's put on some gems. Yo, Jolteon, what's up? Welcome in. So good to see you. Japan was awesome. I have a bunch of pictures from Japan that I haven't showed anybody. If you guys want, we can take a look at some of the pictures from Japan, or we can just keep gaming. It's up to you guys, whatever you guys want to do. But I have prepared a little presentation, a little PowerPoint. Japan was so good though, Jolteon. Have you been to Japan? I can't recommend it enough. The people are amazing. The toilets are amazing. Got to get up in the whole front of the class and present. Yeah, I'm prepared, dude. I have like a little presentation, not presentation, but I edited a bunch of my photos that I took on my good camera in preparation to share them with you guys. Oh, happy to do that. At some point during the stream, maybe towards the end of the stream, if enough of you guys are interested in it. You've only ever visited Connecticut? Like ever? You've never been to anywhere else? That's crazy, dude. Are you just not a fan of traveling, or? I just realized that I leveled up Guardian to level 89 in SSF with 0 deaths. Hardcore viable. Yo, nice. Nice, Fury. That's huge. Oh, and you've also been to Dublin as well. Okay. Hey, there's are you based in the US? Where are you based out of? I see you. Heaven pales in you. Oh. Oh, I just stood on top of that. That was not optimal gameplay. Oh, dude. God, she's a pain in the ass. I was always kind of work focused, but now I kind of regret that. I mean, you got time, bro. Life's not over. You got time. Scotland. Oh shit. Okay. But you've been to the US and you've been to Dublin, which is Ireland, right? If I'm not mistaken. SRS Guardian is really good for SSF. Word. PoE1 gaming. First timer ever fighting Balbala with melee was such a nightmare. Oh my god, dude, I remember that. 0.1 warrior Balbala just teleporting everywhere. No way to get any damage on her. She's still a pain in the butt. Perfect strike. Yup. That was me as well. Dude, perfect strike just hurts to play sometimes. Although they did buff it. Yeah, we need to go back to town because my damage is falling off. Yeah, the perfect strike was crazy, bro. If you missed it, it was like, oh my god. That shit was crazy. Yo, one hit. What's good, brother? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. What's poppin'? Yes, we're live and direct. I keep forgetting it's like early in the morning for people. Oh shit, increased chaos damage. I'll probably pick that one up. I'm fortunate enough to never bring a warrior out of the red veil. Bro, really? You've never gone past the red veil and warrior? Come on, man. Warrior is so fun, dude. Have I seen the 0.4 tree? Is the tree out right now? Can you drop it in the chat if it's out? We'll take a look at it. I feel like I'm allergic to using auto attack. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to do that if you're a warrior, especially early on. Jet lag kicked your butt at all? Yeah, dude. I haven't slept since 3 p.m. yesterday. I haven't slept at all. I've been up for a while. I'm trying to pull a long day. Okay, I probably. Oh, whoa, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna look at the tree right now, Shadow, until I get it in POB or an interactive URL, because then we can actually go through and look at each node and see what's happening. But thank you for sharing that. It looks substantial. I just don't want to get too into it without being able to see what's going on. Machi coming in hot with the raid. Thank you, bro. What's good? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How was your stream, Machi? What's good? What's good? Welcome in, my boys and my girls. We're just doing some campaign runs. We just had an awesome chat with the homie Dreamcore. Mr. Mariachi in the flesh. Melee sucks. Do you know how humans evolved to be the dominant species? Starting from stabbing deadly animals with a spear to intercontinental ballistic missiles. Humans are not supposed to fight melee. But dude, melee feels like good. Like when you hit a perfect strike and it's just like, you know, wind up and then you smack the boss with it. Like, dude, there's something primal about that just like activates the neurons in your brain and it just feels good. Blaze, we need to talk. Dude, I'm here. Let's talk. I missed you, bro. How you doing? Yo, you're my most watched streamer in 2025. I've spent 80 something hours. Something primal doing that and missing, dude. Oh my god, bro, you're gonna give me shit for playing softcore 3 or 4 days before the league starts, man. Oh my god, bro. Let me cook. Let me practice. Playing hardcore doesn't matter when you're trying to practice, dog. I'm still 0 deaths, okay? Like guys, somebody tell this guy I'm 0 deaths, okay? Look, we're hardcore, dude. Okay, we're hardcore. 0 deaths. Tag W, I told you I haven't died in SSF, and the next map I died to a fucking goat boss. Oh no, dude. Yeah. Jolteon, best Pokemon ever. Yeah, Jolteon's goated. We're 0 deaths so far. What up, Wretched? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. All right, where are we going next? Blaze looking cute as fuck today. Yo, thank you, dude. Thank you. I got that Japan glow. I got that haven't slept in like 24 hours glow. I feel special being your number one. Honestly, I hope it stays that way. Well, yeah, man. Like, dude, your stream is just always there for me whenever I wake up and I have to work from home, and I just like keep that tab open, baby. Keep that tab open. Always a good time in Mr. Machi's stream. Blaze always cute. Ah, shit. Y'all trying to glaze me when I come back from Japan and shit. Appreciate the compliments, boys. Oh shit, I might not have sound on. My bad, boys. I always know I can tune into a Machi stream at 6 a.m. That's what I'm saying, dude. And that's why I'm super excited, boys, to be able to stream. Oh, shit. Dude, Machi, 4-month sub, my dude. Thank you for the support, man. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you. I tune into Machi for the booba deaths. That actually, not even lying, is the best death clip of 0.3. 100%. Was that clip on Exiled Again? Because if that wasn't on Exiled Again, that is absolutely criminal. You've always been so symmetrical. Thank you. Finally got Awakener's Orb from Cirrus. Yo, hell yeah. Grats, Titian. Infernalist run? No, I'm gonna do Lich, dude. I can't play Infernalist on hardcore. I don't want to be edging myself on the edge of death constantly. No, because I went to PoE 1. I want to be in your rip clips. Yeah, I mean, I have lots of your rip clips saved. Dude, the rip clip videos are gonna go hard in 0.4. I know we all gonna be dying to some temple bullshit. For real. Yeah, I tried doing Demon Mommy hardcore, and it's just like, it's not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, man. It's way faster, but it's way more rippy for sure. Val Temple about to go hard in hardcore. Yeah, it's about to go hard. I feel like we're probably gonna get a little too cocky and see, you know, add like it might be easy to get carried away adding too many rooms and getting too many modifiers and shit like that. But I'm excited to push the limits with that and see what kind of juice and what kind of rewards we're getting, and also just how hard it is in general. Because right now we didn't really get an increase to difficulty in the game. Like, we didn't get additional pinnacle bosses. We did get monster effectiveness, which does make them have more health and shit like that and do more damage. So I guess that is difficulty in some respect. But yeah, I'm curious to see how the game's gonna feel in 0.4. I'm gonna make Darth Vader look natural. 0.4 is the last of the Edge Hunters. Shit, dude. I'm excited to see what you cook up. Fuck, I bought the Awakener's Orb, but it's like 1 or 2 div, but it's 5 div. Oh shit. Okay, that's a W. You made even more money than you thought you did, right? Dude, I really hope we don't get deflect ever in PoE 1 or PoE 2. Never ever put deflect in this game. I can't wait for the Val to give me a few extra inches I've been needing. Hey, yo. Give me them robot arms. Dude, I want my whole character to be robot. Because, like, let's be real here, guys. If you die, you lose your robot arms. You have to go back. For the hardcore boys, it's like, we're not dying, right? So we're kind of just going to be cyborgs. It's going to be Cyborg League for real. You can change your arms and your legs, yeah. I never rip. Definitely not dying, yeah, for sure. Definitely not dying, 100% to the fucking temple. But dude, how sick would it be to be full cyborg? And it's cool because it actually shows up on your character too. Your legs and everything, like, it's cyborgy. Pretty fire. Okay, so we got a level 2 support gem. And I think what we want to do is we want to get... What can we get here? That's good for level 2. Maybe we save it for when we get a lesser jeweler's orb. I can't wait for GGG to put me on the table. Yeah, it's gonna be fire. What you thinking about League starting one hit? Anything catching your eye, bro? By my hand.
I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sands. I tried to seek
Wolf weapon swap. Oh shit. What ascendancy are you thinking of doing? I was thinking of doing for my second character Ice Wolf Invoker with quarterstaffs and some sort of tech related to that. I think that'd be cool. I don't know. It'd be sick because I feel like the wolf like complements the quarterstaff abilities pretty well. Shattering Palm with Frozen Spite and Ice Wolf would go hard. Bro, you stole my build. Nah, bro, I didn't steal your build. We're just on the same wavelength, dog. We're on this great minds think alike, homie. Come on. Let's cook together, dude. Let's cook together. Let's build. Yeah, Shattering Palm, Frozen Spite, Herald of Ice, Ice Wolf. Ooh. That shit would go crazy, bro. Actually, it's my build. Are wolves the only minions that Druid has? I'm not entirely sure. I think so, though, and it's only for the wolves. Actually, that's my build. Let us try and see if we can gamble on a focus. Oh, they're like 1,000 gold. I'm broke. Never mind. %. For Ice Wolf, I want to go Titan and full attack speed and just spam the Wolf Slam and get Porcelain and Herald of Ice clear. Guys, you could also go Pathfinder Ice Wolf as well, because you also get you can replace the attribute notables for damage, skill speed, or I forget what the other one is, but I don't know. And then you could start off, there could be something cool there maybe with the Pathfinder. I don't know. I need GGG to implement build tax so I can get all the money from the rich streamers stealing my build. Damn, bro. This guy's trying to monopolize fucking builds. This guy's straight up a capitalism enjoyer. But here's my rotation. Pounce, the Moon Skill, Cold Slash, then Whirling, asking with Elemental Discharge. Okay. Whirling Assault. Yeah, dude, Whirling Assault looks pretty fucking cool. That sounds definitely within the vision, for sure. Heavily looking at Pathfinder. Yeah, Pathfinder is looking really sick. Pathfinder's looking like a huge login. 100%. Okay, well, we're just going to keep running it.
Ah, yes. Fight to the last.
Set up some Keth. This is going to be my first league not starting Titan. Oh, yeah, you're doing Blood Mage, is it? I can't remember what your plan was last night, Shiniko, in Pav's chat. Pathfinder Ascendancy has no damage. I would rather take 5% increased global defense than 5% increased damage. Yeah, I mean, that sounds... No damage unless you go poison. Yeah, true. I mean, there's just a lot of flexibility with the Pathfinder now. Like, it's kind of like PoE 2 Scion. Love the interview on the Path to Exile pod, by the way. Yo, thank you so much, Table. Yeah, I felt like that one was good. All things considered. I mean, it was IRL. It was kind of scuffed with the audio. We were using like 2 lav mics. And I don't know, it's kind of difficult. Like, I would go back on that podcast anytime. I would love to. I love those guys. It's just hard to, when you're used to the one-on-one format, get to say all the things you want to say. It's tough. Weird that you didn't kiss me, so shit. That's another sub goal that me and him are gonna have to work out together, I guess. I don't think Brittany would take too kind to that, honestly, but there's been a lot of interest in me and Miso kissing for some reason. I don't know why. Someone even commented on the pod that Miso got a boyfriend, which I thought was pretty funny. What track is this? This is Square One by Pete Rock and I. From an absolutely goated hip-hop album. The album is called Center of Attention by Pete Rock and I. Produced by Pete Rock, I on the mic. Absolutely massive hip-hop album. Also, Fubgun is starting Pathfinder, I think. So all things related to Pathfinder is going to skyrocket. True. Yeah, anything that Fubgun does will have a significant impact in the trade economy. Absolutely. Jealous about Japan, though. I lived in China for like 3 years and never got to go to Japan. Oh, no. You got to go over there, man. It's really awesome. I highly recommend it. Man, I should probably go get the free amulet from the zone. My gear is terrible. Danger powers. Red Eye, what up, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, sir. Hi, you beautiful human. How are you? Glad to see you're back. Yo, Rocket, what's up, man? Good to see you, bro. I'm doing excellent. Having a great day. First stream back. First stream in like, I don't even know what it's been, like almost 3 weeks. And yeah, I had an awesome chat with Dreamcore today. And yeah, he's awesome. And yeah, I've just been super grateful that I've had so many people pop in, say hi. Machi with the raid. I got raided by Roast Pork Belly as well. Just been a good day, man. Excited for 0.4. Excited to blast with you guys. You've been lurking the whole time. Oh shit. Well, hello. Made it to Thailand. I fucking love Thailand. How's the trip? Okay, I feel like we should do, guys. Type 1 in the chat if you want to see some photos from Japan, and if we get a few people who type 1 in Japan or one in chat, we can look at some photos from the trip. Okay, we got some ones. We got some ones. Okay. Yeah, type 1, guys, in the chat if you want to see some fucking Japan pictures. We got a couple more people. We'll do that. I will warn you, though, that there are a lot of pictures of just Brittany because she was with me. She's my partner. And so sorry in advance that she's in there quite a bit. Hopefully you guys don't mind. She's my model. You know what I mean? Okay, let's take a look. I'll put this on pause. Okay. Yo, Table, resubscribing. What the? for 6 months, dude. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Dreamcore interview was great. Changed my opinion of him a little bit. Really? What opinion did you have before? That's crazy. Dreamcore is goated. All right, guys, let's get into it. Let's get into the Japan photos a little bit. So it's fine. You're not a VTuber. I don't mind pictures with your partner in it. Okay, that's cool. Let's see if we can do full screen. We're gonna do full screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we started off in Osaka, guys. So here is the Osaka Castle. This is part of the Osaka Castle here. Beautiful fall day. Here's Brittany posing in front of it. I took this shot just because I like the composition, the lighting, the greenery kind of growing up. So this is sort of like the fortification, the walls of Osaka Castle. Here is a picture of the actual castle. It's actually so beautiful, man. Like they did a really good job. So this was like, you know, an emperor's castle in like Osaka. And so you can see up here, there's people up here. So it's a museum inside. It's like a museum of history of Osaka. Hey, I fought in that castle and God, shit, bro. Come on, man. So here's a view from up here. So here's Osaka from the view of inside. We weren't allowed to take any pictures inside the castle. They're very much, yeah, the architecture is beautiful, dude. All of this stuff is like, there's like gold detailing and like, it's just incredible. And so this actually has been built a few times. And so there, yeah, like this is like a detail here, this like golden dragon fish sort of thing. And you can kind of see like, you know, the Osaka buildings and stuff like that. There's no nails in that construction. Isn't that fucking crazy, dude? Everything is built with like, I forget what the architecture style is, but it's all like just jointed, like I forget what it's called, but it's all wooden joints. There's Brit at the top here. Here's your boy. Here's your boy right here. Tourist. This is what a true tourist looks like right here in front of the castle. Hammer and pin style. Dude, they had these like gardens like right around. Like it's so beautiful here in the Osaka Castle area. Like these beautiful gardens. Okay, so here is a photo of this area in Osaka called like Dotonbori. It's like a very lively area, tons of restaurants, tons of bars and all that kind of stuff. So they have a lot of these streets here that are like closed off to the road, so you can walk down and just like, bro, it's crazy. There's just tons of people. Here's another photo of Dotonbori. So like right through the main area, there's like a big river, and then there's these bridges that go across and kind of like join the area. There's a big Ferris wheel here. I took this picture for you guys because I know some of you guys want to drink with handsome guys. You know what I mean? So I just thought that this was funny. Like they're advertising like you can drink beer in this area or whatever with handsome dudes, and you can speak English. It's like it's very funny. Look at these handsome guys. There's Brett, handsome lady, drinking with a handsome lady. I shouldn't say handsome. That's weird. Beautiful lady. This is the Sky building in Osaka, and I took this photo because it's so fucking, it's so weird, like it's so trippy looking. Like the reflection of the glass and the architecture. You can actually go up in here. We didn't go up in there, unfortunately, but the building itself is like super cool looking. 5K gifted subs for a host club stream. Damn, bro, I might have to do that. Okay, so I took this photo at night. This was like right around the corner from our Airbnb. So all over Japan, they have these like tobacco stores. Like they're just tiny little like convenience stores, but they're only for cigarettes. And I gotta say, I didn't smoke when I'm on the trip. I'm trying to quit. I'm like not smoking right now. But it was hard because there were tons of these places and they had like the coolest cigarettes. This was a cigarette vending machine as well, which is cool. Okay, so next on our list, we went to Nara. So Nara is famous for having these deer everywhere. These like tiny little deer. and you could like, yeah, cigarette, basically cigarette like vending machines. Yeah. So we got deer. We got Brittany here posing in front of a shrine gate. Like, dude, the color of the Japanese maple tree is just gorgeous. So we're walking through this park area here where there's tons of deer, some shots of just some like details from the park. I'm not really sure what all of this stuff is, but it looked really interesting, so I took a photo of it. And like these guys would just be hanging out like along the path. Like it's pretty cute. They're so cute. Okay. So fast forward a little bit. Now we're in Kyoto. Kyoto's also beautiful as well. Those are where the people put their prayers and wishes. Okay. So here's all prayers and wishes for the shrine. The Canuck. Oh my god, bro. As a Canadian, I see a maple leaf. I'm like, yo, like salute. You know what I'm saying? 24-hour stream, dude. There's no way. I haven't even slept. Okay, so here's Kyoto. Here's a beautiful scenery. You can see the trees, the colors, all that kind of stuff. Did you wash your hands at the shrine fountains? Yes, I did do that. I did do that. Beautiful scenery here. I don't know. This is me kind of trying to do some like. There's another. I wanted to do like a series of like tobacco shops. So here's just another one that I saw. This is kind of like some street scenes from Kyoto, just like cool rivers and like vibes. Here's Brit, Kyoto. We actually went to this like shrine. I can't remember what it's called, but it was just like a ton of these gates, and it went up this mountain, and so you walked through like hundreds of these gates. Yeah, bro, I was actually craving for the tobacco, man, 100%. But I held strong. So yeah, here's some shots from our. I guess it was kind of like a hike. Like we went up the mountain and walked through these gates. It's beautiful. Saw a lot of this type of stuff. These little shrines and things. Yeah, it was super cool looking for sure. This is a rare picture. There was people everywhere, but somehow I managed to get a photo of like how it looks without anybody. So that's what this all this stuff is here. Oh yeah, and there's this cat. There was a cat here. Yeah, it's really beautiful, man. It's really cool. So there's a cat that we found, and he was really cute, and he couldn't meow or anything. Like he had no vocal cords for some reason. So when we got to the top of this hike, this is the view. So you can see like all of Kyoto. You can see the highway going through the city, and it's just like a panoramic view of Kyoto, which is super cool. And we didn't even go all the way up to the top. Okay, so here's the cat, super cute. Okay, so next up is another area in Kyoto. So this is like a famous like bamboo forest area. So these are just some shots of that. We went like on a nice hike. I saw this like playground as we were walking through, and it kind of looked like a little bit depressing. It was all like dirty and made of concrete, and so I shot this because I thought it looked interesting. Here's the beautiful lady at this another shrine we went to. Had some really cool views. Here's one of the pagodas at the shrine here, and like yeah, it was just really cool. The colors were insane. We like hiked up this little area, and the trees, the foliage, the moss was like on everything. Yeah, here's Britt. Here's your boy. And then yeah, there was like a pathway through this like bamboo forest, and so we like strolled through that. It's cool. It's cool as a North American not ever seeing bamboo like this. Pretty picturesque. There's I don't know, just some weird shit I photographed. Oh, this view was crazy. This was like kind of at the top of our hike. We had like the misty mountains and the river and like someone's house down there or something like that with some boats going through. Like, I don't know. This was just like some picturesque, like Japanese scenery type deal. And then as we walked through, we found this river with some boats. Man, like this is one of my favorite pictures that I took actually. Like the misty mountains in the background, the colors, the boats and everything. Like this area was just such a vibe. Okay, fast forward a bit. Now we're in Hakone. Did you get to any night markets or have any standout food experiences? If you get to that later, just ignore me. So we did some stuff like that. Honestly, me and the lady were really jet lagged for a lot of it, so we didn't have too many nights out, but there was a lot of food. And I have some stuff on my phone, pictures on my phone that I can show you guys of food. So this is in Hakone, which is close to Mount Fuji. So here's a lake in Hakone. Here's the famous Hakone shrine here that people take photos in front of. And so we got on this boat. This is like a pirate ship where it takes you basically from this point all the way around this lake. And then it drops you off at this like cable car section. Yeah, it's so nice, dude. So we got on this boat. We took this cable car up this mountain. And then you just have the most like picturesque view of Mount Fuji on like a beautiful crisp fall day. Yeah, it was just like you have to have like really good visibility to be able to see Mount Fuji. So sometimes if you go up here, it's cloudy, it's misty or whatever, but like the day that we went, it was like perfectly clear, like picturesque panoramic views. Look at this tourist. Here's me. There's Mount Fuji in the background here. Okay, here's Brit with the viral whipped cream and strawberry sandwich. I don't know if you guys have seen that stuff in Tokyo, but yeah, this shit was popping off. Okay, so this is in Tokyo now. So romantic, baby Blaze is on the way. So this is in Tokyo in this area called Akihabara. It's like a vintage gaming area. Anime, manga, bro, like this is just like nerd heaven. Like, so look at this, like original, like me and Dreamcore talked about this. Pokemon Red in the box, you know, $175 Japanese version. Look at this, guys. This is the type of advertisements that we were seeing everywhere, like waifus and shit like that. Like, dude, it's insane. And this is just, the street is just constant like anime, video games, and all that kind of stuff. And then we took a walk through this park and we found these are all old sake barrels that were part of like an exhibition in this park. I thought they were really cool, really beautiful looking barrels of sake. This is just like some street scene in Tokyo, some graffiti I took. And then I took a photo of these guys, but I didn't realize this guy was grabbing his ass. But I just thought that these guys had crazy outfits. Like, look at these outfits, dudes. For traffic dudes, you know? So these are just some shots of Tokyo. Yeah, so those are my good photos of Japan that I took on my phone or on my DSLR. I have photos on my phone that I took as well, but yeah, that was pretty much like some stuff that we saw in Japan. I took a ton more photos on my phone, but those were kind of more artsy style stuff. Nah, no maid cafe, bro. No maid cafe. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed sort of a very concise version of my trip to Japan. There's a lot more to it, but yeah, that was it in a nutshell, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I love taking photographs too. Like, man, photography is just such a fun art form, and I wish I did more of it. And so I always get super inspired when I go and travel and like see new things and everything. So yeah, it was super fun. Okay, where are we? We were in Keth. I can't remember. I don't think we also killed the serpent boss. Let's just go back and try and double check that. Wait, no maid cafe? You didn't go to an anime cat girl maid cafe? Nah, I didn't, bro. I didn't. That was something that we didn't do. I was with the lady, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's just not something you want to do with your partner. You know what I mean? That's kind of something you got to do if you're like single and go with your friends. I don't know. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it though. Maybe it's something that a lot of people do with their girlfriends too. I'm not sure. You should have went to a cat cafe. Yeah, you're probably right. I should have. I'm also allergic to cats though, which kind of sucks. Yeah, the lady wanted to go to some sort of cafe, but we just never ended up doing it. There's so many more things to do. You didn't get an authentic Japanese tattoo? Dude, I wanted to. We walked by Essence of Sorcery. Yeah, we need that. I walked by a couple Japanese tattoo shops and I saw some dope shit, dude. I really wanted to get one, but I bought a lot of stuff. I didn't buy a tattoo though. Never enough time. Yeah, a little Essence of Sorcery here. This is big. I'll put this on a wand that I have saved up. Yeah, there's never enough time. There's so much shit to do. I don't know why under my nose is so itchy right now, but I digress. So much shit to do. So much stuff to see. I want to go back and see more of it. Absolutely. Japan's kind of one of those places where like you go there once and then you just get like addicted to it. Oh. Spell damage +2 physical. That's gonna be our Bone Storm weapon. Bone Storm is so gas. Yeah, dude, it's so strong. I love it. I actually should be using Orb of Storms in this build as well. I actually got to set that up. Oh! Yeah, dude, I got the +2 Fizz one from the vendor, actually. But having that is going to be huge. I literally forced myself to use WASD. Oh, shit, I just fell down. I'm reading chat. So you were using click to move for the whole time up until now, Shaniko? When did you start playing WASD? That's some gamer shit, bro. Damn, for real? Dude, WSD feels so good. Thousands of hours. Is that just because you're a PoE 1 player? Did a WSD this week. Damn, dude. Welcome to the good life, man. Welcome to the good life. Oh, you came here from League. That makes sense. Click to move. League player for sure. I've only played WASD in PoE 2. Didn't have it. I'd be back in FPS. I am as I've talked about many times, a D2 gamer. I've been playing ARPGs for a long time. I love click to move for its nostalgic feel. It actually feels really good in PoE 1. But WASD is just by far my favorite. I think it just feels so much better, personally. It also just works way better for certain things, especially like at the top end, like your movement, your precision, your accuracy. I feel like it's just better for that. Some people will argue against it. I guess it just comes down to personal preference, honestly. There's no like right or wrong. I do think that the only thing that is, in my opinion, like a fact is that I do think that WASD is more ergonomic for your mouse hand because you're not like clicking and moving it as much. But I could be wrong on that too. Maybe some people would disagree and think that like WASD is bad for your left hand because you're constantly holding down like a key or whatever. But could be wrong on that. I'm still better at click to move, but being able to sprint and do my skill gems and inventory at the same time is dope. It's nice to be able to micromanage that, eh? Like from a speedrunner's perspective too, when you're like trying to go quick. They just need to get to like the time, get with the times with the console players. Shit. I mean, I'm glad there's both ways to play. Some people definitely prefer click to move, and that's totally chill. Oh, this guy's fucking my day up.
Death is my power to wield.
Ever seen still playing CTM all this time is wild to me. Is he? I don't think he is. There's no way. He's playing click to move? He 100% is? Wow, I didn't realize that. That's insane. Not gonna lie, I tried the Witch speedrun on console and it was so comfy. I still hit under 1 hour in Act 1. Nice, dude. Oh, are you playing on console sometimes, Shaniko? That's cool. This guy's going evil Jedi on us, boys. Sheesh. Did I just one-shot that thing? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Sapphire? Let's go, boys. Was pretty surprised. Yeah, man, apparently this game is really fucking good on console with controller. I use my PS5 to farm Megalos. That's basically it. Oh, okay, true. Why don't you just... Oh, it's because you don't have a gaming PC, right? You have a laptop. Time to remove the Shanique. Oh, no, I can't remove the homie. The homie's a core part of the community, bros. He's irreplaceable. I don't care if he plays on console. I don't judge. I tried console for the first time last week, but the graphics and performance are way too bad. Even in the campaign, it's bad. One hit. Damn. Bad Jewel, though.
Young one.
I can't have a console player on my friends list. Damn, bro. The prejudice is real.
This could be useful.
Okay, let's buy this focus and roll it. Let's see, pray. Pray it's good. Spell physical damage, double res. Okay, I think we run this. I think we run this, guys. So we're going to unlock this, put this in tier 2, and then this is set 1. Biz damage. I think this should be technically better. Let's see, so it's like 1300. Yeah, it is an upgrade actually. Okay, that's good. Now we just need to get a chaos wand of some kind.
Here we are. Was that my flask?
Says the softcore player. Damn. Shots fired towards Super, bro. Holy. Red Eye, aren't you a softcore player? What are you even saying? You can't call him out for that. Maybe when my Sekima setup is dialed in, I'll just lazy run Barriers on the PS5. I mean, dude, if you're using PS5 to like do the brain dead content, that's pretty funny. I mean, I was playing on a 90-inch, so maybe it's not designed for that big. The screen size shouldn't matter though, right? Like it should be fine if you're playing on a tiny monitor or a big screen. You were in my stream when I joined Timmy's league. Stop exposing me. Shit, my bad. I have a laptop. Cost me about 1,050 USD. Both PoE1 and PoE2 play very nicely on it. Unless I'm doing Blight. True. Blight is the killer for everybody on PoE1. Blazers TV. I sent you a couple pictures of the city I lived in China in the Discord general chat. Oh, shit. Let's take a look at that table. One sec. Oh, wow. That's gorgeous. This is a beautiful photo, man. Yo, dude. These are nice pictures, table. Shit. A man after my own heart. Nice, dude. Dude, they really pack them in there in China. Look at this stadium. That's cool. Nice, dude. Whoa, the colors on this one, gorgeous. Are you a photographer or what? That's awesome, dude. Thank you for sharing those. All right. Let's go. We need a second ring pretty bad. Let's grab this. Fast speed. I can't take credit for the picks. I get people who know what they're doing to give me some. Oh, okay, true. I got you. It's about how you use it. Felt terrible compared to my 4090. I mean, yeah, console versus the PC experience is just completely different. I play hardcore, don't listen to them. I just can't get into Clearfell. Shit. I believe in you, Super. You can do it, man. You can do it, bro. I believe. I'm just going to take on Earth out of here. Let's get Orb of Storms going. And then on this, I want to... What am I putting on this again? Spell Cascade and Living Lightning, yeah.
For you, this could be useful. Care for a story? Here we are.
Okay, I think we're good. We can just keep on going. Yeah, those pictures are beautiful, though. Thank you so much, man. The other side of the portal disconnected again. No way. Come on, man. Well. Look at what we have here. Guys. So I was watching the Streamer Awards last night, and there was a category called Washed PoE2 Streamers, but this guy didn't get nominated. It's crazy. It's Loopy, guys. It's your it's your favorite League of Legends main, bro. All jokes aside, how are you, homie? Great to see you. Welcome in. Miss you, bro. I hope you're making a comeback. We need more Loopy in this scene, you know? Loopy is alive. That's what I'm saying, dude. He's here. He's back. He's about to get unwashed, boys. Holy. Oh, welcome, bro. Welcome. I have 3 different builds. I'm actually doing a video on this right now, Loopy, about what builds I want to run. They are all very strong builds from 0.3 though. Did you get nominated for the? Oh my, bro! You can't just turn that against me, man. I cooked that up. I cooked that up for Loopy specifically. Come on, dude. Oh, that's fine. Yo, somebody time this guy out. Somebody time this guy out. You can't be using my own burns against me, bro. Not fair. I think half the people in the stream are nominated. Shit. All my boys are washed. All my boys are washed. Because their builds are so clean, ayo. Yeah, so good to see you though, Loopy, man. Hope you're doing well, brother. I know we've been talking a bit on Discord, trying to keep up with each other and stuff like that, which is good. I'm assuming you're thinking about starting Druid, Loopy? What you thinking, bro? Please been washed since the first timer skipped the monkey. Oh my god, this guy will not let me ever forget the fact that I skipped the monkey. Boys, holy. Just doing me so dirty every time on that. Remember that one time that Everseen died to the monkey twice on League Start, back to back? That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy, dude. Back to back ripperonis on the monkey. Yo, Lightning Spear, Primal Strikes, Tactician. Let's go, dude. That sounds sick. Primal Strikes is like even better now, isn't it? Dude, it was not just something. That was cinema, boys. Primal Strike got gay buffed? Yeah, that's what I thought. And then his third fight with the monkey took 30 minutes because he ran around the pillars again like a chicken. Damn, bro. And then didn't he just like bail after that? Oh, that was a classic moment. Nothing's more satisfying in this game than seeing entire screenfuls of mob die from ED contagion. Well, maybe a raw mirror drop. Yeah, dude, the clear in ED contagion is insane. It's so good, man. Sadly, we're getting less monster density or pack size or whatever in the end game, but it'll still be fun. I will either start Ziz's Cancer Cannon from 0.3 or the Bear Druid. Sure, that's cool, man. Was his Cancer Cannon build like the one with like the seizure-inducing flashbang grenades?
Right, of course.
Spell damage and cast speed on that. That's pretty good. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was AIDS. I could not watch that.
Take your time. Goodbye.
Farewell.
Oh, this build. The sunglasses. Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. I can't imagine actually playing a build that I couldn't look at the screen. Like, that's insane. That is actually insane. That's cooked.
A place of ritual and bone. I should retire here someday. Death and decay.
Oh, Shiniko recruiting. Did somebody drop out of your team, Shiniko? Is Xantha not playing, or is Xanda not playing? He said that the day he stopped playing the build, his viewer count went up from like 4K to 6K. That's crazy. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. There are really good grenade builds though that aren't that toxic on the eyes though. Why don't you play one of those instead? Or do you want to just wear sunglasses? Those builds need a seizure warning? Oh my god, you're not wrong. They need an actual seizure warning, dude. You can't look at that and be like, that is exactly, oh god, what GGG wants for this game. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Oh god. Double exalted orb from that dude. Hell yeah. Oh.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Oh shit, it's a depths. Nah, I'm good on that.
Wither away!
Damn, bro. He went from saying, I won't be a friend of yours because you play on console, to having you as a friend. Look at that, boys. We have full-on redemption arc happening in the chat between Super 2G and Shiniko. Explosive grenade, cluster grenade, and flash grenade are 3 of the best grenade skills, and they're all seizure-inducing. True. Need a nah, I'm good emote. Is there one on 7 TV that I should get? Hold on, let me check. There's some decent ones on 7 TV. I'm a token Kiwi. Oh yeah, you're from New Zealand. That's sick. Dude, you need to go work for GGG immediately. They need help. If I lived in New Zealand, I would like configure my life in a way where I could actually become a GGG employee somehow. They don't want a bomber in their team. They don't have to know you're a bomber, bro. You got to keep that shit on the DL. Oh shit, here's the boss. Hold on, let me grab the last token thing first. What we got here? Oh yeah, we're getting armor break soon. Oh, dude, you've been playing Guild Wars 1? I was just talking with Dreamcore about that. He's been loving Guild Wars 1, dude. How's it been?
Right. I'm ready.
I haven't played that game since like elementary school. Oh my god, this guy's fucking huge. Look at this fucking dude. What will I league start? I'm not entirely sure yet. I should use to be kids. Kids don't need another prison sentence. Shit, bro. Nobody needs that. What about you, Ditian? What are you thinking about for league start? I truly think it may help them to open a satellite office outside of New Zealand so they can hire outside of New Zealand to bypass the laws. Oh yeah. Sorry, Ditian, you mentioned that already. That's my bad. That actually is kind of a good idea, but like the issue becomes, I feel like quality. I guess it's all, everything's can be done virtually anyways. That's actually pretty solid. Where do you think they should do their satellite office? Europe or like the US or something? Like Grinding Gear Games headquarters in like the US somewhere or whatever. That could be interesting. I wonder if they've actually thought about that option. How are none of these guys dropping the fucking the thing? Oh, speak of the devil. They could open an office in USA or Australia. True. Australia would be ideal since it's so close, right? That would be closer to New Zealand. Depends on the tax and business oversight would be most advantageous for them. Dude, this is some good advice here. New Zealand's population is 5 million. I refuse to believe that GGG can hire 10 to 20 good employees from a country of 5 million people. I mean, 5 million people is such a small population in comparison to like the US or like even Australia. USA would be ideal so I could do some art for them. Yeah, same, dude. Same. It's closer to Canada, which is good for me. Oh, this is a +2 Fizz wand as well. Man, I really want to get a better wand.
That one was my favorite.
Okay, let's gamble a little bit.
Choose. Odun, I am fond of that.
Spell damage, int. We just need plus levels to chaos. or spells. Damn. 5 mil is small, but hiring 10 people from 5 mil or 600 mil is not that much different. I feel like it's because they have such a specific requirement for hiring, though. Like, they need some people who are, like, really into the game and, like, really understand the game. And that's probably hard to find in a small population. Like, the more people you have in your country, the higher chances that there's going to be more players of your game.
How can I
Like, what if they opened up an office in a country where they have, like, the most players of their game? That could be smart, too. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No.
I suppose I am your better necromancer.
Most players of the game, you mean China? Do you think that most players that play PoE 2 and PoE 1 are in China? Really? I remember in 0.1, the moment you kill the beast first, the necromancer will go into uber mode with AoE abilities blasting. Did they change it? I forget what it was like in 0.1. It's always sketchy though with the increased like spell damage and stuff like that he does.
Stand for you, young one.
Man, I really want to get a new wand though.
I will tell your tale.
The difference is the long-term business growth, if they're able to be in a country that would allow for faster business adjustment and response to patch and overall game needs. Being in a more open market region would benefit their ability for short-term contracting, work for concept work, and basic issues. No, I think you're onto something, Table, for sure. I think this is all really great information. I would just be curious to hear like what they would think about that. Like, what does Jonathan think about this? What does Mark think about this? Like, I'm sure surely they've considered these options, right? Most players in PoE 1 and 2 are from China, if you include Tencent's PoE server. Oh, really? I didn't realize they had such a massive player base from China. That's sick. Oof. Dark Effigy and Despair are level 31. Those are big as well. I've owned 2 businesses. I was looking at having a company change its base to a foreign country because of its benefits. So I have looked into this a bit. Not that I'm a pro by any means, and New Zealand law is different than the US law. Yeah, no, I understand that, but I think that like still like your insights and all that kind of stuff that you've been saying, like, you know, I'm sure they have like business consultants and people thinking about the benefits and issues and solving these problems, stuff like that. But it'd be cool if like, you know, someone asked Jonathan like all of these like questions, but it kind of implies that the way they're doing things isn't working, which could be taken the wrong way. I just watched a very good Warrior League Star video, and against my better judgment, I think I'll make Warrior in 0.4 as my second character. Oh shit, whose video did you watch? Oh yeah. Oh, full comprehensive 0.4 campaign guide. Hell yeah. Curtis Tom. I've never heard of this guy before. Check it out. Dude, Warrior is a fun time. It gets memed on a bit, but I think it's gonna be good. Shield Wall, Fortifying Cry. It's gonna be slapping. Oh. Mm-hmm. Shield Wall plus Bear. Oh shit, is that what you're gonna do, Rocket? Yo, Westy, what up, man? Go, good to see you, dude. Welcome in. How's it going, bro? How is the one and only giveaway winner that I've ever done doing? I was actually thinking about doing Shield Wall Druid as well. I think that could be interesting. I really just need to see the tree on that side as well before I can confirm anything. Oh shit, what are these? Oh, did I miss something here? Try's interview with Jonathan is tomorrow, yes. Panama is actually great because they're giving some companies 15 years no tax guarantees, at least a couple years ago. Also just spent an insane amount of money on internet upgrades and have faster internet than a lot of the USA. That's cool. No, dude, you don't have to be sorry, man. Dude, share your knowledge, share your wisdom. I'm here for it, bro. We're here. We're listening. Don't worry. That's cool. Panama. I'd be down to go to Panama. Isn't the weather super nice there? It's like South America, right? Haha, I'm the lucky one. Doing all right, man. Just trying some AI vibe coding for the first time ever. Oh shit, nice. What are you working on? And how is that going? I think Try got too much hate from his recent videos. And he mentioned in the comments he's taking a break. Yeah, he gets overwhelmed. I think he just needs to learn how to separate himself from all of the negativity. Just stop reading comments, man. Like, you just got to stop reading comments and shit like that. He's at the point now where I feel like the more you get sucked into that, the more negativity you're exposed to, and it's just gonna affect you mentally. It's not good. I just started, so I'm complete last night, so I'm complete new, but I want to build an AI agent to automate a load of my work. Oh, okay. Fuck yeah. That's cool. What are you working on that's exciting now? Dude, what's exciting for me is that I get to actually work on content creation. So my mural season's done. So I have more time right now. I just announced that I'm doing part-time streaming 3 days a week, which is super exciting to me. And I also can focus on YouTube content as well, which I'm looking forward to doing. So that's kind of my vibe for the winter. I'm pretty stoked on it, dude. It's beautiful in Panama. I can't wait to visit, man. I've never done South America before, so it'd be awesome to check that out. I don't know why people send hate. I mean, I also don't like some of Try's content. As always, he's a yes man, but that doesn't mean I hate him or send hate. Yeah, I feel like you can disagree with people and never ever leave a mean comment or a dislike or anything. Like that's, I don't know. For me, even if I don't like something or disagree with something, I just don't like put that out there to people's content. It's like kind of that cliche if you don't have something nice to say, you know, like, but I get it. It's the internet. People are going to vocalize their opinions no matter what. Your YouTube content is pretty top tier, so it's exciting that you can pump out more quality content. I'm excited, dude. Like, the podcasts are amazing, and I love doing them, but they are pretty minimal effort when it comes to like editing and stuff like that. And I love editing, dude, and I love making videos, and so I'm excited to actually start being able to do more of those and have like proper quality content. Oh shit. And I appreciate you saying the nice stuff about the editing, dude, and the videos.
None can oppose me.
Dude, these guys are from New Zealand. I don't know if it's Super 2G is in here still.
One still lives. For now.
Oh, I don't want to die like Loopy. Not gonna die like Loopy. Oh, not like this. I love the medical commercial promo for 0.4. I think it was. No exaggeration. I was laughing out loud. Oh, dude, thanks to Perform Max 0.4 on Try's podcast or Try's video. That was so fun, man. I don't know. I just was like, I was watching like Saturday Night Live skits on YouTube before I made that. And oh my god, I don't know why the fuck is my camera down here? Huh? How'd that happen? Who let the camera go down there? Oh well. I don't know how long that was like that, but it is what it is. I assume you've played a lot of Warrior. Does melee damage notes in the Warriors affect the monk skills? Yes, it does. It was easily my favorite from that 12 try video. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it was fun to just add in a little bit of myself more into that into those clips and add a bit more of like, I don't know, just something funny, because I know performance is a huge issue and a lot of people are going to talk about it. So I was like, man, like, how can I say it in my own way? And a lot of people complimented me on that, so I'm really happy to hear that people enjoyed that. Whoa, should I rock these? 100% increased spell damage, reduce cast. I feel like I have to run these. These are crazy damage, right? Dude, Zizarin watched it. Nice, dude. Gazzy watched it and loved it. Oh man, that's crazy. Oh, I didn't see any ads. Finally, my ad blocker worked on Twitch. Oh, fuck yeah. I feel like I kind of have to run these. 100% increased spell damage. Dude, Performax. It's a thing. Definitely a thing. Yeah, I like doing funny shit like that. Like I don't know. And I don't have a lot of time to make shit like that, so I'm excited to explore that side of myself and that side of my content and all that kind of stuff cuz yeah, it is funny to me and fun to make that type of stuff. And I'm glad to hear that it resonated with a lot of people too. Did I not take the horn? Oops.
Here we are.
So, now I have to blow this thing.
Yo, Jules Vlees, welcome in. How you doing?
This whole operation would be more efficient if they were dead.
I am hesitant. Fight to the last.
Are you guys down with OPP? Man, my gear is so fucking tragically bad. Holy shit. Good, good. Home from a 2-hour game of paddle. Time to grind PoE 2 now. Let's go. Yeah, you know. Yo, what up, Nico? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. I just feel like there's a lot of streamers that are super smart and know the game really well, but lack on the charisma side. I think you do well with the people interaction. Feels like you actually have human contact from time to time. Yes, dude. I used to work in the hospitality industry as a server for a few years. And when I did that job, I just learned to like talk to random people all day. Like it was just like a natural part of the job, right? And so it kind of helped me because I was never like an awkward or socially awkward person, but it kind of helped me level up the charisma skill a little bit. I touch grass from time to time, you know.
They're dead. It's right there.
Machi is great too. Yeah, Machi's my boy. What do you think about the Witch Hunter buffs? You can easily stack 8 to 10k sorcery ward, a shield ward. And with the new changes, the ward also prevents chaos and fizz damage. Dude, those buffs are massive for hardcore Witch Hunter players. I think it's really, really strong, Dittian. Honestly, I think that grenades could work really well on Witch Hunter. I was in the same industry for a while, and I did VIP security for years. So I had to interact with people randomly, too. Yeah, check out Mr. Machi. He's a good streamer, homie of mine. He streams every morning. He's super chill. Oh, I've fallen. Social interaction, ew. I'm a pretty extroverted person. Like I have no issues like talking to random people, striking up a conversation. I wouldn't say I'm like socially awkward at all. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe a little bit. You seem very socially adept. Nice. Okay, I'm glad that's good. But you're right. Only here for 1 minute. I already love the vibe, kind of like him. Oh, Jules, thank you. Appreciate that. Awkward as hell. Oh my god, bro. Who modded this guy? Who put this guy in here? Oh geez, that's a big group of dudes. That's a big. Oh my god, that's a big group of dudes. I don't like it. Oh, I should probably ascend. How was Japan? Japan was incredible. Thank you so much for asking. Japan was incredible. I want to go back. The best 3 things about Japan are the toilets, heated seats in the morning when you're, using the washroom is incredible. And every toilet is basically a heated seat with a bidet. It's insane. The food obviously is crazy good. And the transportation, the public transport is nuts. Like you can take a train anywhere, anytime. There's trains, buses, whatever, and they're just in the future over there. I wish I could go. I love Japan. You have to do it if you can. I know traveling is like a super big privilege and it's hard to do for a lot of people, but if you can make it happen, I would highly recommend it. I want to go back. It's tough because there's a lot of places that I want to see, but man, Japan was cool. Oh, everything about Japan sounds so nice, especially in the time that I went to. Yeah, anime. If you love anime, video games, that type of culture, it's great. Super great. I have to edit a bit more to afford that. That's fair. That's fair. If you live in the States, your money actually goes super far in Japan. I will say. Yeah, like if you're American, it's very viable to go to Japan for cheap. Very, very viable. I keep finding out that a lot of streamers I like are in Canada, and I'm wondering why there's a group of you up there just having fun rocking it. Must be something in the frozen winters up there. Yeah, dude. If I showed you what my view looked like outside my window right now, you would not be stoked about it. It is very cold today. It's snowing outside. Ugh, just not a good time. I'm from Belgium, so the flight ticket is insane. Yeah, once you're there, it should be chill. Yes. Okay, yeah. True. Oh, damn, you got snow? Yeah, Westy, I got snow, bro. As soon as I got back, there was snow. Which is crazy because it was like, we had days where it was like super nice in Japan, like 15, 20 degrees. Oh, yeah, I forgot you're in Vancouver, bro. That's cool. Yeah, Vancouver's chill. Vancouver's very mild.
Here we are.
Browse as long as you like. Warm nights.
I lived about 2 hours away from the Canadian border for like 12 years. I'm glad I don't have the winters like that anymore. Oh shit, did you live in like Michigan or something, or whereabouts did you live? That was so close. Yeah, man, I wish that I hate winter, dude, honestly. Like I hibernate a lot in winter. I don't enjoy it. I had snow for 1 day. It's only rain around here even in the summer. That's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Oh, Syracuse. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I went to New York City for my first time last summer. I drove down actually from Toronto. So that's kind of the neck of the woods where I live. And so it was a 9-hour drive, and I drove down through. I had a friend who lives in upstate New York, Rochester area, so right across the lake. And yeah, I didn't really know what to expect because I'd never driven through New York before, New York State. But yeah, it was really beautiful actually. I really liked the drive down in New York City. Very similar landscape to like Southern Ontario where I'm from. I lived outside of Rochester for like 3 years. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nice. Yeah, it's super mellow out there. You've been to Toronto once. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, Toronto's a really, really nice city. The food is elite in Toronto. It's crazy good. Crazy mayors. Yo, shout out to Rob Ford, our crack smoking mayor, dude. I hope that's the mayor that you're referring to. Who rated you? Was it Machi or Major? Because I was lurking in Machi and I got back and now I'm here and I'm glad. Yeah, Machi rated me. So that must have been it. Welcome in. Welcome in, Jules. Welcome in. Yeah, Rob Ford is... Oh my God. It's so crazy because that mayor he was doing so much bad stuff, man, for the city. He was smoking crack, like actually documented smoking crack. And then he dies and everyone was like, oh, RIP, like greatest mayor ever, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, y'all don't realize that he was just doing so much terrible shit. And yeah, crack is bad, dude. Don't smoke crack. Especially as a mayor, dude. All my homies hate crack. At least he was open about the drug use, other than politicians just lie about it. But it's kind of crazy. Like, I don't remember if he was like super open about it. I don't know if he like denied it or if he like embraced it. I'm pretty sure he denied it. I don't remember him ever being super like, yeah, I smoke crack, I'm the mayor sort of vibe. Yo, DTN, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you chilling, dude. Great to see you again. Have a good night, and I will catch you next time, dude. Hopefully, if you're around tomorrow, I don't know if the DM podcast will be, it might be in your morning. It's at 8 p.m. my time. If crack is bad, then why is there a smoking crack mace in PoE1? Wait, what mace is that, dude? What mace you talking about? Oh God. Yeah, I don't know if he was like fully open about it. I don't think he was. That's like pretty intense as a mayor to be open about it. Keep Discord? Okay, let me check. Bro, what the hell? Smoking crack mace? Dude, this is Rob Ford, the ex-mayor of Toronto's mace, boys. Look at that. Look at that. Damn. Crack mace. That's crazy. I don't even think we have crack around here. I only see a lot of weed or cocaine. I think crack is just like... I'm pretty sure crack is just like cocaine in like rock format. I don't know a lot about these types of drugs, but I'm pretty sure it's like very similar, if I'm not mistaken. Also, oh no, dude! Oh no! Guys. Died. Too bad we're playing SSF and not hardcore. Don't tell Machi that I died, okay? We're 0 deaths. This is why we're practicing on SSF's softcore and not hardcore. We can just keep going. But my fucking defenses are absolutely... On League Start, we'll probably be playing slower and finding that. Yeah, don't clip that and tell Machi that, okay? We're 0 deaths still. This area can be pretty rippy though. I'm also just trying Bone Cage and Softcore before the new league. Yeah, I feel like there's not really a point right now for me to like sweat it out in hardcore. I already did that a bunch this league. I basically almost hit like 97 at like 85% to 98. So we did good. We grinded. But yeah, like for practice runs and stuff like that, I don't really need to. I'm trying to play without dying, obviously, but I don't want to have to restart and stuff. I'm just trying shit out, experimenting and shit, see what works.
But that makes you predictable. The time of the Paladin is nigh.
Get back in your hole. Splinters of bone.
Yeah, same. Only thing is, I got to Act 3 because I only have the game for like a small month. Yeah, if you don't have a lot of time to play, I mean, hardcore is super exhilarating and fun for me personally as well. That's my favorite way to play, but it is a big time investment for sure. I got a random question for you, Blaze. I am in the process of trying to find a chair for my gaming PC. What is your budget, Table? I've been actually looking at chairs right now as well, and I'm kind of between two different chairs. I'll show you the first one. The first one. So the first chair is this chair here, the Libernova Omni Dynamic Chair. This chair looks pretty fucking comfortable. I'll drop the link in the chat for you. And then the second chair is the Embody, the classic Herman Miller Embody. This one is the tried and true. 2 chairs actually exist? No, dude, I'm just sitting on a stool. Not even a chair. Yeah, you can't go wrong with the Herman Miller, dude, but they're expensive. But like, dude, what my friend always says, spend your money where you spend your time. If you spend a lot of time sitting down at the computer at a desk, you know, you want to have a good chair, right?
Young one.
How many legs of a chair can you take away until it's not a chair anymore? Bro, what? True, same with shoes. Shoes, chair, bed. Those 3 things. Very important. Damn, that's solid. Oh, plus... Oh my god, boys. Look at this wand. Look at this wand. How can we afford this? We have to sell our soul to Satan to buy this wand. Dude, we need this. We need this. It's 8,000 though.
All right, here. Have this useless gold.
What can I sell? Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna sell this shit. I need this wand, boys. We need it. I don't even think I'm gonna have enough money to do it with this.
I will tell your tale. Do not wander. Hello. Here we are.
Yes, we got it. Let's go. This is huge.
I will tell your tale.
Nice. Okay. Yo, we got upgrades, boys. We got upgrades. This should feel a hell of a lot better now.
Off we go.
Okay, let's do the actually we should ascend. I kind of feel like we should have ascended a while ago.
We now have the fight to the last.
Damn, when you stream and yap, you really delay the time it takes to do something. Excuse me. Campaign timing, not ideal. Fun though. I'm having a lot of fun though. Having a lot of fun hanging out with you guys, just chatting.
Let's get this over with. I have to admit, I'm somewhat enjoying all this.
Man, remember when you couldn't sprint and this was actually scary? It's kind of funny how sprinting just trivialized some bosses and some mechanics like this as well. It is wild that they added in sprint to this game. Was not expecting it in 0.3.
Wither away!
Nice, dude. I'm stoked on these upgrades. Those are huge. I'm using the same staff since like level 5. Holy. Oh, we missed one. Dang it.
Good riddance. An oasis in the desert.
Gather before me! None can oppose me.
Oh my god, dude. In Pav's stream last night, we were listening to like Hank Hill like rapping. It is absolutely crazy. I kind of want to put that shit on. It was a vibe. Couple songs. Then we'll come back to the scheduled programming. Yeah, what up, Ryan? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Just in time for some Hank Trill, bro. Dude, I got male performance issues, man. Yeah, we're just testing it out, Ryan. Testing out some build starter or league starter builds. What you thinking about starting, bro, for 0.4? Where's your head at right now? It's called Propane Money by Hank Trill, bro. It's crazy. You're gonna mess with Stormcaller Arrow? Nice, dude. Which ascendancy are you trying out? Are you going Le Deadeye?
Wither away!
Impressive endurance.
We're going to Swahili. Oh, Monk or Pathfinder? Dude, Pathfinder looks fucking sick. Ice Shot and Snipe also got a buff. Dude, it was already really strong in 0.3. Dude, I'm stoked on the Snipe and Ice Shot buffs.
None can oppose me.
Oh.
I shall aid you.
Bro, you haven't heard about Hank Trill? Let me put you on. Okay, one more and we'll go back to our usual programming. Propane money.
Impressive endurance. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
A formidable rock challenges me.
Beware of the burst.
This is of bone. No challenge at all. Power.
Boomhauer. This is actually brain rot, though. I can't do it. Okay. Where are we at here? Go this. Let's go this for a little bit.
Selarin.
What do you guys think the best thing to take first on the Lich is? The Jewel Socket? Excuse me. I just don't have a great jewel. What do you guys think the best thing to take is? Probably not Jewel Socket. Yeah, I don't have that. What about Rupture of the Soul? Because I'll be getting what's it called? The curse called Despair. I'll be getting Despair first, or alternatively, Yo, what up, Not Addicted? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Trying to figure out what the best first ascendancy point is for the Lich on hardcore. Spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shields. Probably one of the left ones, yeah. Yep. I could do this. I could try it and see if it's good. Unholy Might. Is this full-time streamer for the Winter Blaze? I don't know if I would count it as full-time. Oh, you're doing good, Not Addicted? Good, man. I'm glad to hear it. I still only will be part-time, like 3 days a week or something. I feel like if you're a full-time streamer, you're streaming like 5 days a week, maybe 6 days a week, 7 days a week or something. But I'm very happy to be able to adhere to a schedule. Yeah, full-time, part-time. That's it. That's a good way to do it. Your favorite full-time, part-time streamer. Oh my god, it's Hung Step, bro. Where you been, buddy? Welcome in, man. Good to see you. Going EDC with the ED Contagion with the pack size nerf, dude. I know, but it's still so good. It's still so good, bro. We are here for it, dude. I'm glad you guys are here for it. I just don't know which one to pick. I'll try this out. Unholy Might gives you 30% like chaos damage, right? That's pretty crazy. But I will be getting tier 9 support gems, and then I'll be able to get this. I guess we'll just try this for now. No, actually, I feel like we just got to go down here. We'll do this in preparation for getting Despair soon. New league looks fun. The new league looks fun. I don't know if you were here for the conversation earlier, but with Dreamcore, but I'm kind of the opinion that I would have rather the Endgame get fixed over the league content. But that's a whole other conversation. Oh, I don't even have a single jewel in there. Yo, Hung, have you cooked up anything for your league starter yet? What are you thinking? Are you going Druid? Whoa, 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 whoa. I want to see if I can get Shaman Apocalypse Auto Bomber. Dude, that looks crazy. I really hope you can do that online. I'm gonna do shapeshifting on my second build, I think. I just haven't decided on what. I was thinking either doing Frost, Wolf, Invoker or Fire Bear Smith. Those two are the ones that interest me the most. Smith is looking so fucking strong for hardcore, dude. I'm so excited to try that out. I'm glad they buffed it. The no damaging ailments like thing on Smith Masterworking is crazy. If I do bear, I'm gonna try all damage is pinning Merc. Oh, so tactician, right? There's a lot of increased damage to immobilized enemy stuff right now, or in 0.4. That looks cool, especially with like, you know, with crossbows and stuff. Oh shit. I don't think it's all damage. I think it's all like attack damage. It could be all projectiles though. I'm not entirely sure. I may be misremembering as well. Yes, that was extremely close. I think Wolfsmith with free elemental weakness curse proccing could be doable as well. Fire spell on hit, you mean? Is elemental weakness considered a fire spell? Because I thought it only worked with fire spells. It's a fire spell? Okay, word. That's cool. Man, the jet lag is hitting me right now. Holy moly. I just realized I haven't slept since like 3 p.m. last night. And it's kind of crazy. Wolf mainly because it has the highest attack speed from what I could see in the demo. Yeah, and I feel like with the demo didn't portray the wolf super well, like they kind of said in the Ziggy D interview. I think it'll scale super nicely with the Invoker, though. Oh shit, I didn't mean to grab that. Do I have a favorite class? Oh, that's a good question. I think my first time ever playing this game, I played Warrior, and I really, really liked Warrior. And I think Warrior might be my favorite class. I like all of the different ascendancies. I think they're all really cool. I like the feel of melee and warrior. Like, I think they did a really good job with it, personally. Let me go refund this really quick. What about you, Addicted? What are you thinking? Shapeshifting is also going to require players to use weapon set points as well. Yes. 100%. They're really leaning into that.
How can I perfect myself?
Man, I need a new body armor. This body armor is terrible. Can we do Jamun Ra with a 35 energy shield, level 9 armor?
No need to rush.
I feel like I guess we kind of have to, don't we?
Blessings. For you, I'll ask Chambrin about this one.
Yeah, I agree. One hit, but we're gonna have it soon, bro. We're gonna have it soon. A couple more days, I feel like we'll have it. Excuse me. Okay, let's try and do Jamun Ra with the current gear setup. It's not ideal, but
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable.
have you gotten into Arc Raiders, dude? That is the perfect game to sink some time into before the league.
The Sigma of the
Normally, I always play mage, but now I'm trying things and open to other playstyles. That's awesome, man. Trying new playstyles is awesome. It opens up new possibilities in your mind. It kind of teaches you more about the game too. It's good. Okay, the damage is decent.
We're running out of time. End this.
Shooter's not really my thing. True. Yeah, Hung, I saw you were playing Deadlock a lot. That's cool. How's that? Another game that I play a lot of when I want to waste time is Factorio. I fucking love Factorio so much. I don't know if you've ever played that one hit, but I'd recommend that to you if you haven't tried it.
We will have blood. The Manitans will pay. Into dust.
How much would you consider player movement as a defensive layer? Oh, that's a great question, Hung. I think like mechanics and player movement are definitely like a defensive layer. Like that is like skill in the game actually counts as a defensive layer, which is kind of cool. Like which is cool. 100%. I have an idea for Wyvern Lightning with weapon swap galvanic field. Oh shit, okay. That sounds cool. Book that. Since I started hardcore, I don't get far in the game though. Still trying to learn the game in a different way playing hardcore. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for me, I think hardcore is something to do once you've kind of learned the game more. But there are people in my community, Addicted, that have just jumped into hardcore and just started playing it right away and have been learning the game and like haven't even gotten to like pinnacles or super far into maps. Like, you know, it's just whatever you enjoy. And some people, despite not like playing through all the content yet, enjoy hardcore more for you know, the rush and of all that kind of stuff. I am one of those now. Yeah, I also am one of those as well.
Oh, it will tell your
Oh.
tale. Here, have this useless gold.
Now it's the best time. Endgame is a snooze fest. Yeah. Ugh. Sad about the endgame. No endgame changes, man. Now you have to kill Arbiter? Dude, I'm excited that there's actually a reason to kill Arbiter now and that we don't have to just not have a reason to do it. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, I am going to call it here for today. I want to say thank you guys so much for making my first stream back incredible. It's been so much fun. Yeah, honestly, just a massive W stream. I had so many people come in, had some raids, excellent podcast with the homie Dreamcore, who I absolutely had a great time with. I'll be live tomorrow, even though it's not one of my official streaming days, because we have a podcast with Darth Microtransaction tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you guys are chilling tomorrow night and want to hear your boy yap with the red-haired gamer himself, yeah, it's gonna be a good time. All right, guys, much love. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna send you guys over to Major Aimless, send him my hellos, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out, y'all. Much love.